put the thumbnail up. Check. How do I get up this? Nope. Details. Good morning out there. Hope you all had a great weekend. A little bit of selling going on in the open here. I don't think it's going to be as bad as you think it is. He's Beetlejuice this morning. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Tell you what the fuck is going on out there in the ECB? Not the ECB, but Europe. It's almost as if they wanted. Who's the theys, the thems, the wealthy and the powerful. Good morning. How are y'all doing out there this morning? Happy Monday. Welcome back. Everybody doing well? I was thinking about Europe over the weekend. They had a bunch of elections that began last week and then wrapped up yesterday. And we had Mexico having elections. We had Canada with elections, and then a warning from the U.S. The warning from the U.S. was, this is a repeated warning that's been going on all year long. First warning is, of course, the year of the election, right? One of the largest election years in history around the world. Major elections in countries that have a direct material impact on the United States of America. We know that when we go into election season, it doesn't matter the party. What does matter is the amount of spending that takes place. No matter which party is in power, they spend money. They make things. They dust. It's like the stock market when they have window dressing, right? They want to make their constituency happy. They make all kinds of claims, outlandish claims and stuff, and they make they spend a bunch of money. They get you projects for military spending, road construction, all the things they promised you in their last election. These people don't want to give up power. The fear last week was that we would have reform voted into Europe. And it would have a direct impact upon the United States and our markets, of course, right? Well, that didn't happen over the weekend, did it? It's almost as if money, when I saw the elections this past weekend in the EU, I was like, well, this smells like money to me. This smells like you might win the next round, but this round is going towards Euro Wall Street. They wanted the win. And it makes me wonder about U.S. elections as well. The impact that different candidates have upon our stock market. So as of right now, at least the elections that took place over the weekend, the profits of corporations are somewhat thought to be safe. So we didn't have a hissy fit this morning, even though we are a little bit lower on the open this morning. It does beg the question. It does beg the question of our own country's elections and how those turn out, and the impact on our stock market, how that takes place. And fascinatingly enough, a lot of the data that's been coming out surrounding what the Fed looks at overall is a larger picture. It looks like their rate hikes that they've been doing have been working. And the one area where the natural reaction would be to think we need to hike higher for longer, of course, is employment, jobs, wage growth, employment, unemployment, and wage growth. Now, last night I'm going to play this for you this morning. I did go down the rabbit hole with a guy from a think tank that talked about workforce participation. And I've discussed this with you on on previous broadcasts that we have one of the lowest workforce participation rates in history. Some of this has to do with immigration, fair stuff. Some of it has to do with low birth rates, but some of it is people that are alive today that are of working age that are not participating in our workforce. And so when you have like you see all the data that's coming out and you're going, yeah, you know what, you might be able to make a cut. And you see robust job growth or robust employment, not robust unemployment. Your initial reaction may be, well, fuck that. We're not gonna cut rates. You're out of your skull. Look at employment. It's booming. But in truth, if you look at it over a longer period of time, years and decades, we're at one of the worst moments in employment since I always bring up the 1950s, 1940s, 1940, which we were not in World War II then, were we? We had not even entered World War II yet. We were coming off the tail end of a depression. We have worse workforce participation today than we did during the Depression. So when you see our data coming out right now saying, yeah, you know what, it looks pretty good right now. Before you know it, we're going to slam into that 2% inflation target, right? It's already coming out in smaller time periods, but that year-over-year 2%. But then you're looking at employment, unemployment, jobs, wage growth, and when you look at it over a longer period of time, it's pretty sketchy. It's kind of scary. You could probably live with inflation for a little bit to monitor employment very closely and not want to hinder it. And I saw this morning there's more talk on FinTwit. Hence, you couldn't see the thumbnail earlier, but I did post it up, which is, I think I did Doom Juice, Beetlejuice, right? It'll come into, they'll will it into existence if they can, right? So you're going to get that. You'll probably get that this week as we roll into this United States FOMC rate decision, which is, will they be over tightening? And I don't know if he can actually get this across to people. I saw one of the Fed chairs was trying to introduce the idea of, hey, you'd rather live with a little bit of inflation than you would with a little bit of recession. Recessions are never as good. Another thing, too, here is as we get closer to 2025 and 2026, you're going to have the war beat drum attempt to be started earlier every quarter. Start of every quarter, you're going to hear it. And that drum beat's going to grow louder and louder and louder until you drink that Kool-Aid, which is the expectation of the end of a long-term debt cycle. I'm not the only person out there that knows we're coming into an 18-year housing cycle. I'm not the only person. It's quite commonly known out there that there's doom and gloom once we get down to 2026, 2025. But you know these people got to sell newspapers. So they're going to roll out the recessionary and the stagflationary and the depressionary and the World War III-ary song and dance to you from now until it actually fucking happens, right? You already know that they couldn't hit the side of a fucking barn if they tried. But they got to sell newspapers. They got to sell Medium articles. And they got to sell their fucking account for 1 million followers on fucking FinTwit. So they're going to start you now, right? And the drum beat's going to get louder and louder and louder. on that happening. Do I think that happens? I do. I do. I think it happens, and I think it's something that the real bother to me is likely that GDP to debt ratio. I think there's a blend. I think you're going to get like a cocktail. They're going to when this happens in 2026, 2025, whenever it happens, right? You're likely going to hear contributing factors. You're going to hear that it's the office real estate debacle, right? That's going to be like part 1 of part 5, right? They're going to swish that in there. Then they're going to come over here and tell you that home investors were out there scamming, taking crazy loans, which I guess they are. I guess the tail end of being a landlord run has turned into something where someone living in California can put $50,000 into a fund that gets matched with shitty bonds. I shit you not, shitty mortgage loans, and some pumpers out there telling you that they're gonna pool all your money with a bunch of other money, and you're gonna buy an apartment building, and then you get fucked. So that's going on too, right? Then we've got the car industry, right? That looks like that's a disaster, right? Nobody's going back to buy new cars. Highest year of used cars on the road. I don't know if I'm saying that right. On the road right now, people just said, fuck you, we're not buying them. So you get that going on in the background too. Then you get the whole housing, just the cycle of the housing thing. But another big part of this, the GDP to debt ratio, is right now, guess what we're doing? Right now. Not bad enough. We've got people living forever, right? Nobody's dying anymore. They're growing old. They get to keep their wealth. Government forces them into creating wealth more safely in the 2007, 2008 crash. Guess the worst part that's going on right now is you've got less participants of working age and less young people engaged, and you've got old people that are being paid for. It's an upside-down pyramid of age in this country. And so they're partying, they're taking Social Security off your work as a young person, and they're bleeding the literal system dry. We're literally electing people to office in this country that are old as fuck in their 80s, and they're voting in the Senate and the House of Reps to party. That debt that they're not even creating debt for infrastructure. They're not creating debt for some kind of payoff down the road, right? So when COVID ended, we're supposed to end all of this party time. Instead, we're not doing that, are we? We're just spending it all away. And what are we spending it on? Are we spending it on our youth? The answer is no. Are we spending it on health care for our youth? The answer is no. We're spending it on reforming the prison system. The answer is no. Your college? Nope. You're talking about a society where we're not replacing people in this country. It's quick enough, and you've got old people in charge pissing your future away. Pissing your future away because we're not making any more babies, right? And we're complaining about immigration in this country. Let's switch over really quick. So this is the expectation for today. This is on a 1-hour basis right now that we could possibly roll down and into the FOMC on Wednesday. Down right now, it's currently sits at 526.10 as a target to the downside. I got to play this for you guys. My thought here is the real deal. The real deal is you want a crux as to why we have this doom and gloom in 2025, 2026. Old people. That's your big reason. Not the cars, not the mortgages, not the office shit. It's literally old people. You got old people out there, geriatrics, and they're fucking partying. They don't care. Now, I'm going to prove it to you this morning. I'm going to show you a reason this morning. And meanwhile, you've got young people that are just dejected at this point. Just like, fuck it, I'm going to stay home with dad. It's not going to work anymore. You have one of the largest demographics in this country. I kid you not. It's like native United States Americans, males in this country doing two things right now. They're not going to college, and they're not fucking working. It's mind blowing. We can't have that. It ain't gonna fly. It ain't gonna fly with we're not making babies. We're up in arms about immigration. Immigration blows my mind too. It's like, well, let's reform immigration, and then I'll allow immigration. Okay, do it, but they don't, right? They don't, and we need a mix of that. We need a mix of great immigration with immigrants that have been to school, offer something, and an easy path to that immigration to replace us not making children. Kid you not. We do. That's what every healthy society needs, a blend of that, and they need a blend of our own people. Our own people, like making babies, or the babies that are being made are able to get through school, get through secondary education, and become a part of our workforce, producing something for our future. It's required. Whether you like it or not, it's required. And that is not happening in this nation right now. And you've got a geriatric group of people that don't give a fuck. They just don't care. They're just partying. You guys see that clear as day or no? I kid you not. We have to replace those Social Security payers, right? We have to replace those Social Security payers. It's not just whether they take it or not. It's that they are taking it. And not only that, they're electing people to office that are spending money out of control. And I'm a Democrat, but we're not getting anything for this spending, are we? We're not getting prison reform. We're not getting free college. We're not getting health care for all. We've got health care for all, but it's a fucking Frankenstein, right? There are ways for you to go to college, but it's still kind of a Frankenstein, isn't it? We're not getting anything for it. And you're the younger generation. You're being left with something that implodes, literally implodes. And not long from now, these people will be dead, long and dead. They're not gonna be open for business when you're old. They'll be like, fuck you. It's all on you. I'm partying right now. Give me the fucking what did they have in the 1970s? Cocaine? Give me the cocaine. I guess you guys have meth and fentanyl today. Yeah. Stop being a Democrat. These are Republican talking points. I shit you not. It's funny too, is not Republican. These are conservative talking points. And I'm going to play something for you this morning because it was fascinating to listen to a think tank that's conservative have to admit that the politics and the optics and a lot of this stuff is wrong for their own party. Like, well, shit, we fucked up. Give them cocaine, baby. We're going to talk about that because there is some kind of, if you need a reason for, hey, we got regional bank problems. We've got, corporate landlords, commercial real estate landlords. We got cars, we got this and that. And they're going to be reaching for a bunch of stuff. They're going to be reaching. The real truth is it's likely going to be GDP to debt and how that comes home to roost and where we're spending our money and our production as a nation, our output as a nation likely comes into focus in 2025, 2026. And I think there's a reckoning coming with it. I've been trying to pin my finger on it. I was like, yeah, maybe it's World War III. Maybe it's got to be something coming. Fraud of some kind, usually, whatever stinks. I think it's just good old-fashioned GDP. We need a rebuy-in from our people. We really do. We need like some kind of a buy-in, and we don't have it right now. We have apathy. We have apathy that's been growing and growing and growing. We have one of the lowest. Now I understand why this is too. To be a small business owner in this country is kind of a farce today. But we have one of the smallest growth rates in small businesses in history right now. We have straight apathy from young people. We have young people that say they can't buy a house. Young people that say they can't afford a family. Young people that say they can't pay back their college loans. All kinds of this shit. They're screaming at the top of their lungs right now. They're literally screaming top of their lungs. And eventually, that's going to catch up to us. We pay the price for that at some point down the road. I think this might be a part of it. Whatever happens here in 2025, 2026. Almost like a lost generation of people producing that you want to be producing in our country. Yeah, Jimmy. Good to see you, by the way, this morning, Jimmy. We got real problems out there. And let's circle back on this rate cut thing. I don't know how Jerome Powell can do that. I don't know how Jerome Powell, and now Jimmy here is in the chat. He's going to tell you we need to raise rates. I agree with that statement. I just don't think it's today. I think that talk of a rate cut is appropriate. I don't know how Jerome can tell you. If we have some historical examples of a rate cut and then rate increases down the road. Some will tell you that it's a Volcker moment and stuff like that, but there are actual moments, other moments in history where we've done a cut and then rate hikes. There's going to be a lot of talk this week about how we don't do anything. Data dependence. No rate hikes, no rate cuts. Truly, I think that they have to reintroduce that conversation again. The data that I see, they need to cut rates by 25 BPS. They need to attempt to jumpstart this economy, even if it results in the stock market being weak briefly. Maybe that's part of that election volatility. Maybe it's a discussion of one more cut at the end of the year, but not to expect any more. Maybe it's talk of, yeah, we expect maybe one cut by the end of the year. You're likely, though, not getting more than that after that, and you're likely going to get a hike after that for you to consume, digest, and believe. I don't know if we can do that. There's a lot of, like, can the Fed actually do that or not? Or will they just continue to over-tighten? We'll get into that later this morning. Now, number one, here's a few things. Here is the box, okay, for this morning. Here's a 1 hour time frame on SPY. Friday I had some projections of us coming up here and trading 437.5 possibly, and then the roll coming over. I'm not anti that trade today. I'm not anti us. I've got us going down here farther, but I'm not anti to squeezing. So I want you to be aware of that. I was going to draw this in last night. I was going to be like, yeah, we'll put some of that up there in yellow or something like that. Or maybe another tag up here in yellow, nonsense like that. It's possible. So if you were like, hey, Cap, why did you say on Friday we could still squeeze into Monday of this week? I'm not anti that trade. I just know they like to come in and use it as more leverage to short into rest of week. I don't expect us to go up to 545, 550 today or tomorrow like this is the start of a run to the upside. If you wanted to, on an intraday basis, maybe trade it up, you could, but I wouldn't put anything into whatever rip we get. I would see it more as an excuse for someone to get short into Wednesday. So I don't want to put this projection up on the screen due to that. Any kind of squeezing would likely result in more downside anyways, or at least a seller coming in to hedge the market. So think of that the rest of today and tomorrow as we head into the FOMC rate decision on Wednesday. Any upside moves are likely going to be shorted. Is that more simple for you? An easier way maybe to go through this with you guys? Let's go to a 1 minute basis here. Let's see what we do right here. Let's first take a look at a 4 hour basis. Let's make sure we got this right here. Yeah, just look at it from this perspective here. So this is a 4 hour basis, right? Look at where these sellers are. And they're in like full force here, aren't they? Look at that. They're all the way over there. On a 4 hour basis, you can tell they're here, right? They're pissed off. They're stinky pants. Their diapers are full. So we'll leave it. We're actually going to lower this yellow box right here down a little bit. You can see the diaper's full there. Diapers are full there. They want to sell, right? They're mad. They're angry. Go to a 1 hour basis now. A 30-minute basis. And some expectation that they're even in here, right? That they're selling this stuff right here. They're selling that stuff. I guess we could get squeezy because they're all right here. All these sellers are right here. So we'll draw one more. We'll snap one more line in here. Their butts are hurt. Now, does that mean we crashed today? No. All this bluster from me this morning, does it mean that you're going to see a market crash tomorrow? No. Does it mean that you're going to see a recession tomorrow? No. Does it mean you're going to see stagflation tomorrow? Nope. Nope. You're likely not going to see it or its impact on the market until we get done with the elections, right? Until monetary watchdog groups step up and say, hey, the kegger's over. Q1, Q3, or not Q3, Q1 of 2025, you'll likely see some kind of a monetary or world monetary watchdog group check in on Europe, check in on the U.S., check in around the world and say, oh, they partied. They're all hungover. Let's check their GDP to their debt ratio right now, and then we're fucked, right? They're going to start putting out nasty warnings, and that should probably be the start of the triggering of tighten your belts and its impact on our markets. So right now, we know these sellers are right here, right? We know they're right here. We know these sellers are right here, and they're trying to do the same thing right now. They're trying to come in, pound this thing even lower right now. So the sellers are here. Let's go over to a 1 minute chart down here. The buyers are right here. We're going to look at Gamma this morning. Gamma flip has moved higher slightly. It's now at 53.10. 53.10 on the Gamma. Let me go just bring it down there and show it to you. So Gamma has moved up slightly this morning. It's now trading, or it's now trading 50, not trading. It's now risen to 53.10, telling you we better go up, right? Or we're going to go down in a big way. The call wall, interestingly enough, the call wall is now slightly lower. It's at 53.50. Okay, it was at 5,400. It's come down slightly. All right, maybe no, it's come up. Maybe we broke above it at 5,300. It's moved higher, I should say. I get that wrong. So it's moved higher to 53.50. That's 60 million. Gamma flip has moved higher. We are in some volatility here. Right in here, we're in some volatility. Though local support is slightly lower than the gamma flip. So we've got the gamma flip right here. I guess you could switch this around and call this volatility. True negative gamma down there. The real support is down below 5,300. We know about this one right here. You guys talking about the Boston Celtics or what? You guys talking about the C's, baby? We're still on support in here. We could go all the way down to 5,300 and still be supportive in the market down here. Boy, it just looks like it wants to come down, doesn't it? Call wall currently at 5,350. We know about all these sellers above. And we've had some more development to the upside. Your next real call wall, 163 million at 5,400. Still targeting that 5,400 up there. We've got a little bit more development to the upside at 5,450, but no development as of yet at 55 or 5,600. No development. This looks like waiting for data to me, doesn't it? That's what it looks like to me. Looks like they want to see what the Fed is going to say. So there's your gamma for this morning. Back to the main screen. Mavs fans all day long, huh? Not C fans, not Celtic fan. No Celtic fans here. Just because they're up to, well, I heard something last night that said done in 4. I heard something last night that'll be done in 4. I heard something yesterday that'll be done in 4. You're a Celtics fan, Massel, so it comes with the territory. You fucking right, it does. What a crazy place. I grew up in Boston as a child. Grew up to this day. My whole family are Boston fans. It's such a bizarre sports town. It really is. It's a really bizarre sports town. Does anybody remember Robert Parrish getting busted for marijuana back in the day? Celtics in 4. It's a really weird city. It's a really bizarre city. Oh, you're a Pistons fan. Woof. We used to have it out with Detroit, man. Boston Celtics and Detroit Pistons. It was a fight no matter where we played. That's right, Bill Lambert. I was just passing the ball to Bill as I fucking hurl it across the backside of his head. Olive Bricks is strategically dumping treasuries, and our allies are in the what? Position of having to decide over the next few years how much they will allocate between us, Petro One. DC is asleep. Getting the Bears all fired up this morning. Hit the bricks. I can't watch the NBA anymore. Can't do it. I grew up watching the NBA before it became WWE. I tried to continue to watch it into like the 90s and early 2000s. Today I can't watch. I can't watch the NFL today. I can watch some of it. I can watch some of the NFL today, but most of it I can't bear to witness anymore. I understand they don't want to get people getting hurt. I understand that. I can't bear to watch what it's turned into, the commercials. And then college football has turned into very similar thing with the commercials, but then like the no fun league, all that kind of stuff surrounding it. Most professional sports today I have a hard time watching. I do continue to watch F1. I will watch. I do watch soccer. I watch a lot of football. I even watch it in person. I watch the Detroit Football Club, but I can't do it anymore. I would actually prefer a high school football game these days than most professional American sport. I still like the Olympics too. Still enjoy the Olympics to an extent. But I understand why. I mean, I get parts of it. I should say, parts of it I understand. I would really like to see the U.S. advertising move towards a European model for football, where you get a 90-minute match and you get a 90-minute match, right? You don't get interrupted with commercials, even though the advertising would be obscene. I think we should move towards that. The other side of it I can't argue about, and that's people getting hurt. But I don't like the no travel league. I don't like the superstar stats stuff and all that kind of stuff. You see it everywhere. You see it in baseball to some extent. We had 8 pitchers out there in the mound in a day. You'd be like, you're in last place, bro. You're in last place. You're down 20-0, and you're cycling in pitchers right now. You watched a movie called Moneyball. Cap. Sorry. Yeah, football is getting a lot more popular in the States. It has generationally. The NCAA football, right? It's more pure. The commercials are out of control. Commercials are fucking pure nightmare fuel. And some of the pay for play I agree with, but don't agree with. Like I do and I don't. I agree with it for the money that the NCAA is making, that you should pay these players, but I don't even like the payment of players in college sports in general. I'd like to see it stay more amateurish. And no, I really don't care that you're the best football player in the world. I think that your education should come first above sport in general. You can go play semi-pro somewhere. Make a semi-pro league or something like that. Drop out of college, go play football there. Like that whole JC, like junior college football mill program stuff to give you a shot to play a year at some tier 1 school, right? At some single A, or what is it, AAA or something. I haven't played actual varsity football or soccer in a long, long time. I forget there's designations for D1. There's like D1A, D1AA, D1AAA, I think. Well, there was when I was a kid. But I don't like even sport in college anymore. Yeah, no, there's other designations within D1. There's like D1, then there's D1 this, D1 that, D1 that. I forget what they are anymore. Been a long time. My wife is actually wrapped up in that stuff. Yeah, I did a Bitcoin update for you guys. You got one over the weekend. So pro traders have access to that. Expectations on Bitcoin and ETH. I think we did ETH as well. Yeah, there's like different levels of, or at least on the D1 side of things, there are. I'd like to see sport get back more. I'd like to see NCAA get their fucking hands out of it. And then I'd like to see some kind of broadcasting that's just more like you turn it on, you turn it off. It's basically professional sports, right? That's what it basically is. I even went to this is going to be sacrilege. I went to a University of Michigan game last year, maybe for the first time, and it was a little obscene. I didn't even need to see it. The spectacle was better than watching the game. I've seen other college football games that were just as enjoyable, for the sport at least. The sport aspect of it wasn't too far off from from a smaller school's football game. Yeah, NVDA this morning looked strong, didn't it? I've got it up here. It actually looked strong this morning. Let's go look at NVDA really quick. Looked really good this morning. Let's see if I can move some of this away. Mute that right there. It's been strong. It's not selling yet. Climbing back up right now. Do we have this written in here? NVDA. I had to delete everything because it repriced. NVDA trading $120. One minute chart NVDA fighting its way back, trading $120. Let me ask you a question out there. Are you going to buy NVDA now that it costs $120? You just got a discount down here, 117, pretty cheap. Are you going to now add it to your portfolio? Or let me ask you that. Wolverine stick to boots in Marvel movies. We got the $100 curse for NVDA. Hell yeah, it's 10 times cheaper. I love that sarcasm, by the way, Darth Molly. Not buying until October. That's a good one right there, right? Do you think that if you so June and July are known as some of the well, forget that. The summer rally is known as one of the most underperforming quarters. Though the October returns into December are usually pretty good, right? There's a thesis out there that you can amplify your October returns if you catch a decent dip in the summer, right? But then there are others that would say, fuck that, you just take the money and run in July. Come back again in October for a low. So you're more on the side of wait until fall for that next dip buy and not buy the summer dip, if there even is one. Celtics are way too stacked. Way too stacked. Tesla holding up just fine. This morning it's doing the same thing. Look at Tesla over here just grinding sideways. Sideways and higher. Daily trigger raising it up. Just torching the shorts right now. Second most shorted stock in our stock market right now, Tesla. And they've run every gambit they possibly could on why the stock should go down 30% on CNBC. We got a dip buy right now taking place on VIX 9-day. Not that you can trade it, but there is a buying of volatility, anticipating FOMC this week, even if stock price doesn't go down. The DIX is on the move to the upside. DIX is strong this morning. IWM with a nice little dip buy down here, but I think that it's short-lived. So IWM might be your better trade this morning. If there was one, try to trade this up into, they bought the bottom down here at 200. There might be a trade higher to 201.5. Maybe one more squeeze higher up here into 203, 204, possible. But take a peek at IWM this morning. They had a nice like bounce off 200. They got their weekly trigger coming up as well. Let's move that over here. Or they're telling you it's a little bit lower. Telling you expect even lower, 198.5 maybe. But I like the trade on IWM this morning. SPX, we already talked about Gamma. 53.10 now is support. QQQ is getting a dip buy right now. We could possibly trade it up into 465.81. It's possible. HYG this morning, hanging on by a thread. It got murked down to its pivot point at 76.86. Could see HYG squeeze a little bit to the upside, then to eventually come back down, maybe close this gap above. Left a gap behind, so we're looking for HYG to possibly come higher. Maybe just a halfback trade and then down here. So HYG. Maybe get a little squeezing going on SPOOs here, possibly. Be nice to see. Anger all the bears. US 10-year. Bulled up right now, right? Coming all the way back up here. Resting itself. The yield at least resting itself in a daily trigger. Let's take a look at velocity on this. Looks a little maxed out right now. Looking on a 30-minute basis here. It's getting kind of bulled up here. US 10-year yield. Looking quite bullish right now. Quite bullish right now. It's on a 30-minute basis. Daily velocity looking good on it right now. Hold on here. Yep, there's where those sellers are. Ping pong us around. So we're going to make this slightly more seeable from you guys. Does that help? Somewhere in there. Yield looking bulled up. Hold on here. Yield wants 4.6%, it looks like. Or at least that's what they're claiming. I bet the yield can come back down again. A little bit. There's the yield. Apple trying to save their asses right now, trying to climb the wall of worry here. And Apple to 196.5, showing a short-lived squeeze possibility in the market. Apple could trade 196.5. Hopefully, bulls. Are you there, bulls? We already talked about Tesla trucking along. VIX 9-day, SDOW. SDOW, 30-minute basis. Let's take a look at, hey, get back here. SDOW, 30-minute basis. Looking for another dip buy on SDOW, huh? Still not at my target. It's kind of close to my target, but not quite. The low is 1676. I'd like to see it get back down one more time, but I don't know if I'm going to get that trade. Still haven't gotten a fill on SDOW. GME. I saw the Roaring Kitty stuff from last night on Roaring Kitty. I'll tell you what. This weekly trigger here. This is GME. Tell you what. Whoop, get back over here. I'll tell you what, whether you like GME or not, that weekly trigger here is going to cross. You stacked another week right now. 2 weeks right here. 3 weeks right there. And that weekly trigger crosses that monthly. You better have some bad fucking news, because I'll tell you what, that shit's gonna moon. It's gonna moon. I think $100. I think 100 is easy on that weekly trigger cross. When that daily trigger started coming up, we tagged $80 like it was nobody's business. Couple more pumps in here as the daily trigger came up. Daily trigger's holding right now. I would not be surprised to see a back test, though, on that trade. So as this happens, would not be surprised to see, a bloodbath to test that cross of the monthly trigger by the weekly. Whether that's over here when it happens, whether it's right here when it happens, regardless, you're going to see that back test. So if you're a bull, or in my view at least, so if you are a bull, you're looking for about $20, $21. That monthly should be pretty consistent. It'll go up. It'll go down, actually. Looks like it's going up right now. So we had been positive. So we're looking for a reversal, maybe 21.5, 21.26, something like that. So GME, keep your eyes on that as time moves forward. I've had people ask, should they just buy right now? I just snap a line on it. Snap a line on like 21.5, maybe $22. Set alert on $22. If price slams down into it, we'll take a look at it again and see if it's worth buying for the next rip higher. I'm assuming some of you guys are like, I'm assuming a bunch of you guys are probably doing shit like this. We're like, oh yeah, here we go. We're gonna rocket sciencey thing right there, and there it is, 22.5. So yeah, 22.5. Check it out, see what happens. I guess it does kind of line up, doesn't it? 22.5. We'll start paying attention. Do you buy 22.5 on GME? No. It's not a buy. You want to see you want to be watching it. You want to see if price can get down there. Then you want to see. God damn it. You want to see if price can get down there. Then you want to see the hourly trigger come down. You want to see price get up above the hourly trigger, get a new high, and then we'll start talking about trading the daily trigger, getting above the daily trigger, getting the hourly up there, and smashing $100. But I think we will. So I think we do. What's an exit strategy on what? As long as TNX doesn't go over 4.69, market is fine. I agree with that. I like that. I like that too, Winky. I'm with you on that one. We have an Apple presentation that's 4 days long. It's like 4 days. There's a opening. There's an opening keynote address. Then there's a second address. I think I put it in a brief last week. There's two big speeches today, I believe. That's right. GME exit strategy on GME. Is there an exit strategy on GME? Oh, you know my thoughts on it. I'm not an ape. I've never been an ape. I think it's a way for people to lash out. And I'm okay with that. I'm fine with that. Where else are they going to lash out? They're all on that ticker. If that's where they want to lash out, have at it. If they can't do it voting, I guess they're going to do it on Wall Street and feel better about taking a hedge fund to the bank. Spoo's looking to squeeze here. Got some targets up here for you. Got a target here. Got a target kind of right there. Kind of right there. You got a target right there. And a target right in here. Any guys taking a long call strategy here? This looks like it wants to mess around and find out, doesn't it? What does 30-minute velocity look like? Where the fuck is velocity? Where the fuck is velo? Oh, oopsie. Looks like I already had velo up there. Yeah, you might get a little bit of a bump going on. It's possible. 30-minute velocity looks okay. It's not negative. Still looks like just another opportunity to short. Let's see, when was Friday at 6 p.m. right here. We'll add that one in. Price target on SPOO's 534.23. $534.23 target. If we can get up there. I don't know. I see us going down into FOMC. I know that squeeze trade can take place. On the economic calendar for today, it's a light news day. Light news day tomorrow as well. We've got 11:30 today, a 3-month bill auction, 6-month bill auction at 11:30. It's 10:39. So we've got that to look forward to. We've also got a 3-year note auction at 1 p.m. today. So it's all about bonds. Tuesday tomorrow, we've got the NFIB Business Optimism Index. That's at 6 a.m. We've got the Red Book year over year at 8:55 tomorrow. Then we've got a 42-day bill auction, 52-week bill auction. We do have a 10-year note auction tomorrow at 1 p.m. That should be the source of that should be a source of great entertainment for the Bears tomorrow, where the yield looks quite bullish right now. Looks like they're all geared up for that 10-year note auction. That's 1 p.m. on Tuesday. Tomorrow, so look forward to that. Then at 4:30 tomorrow, we've got the API crude oil stocks change. And then, of course, on Wednesday, we've got some mortgage stuff in the morning. We've got core inflation rate, which is CPI, inflation rate month over month, year over year, CPI, all that kind of crap at 8:30. And then we get the FOMC rate decision at 2 p.m. and then the Fed chair at 2:30 getting interviewed. I think this is going to be an interesting one, this FOMC rate decision. I think if he doesn't come off as more dovish, he is going to get pressed on recession and stagflation at this FOMC meeting. I think this might be our truest chance of a surprise rate cut. If there was like a surprise cut, in quotes, this could be the one, but I don't think they're going to do that. I think he has said already in the past that he would not give us a rate cut or increase without prepping us for it. So I don't know that I doubt that we get it. But if there was one where we could get one, it's probably this one. I would suggest that if we don't get one, we likely do not see one until after the election. After the election, sometime in Q4. I don't think you'll see one. I don't think you'll even see one heading into the election itself. And I have questions about that Euro vote over the weekend. We had a Euro vote and a UK vote too. Do you guys see any reflection of that vote with Trump and Biden? Is there any possibility of a mirror effect of that in our House of Reps or Senate, maybe? A more conservative voting booth in the U.S. This fall. Do any of you guys see that coming? Like what's taken place over the weekend in Europe? You think it's more of a function of money than it is social issues? The thing that scared me the most, I'm a Democrat. The thing that scares me under the surface the most is that I grew up remembering people voting with their pocketbooks. And I'm afraid of that today. What happened, I'm going to tell you what scares me right now, truthfully. In the back end, and why I think conservatives in the U.S. have a chance in this election might be the pocketbook. And I remember in 2016, 2017, I don't know if you remember this. I do. There were discussions all over the internets and the news that with the new tax changes for LLCs, corporate tax structure changes that were coming, that you, in some cases, you were better off being a contracted worker as an LLC, and that some of your interests should hide under the umbrella of an LLC for taxes. And there was a big push. Do any of you remember this? Or am I just so fucking old that only I cared about this back then? But there was an argument being made. There was an argument being made that when they changed the corporate tax structure for LLCs, people were rolling their houses and their jobs into LLC formats. Yeah, I question this. I'm questioning all of this right now because the thing that freaks me out is there's a lot of old rich people that aren't going to tell you. They're likely contracted workers. I'm talking about not high net worth, but upper middle income workers. Part of that workforce prefers to be taxed at the corporate tax rate for LLCs. And a lot of homes today are in trusts, LLC trusts of different forms for that tax rate. Now, the tax the rich bullshit they keep talking about, that's all bullshit. Doesn't impact anyone middle class. Let me but it would impact some. Put this up for you here. It would impact a homeowner, or homeowners in general, even myself. This stuff would impact me, and I think about it. I think about where I'm like, yeah, would I go into the voting booth and would I say, do I really want to pay an extra $30,000-$40,000 a year, $50,000 a year in corporate taxes? I'll be honest with you. I do think about that stuff. Maybe I'm not exercising that vote with Trump, but I might be exercising that vote with the Senate and the House of Reps. Or maybe I do go in and pull the lever against Biden on that stuff. So I have to bring that stuff up to you guys. We're not talking about the rich. We're talking about the about upper middle class people. People with houses in trusts. Houses and LLCs. It's like a dirty word to talk about this stuff. I don't see many people talking about it. Good morning, David. How are you? Hey, David. What's your takeaway on the elections in the UK and for the EU over the weekend? Any thought process on that? The Democrats are borderline doing elder abuse by allowing Biden to be on his ticket. He's obviously not all there. I disagree with that. Did I not do an oil take over the weekend? Shit, I might have forgotten to do oil over the weekend. Do you want me to do oil for you right now? I think I might have forgotten to do it over the weekend. I think that's very bizarre right now with if you're an old person, Biden is your biggest friend right now. Seriously. I think I just talked about that earlier. Or I should say both parties are probably just spending. I should say both parties. I shouldn't say just Biden. I should say both Republicans and Democrats are likely spending away all these young people's future right now. Are you wondering if yeah, it is. Did I do oil over the weekend? Let's take a look at it. CL. I don't know if I did or didn't. Let's take a look at CL. They got a nice dip by this morning, didn't they? So they traded down to
at the top of the hour.
75.78.
Inflation expectations. April inflation expectations from the New York Fed moved up to 3.3% from 3% previously. The 5-year ahead moved up to 2.8% from 2.6% previously.
Yeah, I'm pretty fucking bearish on oil. Yes, I'm bearish on oil. Here's CL right here. I'm bared up on oil. Yeah, I think there's a giant fucking trap here for you. 40. Here's CL. Yeah, I think there's a giant trap here and you're going to get crushed. You have your initial down move on price on the cross of the daily to the weekly trigger. You had a fucking bloodbath down here at 72.49. Burr, burr. I think your best bet on oil. I'll say this to you. Here's CL. I think that's your top, $80. Yeah, I think oil's in sell mode. I'm not red on that one. Not red on that one. Am I bared up on oil? Yes, fuck yes, I am. Give me a second here. $67. Yeah, I think it gets sold down again. Hold on here. I got to look at this. Hold on a minute. Snap a line right here. Snap a line right there. You did get this is kind of nice to see down here. Series of higher lows. You got, I'll say this to you on CL. I'll give you a trade to the upside on CL to 78.62. You might get 80. But you're going to trade 67.5, somewhere in there. So there's a projection for you on CL. I'm pretty bearish on oil right now. You want to see the projection right here? You could draw it two ways. You could draw it this way too.
So in 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the New York Fed consumer inflation expectations.
Still in a downturn. This is my point about the market too, is it's just another place to short oil. If it even gets close, if it gets close to $80, it's an insta fucking short. Price target 67.10 right now. That's CL. The coffee just tasted like roses. So I came on late this morning, right? The stream was late by like 10 minutes. Take a guess why my stream was late this morning. I woke up this morning and it was the first morning where both children had off from school for the summer. And it was like a intergalactic kegger in my house. They did not expect that, David?
Just keeping an eye on NVDA as well after its 10-to-1 stock split, the first day trading today on that split. It's raised its losses. It's actually in the green on the session now, up 0.2%. They're trading at 120.
I'll look that up, David. My kids this morning, I don't know what this is. Like, I'm thinking about my kids and I'm like, I thought kids got it easier when they get older. But I don't know if that's the case. I think they get free will as they get older and they begin to exercise it. And I think they're like, I think kids are like, I'm going to do my own thing or whatever I want to do or whatever. So I come upstairs and the kids are finally rustling around, right? I get ready, do my thing, right? And then I go back downstairs, go to the office. And all of a sudden I can hear like, sounds like a concert or something. I'm like, what the fuck is that? So I go back upstairs and they got like a movie going, and another one's playing Xbox, and they're just hanging out. And I was like the mean old man. I was the mean old man. I was like, what are you guys doing? I was like, is this the plan for summer? Is the plan for summer to fuck around all day long? Do nothing? And they were like, hell yeah, daddy. And I'm like, we're not doing that. I was like, everybody get dressed. We're gonna do some round the house and outside chores today. They didn't want to hear that. I felt like such an old man saying that to my daughters. Yeah, that's what I did.
1 minute remaining for the New York Fed inflation expectations.
That's right. That's what I was like. I was like, we got projects. We got outside projects to do. Start getting dressed. Grinding higher right now on S&P 500. I have an upside target of 534.23. That's right. Nobody touches the thermostat. What breakfast are you on right now? You're not a hobbit with an Xbox. I was pretty nasty. I wasn't nasty, but I wasn't nice either. I was like, get dressed. I got a list of shit that needs done around here.
10 seconds.
I was like, if you have time right now, this is the other thing. I'm looking at SAT scores. I'm looking at both children, and I'm like, we have time to read, don't we? I can see right now that we have time to read.
Fell to 3.17% from 3.26%.
If we have time for Xbox, it was like this. I was like, if we have time for Xbox and movies, we have time for reading. We have time for musical instruments. We have time for anything but
the May 5-year
social media,
up to
movies, TV, TikTok, or any other crap. We're not doing any of that stuff around here.
Rose that unemployment will be higher in the year as well. And perceptions of the current financial situation did overall improve for the month of May, however.
Ooh, baked oats. That sounds good.
Perceptions of
That's right. We got Reading Rainbow going on around here.
In this May survey as
I did say, I was like, you can watch a movie or get on TikTok or play Xbox if you want it at the end of a day. I was like, if it's like, I don't know, 8, 9 o'clock at night, you want to spend half an hour doing that stuff, I'm fine with that. We're not doing that all day long while mommy and daddy work all day. We're not going to crack out to TikTok. It's not happening. Yeah, do I think this is still selling here? Yes, I do. I'm sorry. Yes, I do. Please don't ask if I've changed my opinions. I haven't. No. I'll let you know if my opinions have changed. The answer is fuck you, no. No. The answer is no. Yeah, of course. Right, Wiki? Like, if you're being productive, I don't mind if you do that stuff. But, like my youngest could do some other stuff, right? Like if you want to build a rocket in the backyard, you want to, I don't know, build a radio or something and start being a ham. If you want to be a stargazer and stay up all night doing that, something productive. I'm okay with you watching a movie after that. Yeah, I'm pretty bearish. I'm not bearish. I'm just, we can squeeze here. Do I think this is the start of a bull run today? No. Not me. I don't think that today. Like, is this the start? Like, would I be going all along with my entire account today? Fuck no. The answer is no. No. I didn't wake up last week and say, like 3 days before FOMC, I'm going to go long. This is the start of the next bull run. I don't see that. So I see a trap, though, for people doing that. I think this is a matter of just catching some liquidity for a downside move for a better price. I could be wrong in that. I could be wrong. I'm wrong in that, but that's what I see at least. It's not the best place to take a long. I'll read some stuff to you from this morning right now. Did you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I'm not trying to sound bearish. I'm not bearish really, but I'm like, yeah, if there was a place for me to take along, where would it be? It's probably lower. It's probably currently. I know these buyers are here. Where is it at? Currently, where is it at? 525? Be nice. I prefer 526 or higher somewhere. I prefer like half this move right here today. 530. Give you that. If I had a place to buy a dip, 530. If I like roped into something for today, it'd be 530 on an intraday basis. Though I do think we can trade this right now. I think right now, right here where we are, we can trade this easily. But then I think you have another dip buy at 530. And then I think you have a better dip buy below at 526. Maybe even lower than that. I think that's where the real like dispensed cash trade is. So if you're like put some risk on long in the market, it's probably lower at like at a minimum 526. Could be even lower than that though. Intraday trade though, if you wanted to trade this higher, I think you can. You can trade it to 534.23. Your next target after that would be 535.26 on an intraday basis, but I'm not bulled up here. I think if you're a bull, you're sitting on your hands. If you're a bull, you sit on your hands and you wait for data. I think if you're an intraday trader, as long as you're parked above 533.71 with a stop below, your targets are 534.23, 535.26. I think if you're a seller, you're either in puts already, you're short already, or if it gets up there again, that would be a place for you to take a short. Well, look at that juicy one up there. That's nice. I like that up there, too. It's a nice one up the upside, too. I'm going to read some stuff to you from this morning. KKR, 8.2% higher in the early session. CrowdStrike, plus 5.8%. GoDaddy, up 2.7% to join the S&P 500. NVDA was down 0.4% this morning, begins trading after a 10-for-1 stock split. NVDA climbing its way back this morning, blasting above, now trading 122.64 this morning. Apple is trading 0.4% higher. I think it's already higher at this point, right? Nope. Trying to recover right now. At least on the open this morning, it was trading 197.94. There is a little bit of roll taking place right now on Apple as they start their event this morning. According to reports, the company will announce various AI features at WWDC today. Maybe we can put that on in a little bit and you put it on for background noise today. We'll put on Apple at some point this morning. Around the world today, the Euro Stoxx is trading 0.9% lower currently, while Germany's DAX is down 0.5%, and the French market is down 1.5%. I do want to let you know this morning that I expected more blood I expected more blood this morning. Had more liberal, more liberal officials get elected over the weekend. That did not happen. So even though their market is down, I don't think it's down as bad as it could be. The euro USD is trading 0.4% lower than on the election fallout. Volatility is jumping up over 13% over in the United States. WTI is up 1.2%, is climbing to the highest level in 5 days. According to the New York Times, Benny Gantz resigned from the Israeli government, but the move is unlikely to force Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu from office. Donald Trump is planning a universal baseline tariff of 10% on most imports and new trade restrictions on China if he wins the presidency, according to the New York Times. It is shocking to see some of the claims he's been making over the weekend. I was reading some of what he said over the weekend, and it was really fucking bizarre. Some of the statements he was making over the weekend were just like, he's all over the place. I don't know what he said. Some of this, like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, some of the Donald Trump's claims were just like bizarre. He's claiming everybody as like, he's a populist again, I guess. I don't know what's going on with Trump. Anything that he says right now, I think is kind of fucking bizarre. Goldman Sachs, the Apple developer event is set to begin at 10 a.m. California time, 6 p.m. London. If you look at the tech hardware residual performance, it's gone vertical over the last few weeks. The market is hoping to see the practical application of AI hardware to drive a new upgrade cycle of everything from phones to PCs. There will be the first attempt to capture the imagination of the market, but obvious risk is there. But the obvious risk is there, is already a lot in the price. So they're saying, I guess GS is saying that they really want to see like a wow show for more upside action in Apple. Elliott sends letter to Southwest's board and issues a presentation. Elliott has made an investment of approximately $1.9 billion in Southwest Airlines, representing an approximately 11% economic interest and making us one of the largest investors in the company. We are convinced that Southwest represents the most compelling airline turnaround opportunity in the last 2 decades. We believe that new leadership is required at Southwest. SPOO's trading higher now, trading at a peak so far of 534.10. We have the first target at 534.23 on SPOO's. What else we got here? AMD is trading 2.9% lower ahead of the regular session following a Morgan Stanley downgrade to equal weight, saying investor expectations for AI business seems too high. Seems too high. Shit. So we'll look at AMD this morning. I'll put that on my list for you to track over the coming days. I'll just start doing AMD at nighttime for pro traders. Let's look at AMD. You got to love it. AMD down right now. Had a high this morning at 11 a.m. of 165.60. Had a low this morning of 160.17. Let's take a peek here on AMD in a 30-minute basis and see if they're just talking shit. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they're just talking shit down here. They want their next roll down. You can see it. They want this. They got this nice squeeze up here. They're looking for a new roll to the downside, so they're coming out with a doom message for AMD call holders. Let's see if this is a part of an ER run for AMD. March, April. That trade's done. Oh, they really want to murder AMD, huh? AMD. I think they're out of their fucking skulls. Yeah, no. I would call that report on AMD a scam. I don't see, other than normal market weakness, I think they're out of their minds on AMD. I don't know why they're trying to short it, unless there's something unknown, maybe. I'd have to read that report in more depth. Who wrote that shit? Morgan Stanley's got a short on AMD. There's got to be something we don't know. Maybe just general market weakness, maybe. I wouldn't believe that that's real, that you're going to get the blood and guts they're looking for on Morgan Stanley. Anybody disagree with that in the chat, maybe? I don't know. Per GS, we continue to expect the first rate cut to come in September. While a temporary jump in used car prices should boost core PCE inflation in May a bit, and residual seasonality will likely boost June. By September, we expect to have seen 5 straight months of better inflation news, which should get enough FOMC participants on board for a first cut. That's per GS. I'll post some charts to that in the Discord later today or in tonight's brief. I think what GS is saying, I'm kind of in line with that. I want to see some talk about it, though. I want to see some discussion from the Fed, some dovishness this week on a like preparation for a rate cut end of year. GS also saying ahead of Apple's annual Worldwide Developers Conference keynote on Monday, expectations include new product operating systems, iOS 18, iPad OS 18, Mac OS 15, Watch OS 11, TV OS 18, Vision OS 2. Most notably, an opportunity to discuss its generative AI strategy. Apple will likely announce new AI-powered capabilities that will be embedded across Siri and throughout other apps and features. Investors are very focused on Apple versus Google versus OpenAI. Interplay and how Apple's likely infusion of generative AI into its products could again alter the consumer app landscape. So will Apple be a leader in this or not?
Bills total $1.5 billion, and 6-month bills also $1.5 billion.
JPM, Friday's price action was a little surprising, not because of stocks moved higher, but because stocks were seemingly immune to the sudden move in bonds as July and September rate cuts got priced out of the market. New York Fed, May 1 year ahead expected inflation. Minus 10 BPS at 3.2%. 3-year ahead expected inflation unchanged at 2.8. 5-year ahead expectation inflation 20 BPS at 3%. Read one more thing here for you. The EU Parliament election was a big shocker for the establishment and has already resulted in snap elections over in France, while Germany's Scholz is resisting pressure to step back so far. U.S. markets are stable despite vol jumping greater than 13%, and part of that is the favorable gamma environment that suppresses dips. SPX dealer gamma 508 million, that's good and strong. Gamma flips at 53.10. 0-date put wall is at 53.25, and the call wall is at 53.50. The gamma flip level has moved up to 53.10 according to our calculations, which makes 5300 the most important level to watch over the coming days. While we do not anticipate an accident today, things will get more heated on Tuesday, the 10-year auction. We already raised that to you earlier this morning, noting that we have a 10-year auction at 1 p.m. on Tuesday. The long bond crowd, they've been long bonds now for 2 weeks, I think. The CTA has been running into the bond trade. I posted that last night for you in the market brief. While we do not anticipate an accident today, things get more heated on Tuesday. 10-year auction, Wednesday, CPI, FOMC statement, and Thursday, initial claims, PPI, 30-year auction. The main event today will be the Fed, New York Fed's inflation expectations at 11, which we already had, and the 3-year note auction results at 1 p.m. Also of importance today, WWC and NVDA's split. So more data needed, it looks like. We need some more. We need some auctions. We need some FOMC action for direction in the marketplace, according to these guys. And then we got, who else we got going on here? There's one more thing I had for you here. I think that's it. In type. Ugh. Hold on one second here. Give me just one quick second here. We've got WWDC starting, it looks like in 40. Looks like we've got WWDC starting 10 a.m. Pacific time. Where do I can't watch this here. Tune in to apple.com. Come on, apple.com. All right, so I've got the event up here. I will turn this event on for you to listen to and listen to throughout the day. Bears can go below 533.40. Yeah, they need a rejection blow. They've already had it twice here. They had their chance. So let's go look at that really quick. This is kind of messy looking, but I don't want to delete all this. You had one throwdown here, right? Another throwdown right here. You had a cross of the half-hour trigger and the hourly trigger. But even then, Bears couldn't get to the downside. So a little bit of an expectation. We trade up here. This is the closing price at 4 p.m. on Friday. So a little bit of an expectation that we can go higher here. Trade at least that. There's some more targets to the upside up here. 536.81, 533. This 534.23. This is, I believe, the close. What's the official close on SPY on Friday?
$1 billion in 3-month bills.
Hold on.
Prior high yield 5.25% and a prior bid to cover of 2.74. And the US sells $70 billion in 6-month bills.
Official close on Friday was what?
5% and a prior bid to cover of 2.95.
Historical data? Booze?
Do you want to stay up to date with the
June
latest
7th,
leading edge
the
of news
close
from
was
the past year?
534.01.
Sign up today and get our special offer or financial
Slightly
news
lower.
flow
Oh, we already tagged it.
service for the price of 1 month.
We already tagged the official close right there. That's where the official close was. So we already tagged that. So yeah, I would say next target to the upside. Let's get rid of that. We'll just draw them in. Next target, 535.26. Draw that one over right there. Make this cleaner because it does look kind of messy, doesn't it? No, it looks right to me. I already tagged the close yesterday. So next target, 535.26 on SPY. First target hit. This was the close on Friday. I'm going to expect 535.26 in the next trade for SPY to the upside. If we go below 533.40, I don't know. This doesn't look good down here. You had it right here in pre-market. You got that one here in pre-market. You failed to get a new low. So it looks like we're going to go up. Looks like they're winning. Buyers are winning right now. So we could easily squeeze up trade 535.26. That was from the close from yesterday. The official close was 534.01. Apple event coming up here in the next 40 minutes. The New York Fed, May 1 year ahead, expected inflation at 3.2% versus April's 3.3%. May 5 year ahead, I think I already gave you that one. Inflation at 3.3% versus April's 2.8%. Perceptions of the current financial situation improved in May. Commodity price change expectations. Yeah, it does look like it wants to go higher, doesn't it? Median 1 year ahead point prediction from the New York Fed survey of consumer expectations. That's all I've got. I think that's it. I think I went through everything. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back with you guys. It's 11:24. I'll be back with you guys in the next 15, 20 minutes. We'll turn on the Apple event so you can listen to the keynote. There's a keynote, and then there's another announce. I'll find the other part of that event. There should be a second. There's like two big addresses in this event, and the rest of it for the rest of the week. I think it's nothing the rest of the week. Or at least major market implications. You'll hear it in these first two events that are coming up.
At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $70 billion in 3-month bills, prior high yield 5.25%, and a prior bid to cover of 2.74. And the US sells $70 billion in 6-month bills, prior high yield 5.155%, and a prior bid to cover of 2.95.
What am I looking for here? Apple's $471 billion rally hinges on whether AI can deliver. Reading through Bloomberg right now, really quick, see if there's anything in here, but I don't see shit. Dude, if I was a rich person, I would be stoked with those elections. Global markets rattled by Europe political jitters. I think your money is safe, rich people. I think your money is safe right now. SPOO's squeezing to 534.28. We have a target to the upside of 535.26.
AI can help your customer service people resolve issues faster so their customers...
Got Bloomberg out on in the background.
Those macaroons?
Don't even think about it.
Nope, I'm not thinking about it.
I also have another target at 536.27 and 536.81.
No. Inside, you'll find thoughtful bond selection from fixed income specialists. EVHY, the symbol of high yield done right.
I'll be back with you guys at it's 11:27. Back at 11:45 with you guys. I gotta get some fresh coffee and check on the kids and make sure that, well, they can probably hear me out. I got the door open. But I gotta go check on the kids on their first day off of school for the summer. So I've got Bloomberg on in the background. I'll be right back with you guys in 15 minutes. And then we'll go and do the Apple event at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 10 a.m., I believe, Pacific Time. I have that wrong or right? Is it 2 hours or is it 3 hours? I always get that shit fucked up.
Company, but I could do it. Ages are just numbers. If you stay being very curious to run new things, you can keep doing that. So what we're trying to adjust is our company should be the praise to maximize people's ability, people's talent, and people's passion, right? Our employees' passion. So we believe that if we can have with all what employee wants to do, that's the best way to maximize the people's ability.
Follow your passion.
That's right.
So
right.
whether you're 14 or 40 years old.
I think so. Because, what's the difference? I don't know.
Shortly expecting the 3- and 6-month bill auctions.
Company for 60 years.
Good morning from our world headquarters in New York. I'm Manus Krennic.
And I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday at 5 a.m. Eastern. Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Technology. I'm Caroline Hyde in New York. Quick check on these markets because we're withstanding some of the overall pressure on the markets coming over from risk aversion in Europe and actually pushing higher in tech. We're up 0.3% on the Nasdaq 100. Microsoft, some of the other key names, managing to lead us higher on a points perspective. I'm looking at the French 10-year yield as Europe ends its day trading. What a political upheaval at day of trading it has been. And of course, concerns about what's happening with Macron calling that legislative vote. And we're seeing yields push up some 12, 13 basis points. We're also looking, though, at Bitcoin managing to still be up about 0.3%. It's sold off hard on Friday. We're now still gathering a little bit of steam at 69,000, near that record high, there or thereabouts. Move on, have a look at what's happening on the individual movers at the moment. I'm looking at NVIDIA. It happened. We stock split. We're now up more than a percentage point, having actually just sold off into that move that happened, of course, on Thursday, Friday. We're currently 1.5 points higher, but still at 122. So, well, 10% of where we were trading back on Friday. I'm looking at Apple, 195. We're currently...
There's some kind of a trade here on AMD.
Market capitalization.
So I'm looking at AMD right now, and oh, there's a nice squeeze right now. Squeeze and trading 534.67 currently.
Apple Park now.
AMD is a weird one. There, you've got like Morgan Stanley's calling for doom and gloom on it.
What to expect today? We have a whole host of the way in which developers are going to be able to innovate across Apple, but also what me as a consumer might want to therefore go out and buy a new phone for. What are you excited for?
Absolutely. I think you're spot on in both today.
So I'm looking at AMD right now. It closed its gap up here.
More experience.
I'm not as bared up as I'm not as bared up.
It's about the hardware. It's about bringing value back to the hardware so that we want to upgrade, so we want to stay up to date.
My guess here is this is like Mike Wilson wanting to get a good dip buy.
Be about ease of use. It's going to be about really mass market.
And this bottom buy down here looks safe to me. This is 140s. The next run here.
The phone gets to do more and more today, and navigating it might become a bit cumbersome.
It's interesting that you say.
My suspicion would be that
high yield 5.25%.
Mike Wilson is doing a
2.75, 2.75. The US sells.
Apple's behind the curve. Is it truly behind the curve, Carolina?
$71 billion in 3-month bills and awards 84.48% of bids at high.
Mike Wilson wants a better buy for the next ER for AMD.
5%.
That's simple.
Cover ratio 3.09. The US sells 71.
I don't think that it's like, hey, I think AMD sucks. I think it's more, I just want in.
Neural engine, so they're not behind from.
So if you're looking for that dip buy in June, July,
to see is more, or actually,
I don't see it going to 140.
More proof that
they're looking for a dip to buy at some point.
With the Microsoft and Google of
I don't know how long that takes to get there. I'm going to stretch this out a little bit
Trade from macro
into July.
Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Well, look for $150 on AMD for an Q3 ER. AMD Q3 ER. I don't know if they get it or not, but I don't think that they're truly bearish on AMD. I think it's more of a dump scam.
This is much more longer term than short term.
This could make for a good ER trade for Q3 ER. AMD 150 price target.
How will generative AI change the way?
Maybe slightly higher, 153. I'd set an alert at 153.5 on AMD for a Q3 ER trade to the upside.
Resonated with consumers are things that you use every
SPY trading 534.60 right now.
Message for a lot of people is about seamless.
Looking for a strike of 535.26. Still trading to the upside right now.
Emojis were that thing that Apple was just got everybody excited about, and there are rumors about a new version of emojis that will leverage generative AI. It's the things that I use every day that are going to get me even more entrenched into the ecosystem that Apple is trying to do, because that at the end of the day is what that engagement, that everyday dependency is what is going to get consumers to continue to look for the next device, the next experience.
Does Apple in its entirety have to shift? There's an interesting line in some of the reporting done by Mark Gurman and others here at Bloomberg that basically it's going to have to shift from what is a hardware, software services business more to becoming like a hardware AI cloud company. And what does that distinction really mean?
The cloud part is going to be important going forward for sure, because obviously from a generative AI perspective, you do need a cloud component. I do think that is and versus or, and I do think that generative AI is going to be pervasive across their experiences from a software perspective as well as services perspective. There's a lot that generative AI, for instance, can do as far as music or Apple TV, shows recommendations. So there's a lot there that the whole ecosystem can benefit from, and the cloud will be a means to deliver that.
You're ultimately saying we need to hear from them that they've got all the bits in place, the infrastructure necessary to leverage what is this new generative AI reality we're going to hit, Carolina. But how quickly do you think it will be ultimately revenue generating for Apple? How quickly will they see the rewards for some of these investments?
I would think that the first thing we're going to see is the replacement cycle, right? That is going to be the biggest way to see the return on investment from a revenue perspective. Obviously, with a lot of compute necessary on the device, you are going to need the latest and greatest silicon on the device. So I think it's natural to think that if you have a phone that is 3-4 years old, you will have to upgrade in order to take advantage of the new features that are coming that are based on generative AI. So the first thing you'll see is that an upgrade cycle across the devices. We've seen it already with the M4 chip in the iPad that was launched just over a month ago.
Will it make us buy a Vision Pro?
I don't know about that. I think that for now, generative AI is really more about the mass market and the everyday device. I think for Vision Pro, I'm sure that we'll get there. I don't know if it's necessarily the priority today. I think it's more about what we use every day. And I think that historically, that's what Apple has always done, is taking features or taking moments and it's an example of things, even from a technology perspective, that others have brought to market and really made that a mass market moment. And that's what I'm expecting today.
Carolina Milanese, President, Principal Analyst over at Creative Strategy, awaiting the all-important WWDC kickoff. We thank you for front-running it for us. Meanwhile, time to go to talking tech now. First up, Microsoft says a core feature in its AI-branded PCs will be turned off when it ships. The feature is actually called Recall, and it creates a record of everything users do on the PC. Now, the tool set off alarm bells for security researchers, saying it could be used by bad actors to access and scoop up data and information. Plus, Xbox announced new entries into its popular gaming franchises. At a showcase over the weekend, new titles for Doom and Gears of War series were announced. The presentation comes amid layoffs of course, 1,900 employees in its gaming division earlier this year. And Volvo Car is recalling nearly 72,000 of its fully electric EX30 due to a software issue. Now, the car may have an error in their center screen that causes the speedometer to go into test mode, basically, when the vehicle is started. According to Volvo, no other models were affected, and there have been no related accidents or injuries reported. Coming up, media veteran Jeffrey Katzenberg raises nearly $500 million for his new venture fund focused on cybersecurity. We're going to discuss with him and colleague next. Talking of content creation, this is perhaps one of the messiest deals of all time, but it feels as though Paramount Global currently moving just down about a percentage point. A former media executive, Edgar Bronfman, you know him from Warner Music, from the liquor giant Seagram, he's backed by private equity firm Bain Capital, potentially to be buying the overall parent company of Sherry Redstone, instead, maybe, of Skydance. This is all about Edgar Bronfman having a $2 billion plus bid for the company that controls Paramount. This we continue to watch. National Amusements, of course, the key one that they would be looking to purchase. This is Bloomberg Technology.
The world needs ways to reduce carbon emissions,
especially for heavy industry.
We're working on solutions in our own operations,
like carbon capture
and clean energy from hydrogen.
So who are we?
Believe it or not, ExxonMobil. And these solutions can help businesses like yours.
Or yours.
Or yours. Heavy industry with low emissions. Let's deliver.
Sorry for the beeps in the background.
What's inside your ETF? Does the manager have institutional experience? Is the strategy built for all markets?
Germany's Chancellor Scholz says EU election result was bad for all of Germany's government's
inside, you'll find a
coalition
novel
parties.
income strategy designed for growth and tax efficiency from a leader in innovative solutions. Get to know what's inside PAPI, powered by Parametric, the symbol of alternative income.
Markets move fast, and now you can too, with instant funding and fast trade execution at IG.
China. Bloomberg, The China Show. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Hong Kong time, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's Chief Future Officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders.
It's an incredibly fun job, for sure.
We're in the business of leading beyond the numbers.
To me, teamwork is key. You need to identify opportunities and push people.
It's not about how to say no, it's about how to say yes.
Their impact goes far beyond the balance sheet. And on Chief Future Officer, they focus on much more than just revenues and margins.
Today's CFO has to be much, much more than a bookkeeper.
I talk more about culture today than I talk about numbers.
It's not just about debits and credits and digits and dollar signs.
It's a lot more than the profit today. It's building the future of tomorrow.
Get passion, perspective, and more from the Chief Future Officers of some of the world's most influential companies. New episodes this summer, only on Bloomberg. Brought to you by Workday. From From the world of politics to the world of business. 2 times a day at 1 p.m. and 5 p.m. Eastern Time, hosts Joe Matthew and Keely Lyons deliver news, insight, and analysis from and about politics' biggest power players.
The president has been clear that is non-negotiable.
I mean, this is going to be an ugly, ugly year.
Balance of Power, live around the world twice a day at 1 and 5 Eastern. Only on Bloomberg TV and radio. Context changes everything.
Wonderco. It's the investment firm and media veteran Jeffrey Katzenberg and tech entrepreneur Sujai Jaswar. It's just announced that it's raised nearly $500 million for its latest venture fund. We're very pleased to welcome to VC Spotlight both founding partners, Jeffrey and Sujai. Welcome, gentlemen. And, well, I want to ask you, Sujai, first. The perspective is on, what, security, most importantly, cyber threats, or artificial intelligence? Where is your sweet spot at the moment, Sujai?
Well, you actually covered it all. That's our sweet spot.
Good. Okay, bye.
What we're trying to do is keep you and your family safe online. You know, we start with the consumer. That's obviously where Jeffrey's background and my background come from, is thinking about how to apply new technologies to solve problems for each of us at home and at work. And when we think about cybersecurity, one of the crazier things of the past couple decades is you can't think of a great innovation that is designed to protect all of us or our children or our elderly relatives. And that seemed shocking and terrible to us. And so we decided to go try to solve that.
Truffle hunting is how you describe what you're going to go about and do, Jeffrey. Talk us through how that is, what a smaller amount of investments, but more integral, more important, more impactful.
Well, I think, that's the opportunity today. There's so much incredible innovation going on. And we have found for us staying quite focused, picking a handful of, call it 5 to 7 investments each year, as well as starting a company ourselves. We like to be builders as well as investors. And so doing those things in parallel has proved to be, quite successful and quite rewarding for us. We all started as builders. We have founded companies ourselves. And we wanted to do both those things in parallel.
Sujai, I'm interested in, for example, as we came out from WWDC, or about to anticipate Apple's latest unveiling, one of your big bets is 1Password. We're looking at it now. But Apple is looking to take that on with its own homegrown ability for storing your passwords. How much do you worry about competition in this cyber area?
So I used to worry a lot about competition 15 years ago from big tech platforms. And at Dropbox in particular, Steve Jobs' last speech, he said he was, what do you use right now? Use your Dropbox. I'm going to change it all with iCloud. And obviously Dropbox did just fine despite that competition. My view is that the best product ultimately wins. And in the case of 1Password, they've built an amazing solution for helping you cross-platform across Apple devices, Android devices, Microsoft devices. And so as long as you stay focused on the customer, you'll be fine as an entrepreneur.
Jeffrey, it's a tough question to ask, but of course many would associate of late your work with Quibi, and of course that was a big bet and a building bet, and one that didn't pay off. Content is really tough right now, but how has that been tough to explain to the LPs and who you brought over?
Well, first of all, I know it feels to you like it was yesterday. In fact, it was 4 years ago. It was a moonshot. That's part of being an entrepreneur. It's also part of being an investor. It's a balance of the type of risk reward you take. Certainly that was a risk, and our investors understood it. But digital media in general actually has turned out to be a very, very challenged area, both for creators and for investors, unless you owned and controlled the platform itself. So we actually, 4 years ago, pivoted out of digital media. We have no investments today in digital media. We continue to look at it because honestly, as you were talking about in your earlier segments, with the introduction of AI, there's going to be a slew of new types of opportunities, new types of content. I think ultimately a new and innovative platform is coming our way sooner rather than later. And we certainly will want to be on the forefront of that. But as we sit here today, that opportunity hasn't presented itself yet. And again, more importantly, for the last 3 or 4 years, our focus has 100% been in tech, and as Sujay outlined to you, particularly consumer tech.
And Sujay, how has the LP cohort been willing to jump on to this new fundraise? Have you got new LPs that come in to this latest fund?
Yeah, the answer is it's virtually entirely new from an LP standpoint.
You want to say hi?
WonderCo
All right, hold on.
was originally set up as a holding company.
Move over.
And so these are our first traditional
look in
LP
that camera right
funds. And what I would say is that several of our strongest supporters in the holding company, again, became our big supporters in the new funds. But as you know, it's been a difficult fundraising environment, and we're thrilled with the new partners that we have. But we also understand that we're setting out to build these relationships with folks that didn't come in for the long haul, and hope
look right
get
there
them in the future.
So, Joe, I'm going to ask you another one, just on exits, therefore, because that's obviously what the LPs and what you want to be seeing. It's interesting that Figma was one of your big bets, and that exit sort of unwound due to regulatory issues for Adobe. And
happy school happy
you've also done an
summer
one
for
where you've tied up two of your own sort of home-built companies together, and we're seeing the likes.
Well, if you're out of school, we all know the song.
In 2020, what is the direction of travel for exits? Is it M&A? Is it?
School's out for summer.
Yeah, when you build a great company, you'd like to see it go public in an ideal situation.
Oh yeah.
Companies to run for many decades.
I got to order. She wants a.
Always top of mind in a traditional fund. The best technology companies get built over multiple decades. And from our ambition and goals are to build great technology companies.
Yeah, baby. No more school, baby. School's out for summer.
And if the exit comes in a near term, that's fine.
All right.
To build them for the long haul.
Jeffrey, we of course did introduce you to the fact that everyone knows you from your media expertise.
I actually do live that life. I actually do live a family life. I promise you.
Is it, from your mind, is going on with Paramount?
You're probably going to see more of the older child.
Articulating that Edgar Bronfman is eyeing a $2 to $2.5 billion.
I don't know. Maybe you'll see the younger child. I don't know. So I used to have them in the office more when I used to homeschool them.
Creation space, will Paramount?
The older one still does like an in-person thing, but then she goes in-person at the University of Michigan. That's the younger one. She's getting older. You see her getting older. If any of you guys have known them, some of you guys have known these kids for years.
Around them.
They've been on in a while, have they? I'll try to get them back on here again.
You know, right now, today, it's a pretty complicated.
Those are the babes. That's one of the babes.
Circumstances there. Having Shari Redstone, a controlling shareholder.
I got another one too. I got two babies, and then
a very difficult time over this last year.
Lots of gray hair.
Make no mistake about it. These are still very, very.
She wants to. She made some stuff in school, and she's trying to organize her room at the moment.
You know, new and
she wants some shelving for her stuff, more stuff.
Foundationally, the reason
more
there's as much
crap on the wall
in them is, you know, there's good reason for it.
Well, you'll know, having been, of course, with Walt Disney Studios, having built over what was happening with DreamWorks and your experience continuing the content and now consumer cyberspace. Jeffrey Katzenberg with us, of course, CJ
I will tell you, I just literally went to an early breakfast, ran into Bob Iger, Jeff Shell, and Brian Robbins, all in one room at one time. The current president of Paramount, Jeff Shell, who's on Redbird, and Bob Iger, who's watching it all.
That feels like a movie script.
Quite a morning.
Yeah. Next time, invite us to that breakfast. We'd love to come. Jeffrey, it's great to have some time with you.
That's like the breakfast with Jaime Dimon and the Yellen going out together in New York.
Meanwhile, coming up, we're going to be going back to Apple Park, where we await Tim Cook's keynote and the company's AI plans. More on that next. This is Bloomberg Technology.
Got the Apple event coming up here, it looks like in 10 minutes.
What's inside your ETF? With EVHY, you know.
She is Josie right now.
Fixed income.
I'll try to get her in here too. She's home right now. She is working with, so some of you guys already know this, but some of you guys may or may not already know this. Josie,
by hand.
Are
are now being analyzed.
I don't know what's going on. She's slowly coming to the dark side. She did a lot of gamma work for me. She does a lot of gamma stuff in the background. She sends me Gex and Gex models in the morning, gamma models in the morning, and built a bunch of stuff that she learned from Pervilis on FinTwit. Now, years ago, she wanted to be some kind of a biologist of some kind, some kind of a scientist. Now she wants to go into finance. So I have her doing work in the background. Now that school's out, I've got her learning some of the stuff that we do in the background. So she's right now actually studying finance stuff in the background. We'll try to get her in here too. We'll try to get both of them because they're both home today. This is a first for us having both children home for the season. So on a Monday here, but normally the two of them are in school slamming the books. All right, I'll be back with you guys in a few more minutes. I've got the WWDC event here. Watch online today at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I don't know if I'm missing anything here, but I guess I just kind of hang out here. And hopefully we can watch it right from the apple.com. I hope I don't have to watch it from Apple TV. That would be bullshit. So we'll wait for that. That's in the next 6 minutes. We'll see if we can turn that on for you. Give me just a minute here. I'm going to try to find her a shelf. Oh. I need a shelf, Daddy. Okay. Shelf for daughter bric-a-brac. Shelving for a teenager. How about what kind of shelving can a teenager take to college with him? Oh, that's cute. I think this is a job for IKEA. I don't think this is a job for Amazon. Floating shelves. I got some really cool shelves for them. Squeezing higher now, trading 534.96 with a target of 535.26 on SPOOs. I think this is a job for IKEA. You know what else I found too was, what did I find? Someone told me about this recently. Let me know if you guys ever heard about this before. I didn't know about this. I recently learned about this. It's called, have you ever heard of what's called a liquidation center? I had never heard of them. Liquidation center. Google search it for wherever you live. Google search liquidation center. I didn't know what they were. I guess we have them here in Detroit or in the metro. We have them. Now what they do is, correct me if I'm wrong in this, but what they do is they buy returns from Best Buy, Costco. Oh, there was another note made on this too. The guy that told me about this said, if you have a Costco near you, or I guess big box store shopping clusters, specifically with Costco or Best Buy or the kind of store, those kind of stores, that you'll find liquidation centers nearby. And I guess what that is storefronts that'll buy returned goods and then resell them. Now, I don't think this is for everything out there that you want, but I think that from what I was told was, I don't know if you get your favorite pot and pan set that they buy billions of them. If there's like leftovers, they'll resell them there for a steep discount on that stuff. I haven't been to one, but I did look it up. I bet I could find some shelving in a place like that. Pervilous, his name Pervilous. I think that's. Let me see if I can find him real quick. So we can find out who this guy is. I always pronounce his name wrong. P-E-R. I'm hacking his name. I know I am. What's his name? He's our Ukrainian guy. Really nice guy. I forget his name. I'm hacking his name right now. Yeah, Pervilov or something like that. Pervilov or something like that's his name. That's who she learned it from. I don't see it here. I think I'm spelling it wrong. I don't see him listed here. There was a time when he was he was in my feed a lot and then not in my feed a lot. I don't see him in here. Yeah, whatever. Anyways, now I've got to work on new modeling for me. There it is. Pervilov. That you got it. B-Mix got it. Pervilov. That's the guy. Perfiliev.
ECB's Lagarde says in ECB's Lagarde.
He gets censored a lot, or
necessarily on a linear.
He gets censored a lot from
periods when we hold newspaper interviews, and it's possible the ECB will hold rates for longer than a single meeting. Time-dependent guidance on rates is not helpful. And Lagarde says, I'm keen to see the evolution of labor costs and corporate profits.
Let me see. Here we go. I got it right here. Is he in the UK right now, or is he actually in Ukraine? I know he's Ukrainian. Here, I'll post a link to it right now. You guys are getting stopped from doing that. I'll post a link to it right now. This is what I started. This is what I started. This is where my daughter started. Then she took a bunch of coding classes. There's a link right there. Oh, looks like we got WDC coming up here. Paste that one, put that one in. Open chair icon. Got a brand new look. You cannot share in your own channel. Okay.
The Nasdaq moves higher, last up 0.2%.
Bloomberg. Back on. No, we've got another hour. Oh, shit. I thought it was, I'm like, is it 2 or 3 hours? Am I in Central Time or Eastern Time? It's 3 hours. We got another whole nother hour. Sweet. I'll put on Bloomberg. And for
coming
what?
out with the Fed decision and the CPI numbers. So it's not surprising that if you're an investor or a financial advisor, that you might be looking to active managers and active ETFs to help you navigate that uncertainty and help you figure out where you still want to be exposed despite the volatility or the further uncertainty to come.
And I think it's interesting how the active bid has evolved, because for a while it seemed like it was the income-based products, the Jeppies of the world, and its various copycats that were taking in all the money. But then you take a look at the new trends in active ETF issuance, and they've been getting more and more concentrated. You've seen a lot of funds launch with fewer than 50 holdings, and I'm curious what trends you're seeing when it comes to both what issuers are looking to launch and also what investors actually want to put their money behind.
I think that's a great point, and certainly what we're seeing at Vident. At Vident, we partner with active managers that want to bring their strategies to market in an ETF wrapper, and I've definitely observed over the last 12 or 18 months or so that active managers are coming to us with very concentrated portfolios, 30, 35, maybe.
SPY trading 535.07 on the high. We'll watch to see if we can actually tag,
financial advisors that have confidence in
break above, or we reject this 535.26 here.
exposure.
And I mean, the pushback that you always get is that, okay, maybe when you concentrate your portfolio, you see a pop when times are good, but when times are bad, they're really, really bad. And you.
Yeah, what did Trump say? He wasn't gonna, like, he said no more taxing tips.
Boom and bust cycles.
He said a bunch of other whacked out shit this week.
That's a great question, and I think what the
He's not going to tip tips or tax tips.
Exit if, as an investor, you're worried that things are.
And then he said, what's the other thing that he said this past weekend?
The time of day that's.
He said some really whacked out shit.
And so you can build a portfolio with ETFs that really match the exposure you're trying to get, or have the managers that you want exposure to, knowing that as long as there's enough liquidity, you should be able to get out without too much of a hit.
You mentioned managers that you can get exposure to. What does active really mean? How similar is it to a mutual fund where you have a lead portfolio manager and a team?
I'm trying to find it right now, some of the statements that he made over the weekend. It was all over the place.
Which seems like a different animal completely.
That's a great point. So you're right, with traditional active management, we're talking about the quote unquote your stock pickers, right? Your lead PM, your analyst supporting that person. And then of course on the systematic side, it's similar in that it is really, it's following a similar strategy, but at the end of the day, they're not as concerned about what ends up in the portfolio. They just want to know that their system is working. On the other hand, we're actually also seeing the emergence of more closet indexers. So active managers that are starting with an index as their universe and then making changes as they want. And in some cases, those might be rather minimal changes. So think back to last year where you might have wanted to kick out that regional bank name, or the year before when you might want to kick out that Russian equity name. And so what we're finding is that there's different flavors of active. And so active as a term has become a catch-all for very different types of strategies, leading investors to wonder, how active is my active ETF? And I'm wondering that if, as an industry, should we be thinking about maybe a more specific nomenclature to help investors navigate through the activeness of their ETF, or lack thereof?
I think that's a really good point too. And you also think about single stock ETFs. Those are all considered active as well. And I guess if you're buying one of those, that is an active decision, but not active in terms of picking out a traditional portfolio. But I also want to get your thoughts on distribution. This is something that I talk about all the time with you, but it just feels like it's just getting harder and harder. I mean, Emily Graffeo and I have been reporting on Fidelity, for example, in conversations with issuers about potentially charging when it comes to their platform. And from your perspective, of course, where you sit when it comes to helping ETF issuers bring their strategies to the market, how much more difficult has distribution come? And if costs are going up,
wall of shelves,
then cut costs.
Yes, you're right. The distribution challenge only continues to grow, and Fidelity's decision to start charging certain issuers a percentage of their management fee or their revenue, that's a significant one. Now, of course, some people will point to mutual funds and say, well, they've been doing it for so long, but we're talking about higher expense load, trailers.
This looks like we have a construction project in our future here.
So you're right. It's just the challenge just keeps continuing, and so at Vidant, well, we tell
The price of shelving right now. This is insane.
you are keeping your eyes open. You are well aware of the challenges ahead and come with plenty of working capital. What you don't want to be is in a position
IKEA's out of their fucking skull.
and then you don't have the money to support your marketing or distribution strategy.
And in terms of how this could evolve, of course, if costs are going up to get on some of the platforms, could we see ETFs?
Yeah, you know what we need here?
Expensive margins are.
We need.
That's a tough question. It's really between.
We need some brackets.
Right, because one of the trademarks of the ETF is those.
We're gonna get some wood out.
And so
we're gonna do a construction project.
Sponsors and particularly active managers.
We need those shelves.
In terms of increasing that expense rate.
We need brackets. Shelving brackets.
Delicate push and pull. We try our best to support our managers, but ultimately they need to know the market that they're targeting and what that market's willingness to.
Oh yeah, that's way better.
Final question for you about the daily disclosure of active ETFs, because that
loading shelf brackets.
It would encourage short-termism. It also
10-inch
perhaps
black hidden L shelf bracket, 12-pack.
Inspire copycats. Is that actually happening now?
That's what we need.
Active ETFs really out in force. What are some of the unintended benefits of having daily disclosure for active ETFs?
What you described was very much the narrative.
6-pack, 10-inch, 12-pack.
Focused on. Are active managers going to be okay with daily disclosure? Are they going to be concerned about front running? And on the investor side, do investors really need to be focused on what's in their ETF day to day? But I think what we fail to recognize is that this daily transparency would actually be a benefit to financial advisors. Financial advisors who can have these conversations with their clients and say, here's what you hold, here's how much you hold, here's what you don't hold. And what we're hearing at Vidant is that it really has strengthened the relationship with the clients and has allowed the FA the opportunity to better explain the investment decisions that they're making on behalf of the client.
Yeah, and if you just follow the money, it seems like that is where all the appetite is for that daily disclosure. Amrita, it's always great to see you. Really appreciate your time today. Our thanks, of course, to Amrita Nandakumar of Vidant Asset Management. Now, coming up, we head to Paris, where top voices discuss the future of blockchain amid Bitcoin ETF approval. Eric Balchunas joins us live from Paris next.
Who's that?
We'll find out. This is ETF IQ on Bloomberg.
Wonder what Jerry's doing now. Probably something awesome. Congrats, Jer. Wait, how do I plan for retirement?
Spend, save, and plan smarter.
Do some live edge wood or something like that.
Markets move fast, and now you can too, with instant funding and fast trade execution at IG.
What's inside your ETF? With EVHY, you know. Inside,
I think we've got some. I think we have shelf brackets on our.
Specialists. EVHY, the symbol of high yield done right.
I think we have a construction project coming up here.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials, find people, analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
DOJ or other authorities
could face bigger challenges next.
Spoo's still trying to make 535.26 to the upside right now.
Sections of Hollywood
Trying to catch that new high. Got some more targets to the upside. 536, 537, 536.40.
Welcome back to Bloomberg ETF IQ. I'm Katie Greifeld. It's time now for the ETF brief, where I walk you through the trends and the stories that caught my eye in the ETF industry. And we start with concentration. We were talking about this a little bit with Amrita, but you take a look recently over the past couple years or so, it's the most concentrated ETFs in orange there that have been outperforming the least concentrated.
Dixie with a nice roll in it.
The exception to that would be 2022 when
IWM has hit its first target on IWM. Look for another pump higher to 202.29.
Again, on average, it tends to be the most concentrated active ETF.
SPX breaking above the call wall
To keep an eye on that one. Let's check in on one of our favorite charts.
at 53.50 right now.
Versus mutual funds. And I mean, it's just gorgeous. You can see in blue, you have the ETF.
5,400 would be the next true wall. You've got a weakness here above at 53.75 and another call wall above at 5,400.
Money for years and years. You can see 2024, the losses from the outflows from mutual funds haven't been as bad, but still ETFs in the lead. And let's talk about Europe as well, because it's not something we do too often on this show. And maybe we should, because you look at May last month for European ETFs, they were at a record or pretty close to it. 25 billion euros came into Europe ETFs, Scarlett, and you can see that was quite a pickup from the year before.
All right, so let's talk about this a little bit more right now.
Q's recovering right now to the upside, looking for a new high. QQQ's currently
in a moment, Eric, but let's stick with the European
trading 464.59. Their high is at 465.75.
That turnover is down by some 15%. Explain what you think is going on here.
HYG blasting up now, trading into its hourly trigger.
Turnover.
If we get one more squeeze higher up here on HYG to
in other words,
a halfback trade of $77, you could see a new high on Q's.
Trading and the flows are going in, it just tells you, hey, look, I'm pretty bullish, I'm pretty calm, I'm putting money in. So a lot of flows, low turnover is about as bullish as it gets. And
10-year parked right now.
And in
NVDA stronger, trading 122.03.
Headwinds, for example. There's not a lot of advisors that get paid in terms of fee-based. They still get what they call inducements here. So ETFs have to fight that system. They also have to fight a population in many of these countries that just kind of assumes the government will pay for its retirement, although that's changing. Young people don't feel that way. So those two things, I think, as they develop in Europe, the flows will be even greater.
So great context there that it's really around the globe, but Europe as well, particularly hot in May. Hot in June, apparently, because you're over there in Paris. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm here for a couple of reasons. We have our big event in London, which I'm going to in a couple of days. But in Paris, there's a Bitcoin event, crypto event called Proof of Talk. We've been invited to some of these lately as we've been covering this over the past year. And I did a panel with Olivia Snyder of 21.
Apple coming back and trading into its hourly trigger at the moment, trading 196.12.
There's this talk in
anticipation of its WWDC event.
Are going to be replaced by tokens on the blockchain. So whatever you want, S&P, junk bonds, you're just going to have a token for it. I'm still not sold on it. You know, as an ETF guy sitting there, I almost feel like a mutual fund guy at an ETF conference like 20 years ago, maybe. But I'm not that sold that they're going to replace it. There's a lot of questions, and also ETFs are
Tesla slightly rolling over right now.
Convenient for the end consumer. It's hard to see them getting disrupted, but we're keeping our eye on it.
So it sounds like you're the voice of the skeptic out there at that conference, or you have been. You're moving on to London for an event. Can you tell us a little bit more about that and what you hope to glean from it?
Yeah, it's our ETFs in depth event, which we do in New York. Obviously, this one's in London, and
GME trading to the downside right now, 24.11, looking for a trade to 20.58 on the monthly trigger
by 2035
on GME.
We're as bullish as ever for a variety of reasons, especially in the U.S. You've got
CL coming into its first resistance point at 77.90.
We just keep seeing a lot.
There's a high side target of $80.
That's only a 10% annual growth rate too. That's actually
SPY now trading a new high at 535.13.
Tomorrow or Wednesday, and then we'll basically have a bunch of panels. It should be pretty fun.
Pretty fun. It sounds like you're having a great time over there. And 35 trillion by 2035. I just wrote that down. So we'll check in about 11 years or so. Eric Balchunas, great to see you. Have fun over there. Still ahead, Janice Henderson's AAA CLO ETF hits $10 billion in assets. We'll be speaking to John Kirshner on the issuer's dominance next. This is ETF IQ on Bloomberg.
Recipes written by hand and lost to time, are now being analyzed and restored using the power of Dell AI.
What's inside your ETF? Does the manager have institutional experience? Is the strategy built for all markets? With the Parametric Equity Premium Income ETF, you know what's inside. Inside, you'll find a novel income strategy designed for growth and tax efficiency from a leader in innovative solutions. Get to know what's inside PAPI, powered by Parametric, the symbol of alternative income.
The biggest ideas inspire new ones. What can you do with SPY?
Live Edgewood.
How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday at 9 a.m. only on Bloomberg.
I'm gonna have to cut my own fucking live edge wood. I'm gonna have to go find a fucking down tree somewhere and drag it home.
This is Bloomberg ETF IQ. I'm Scarlett Fu.
Throw a chainsaw on it.
And it's time
Plane
for
it.
today's drill down, where we focus on one ETF. And in the hot seat today, we have JAAA. This, of course, is a AAA rated CLO ETF from Janice Henderson. It controls 90% of CLO AAA rated ETF assets.
$350 a board foot per fucking live edge wood. They're out of fucking skulls.
Of this particular product. So again, the ticker here is JAAA. It's an actively managed fund. It charges just 21 basis points, which is very, very inexpensive. It's not exactly the cheapest, but it's pretty close. And it's not exactly the first of its kind, but it's pretty
I did cancel Bloomberg.
to really help boost it.
I think when I sign up for it, they give you 30 days.
Keeping an eye on this fund is because
So I did cancel Bloomberg.
closer to $10 billion.
I think they give you 30 days of it.
Management. You can see
It was kind of weird, too, when I canceled it. They
$10 billion
offered me, I think the original offer was $2 a month for 2 or 3 months.
doubled its assets
And then $30 a month for the year. And then when I canceled it
in assets
last week,
so in just about 6 months,
I think they offered me $2 a month for the year.
really impressive growth. Let's talk
So
about
I guess if you cancel it,
as well, because of course,
if you sign up for the $2 per month thing,
when it comes to this ETF, of course, CLO
and you cancel it, they offer you $2 a month for the entire year,
generate more income,
and even
and you can see
steeper discounts.
return figures.
I didn't sign up for it. I still canceled it.
Has returned about 9.
So you got it for one. We got it for one
You compare that to the ag, of course,
1 month, and then you know what else?
2% or so on a total.
I looked up Wall Street Journal Radio.
When it comes to the performance and the growth.
And you know what's fascinating about Wall Street Journal Radio? If you go on their Wikipedia page,
John Kirshner, he is U.S. head of securitized products
they said that
at Janice Henderson.
they had a radio program on Wall Street Journal,
So Katie was just mentioning how when rates go up, that is good for
and that they announced they were canceling it.
Can you tell us a little bit about what the journey is?
Now they still do radio segments or podcast segments, But no live during market. I guess they used to have a live during market hour show.
I mean,
that was all day long.
It was probably saying
and it was canceled.
Down to 1 or 2 cuts.
Guess why it was canceled?
Probably 1 and maybe even 0.
I'm not going to tell you, but go to the Wikipedia page
already asking us
where they explain why it was canceled.
Said, no, this trade
I'll give you a hint.
Way to go.
It was for mixing politics with stock market news.
And we think it still has another year or 2.
And it's in its Wikipedia file as to why they canceled their radio show.
To be flat for another 2 years. So I think that
Bloomberg does that.
To realize that this isn't like
Bloomberg's got a dose of politics that aren't necessarily market related.
Who's holding it? Because it was interesting. There was a city note, I think it was last week, that
They had something about Trump and Biden this morning that
their analysis showed that
I couldn't see anything about what the segment was that was relevant to the market. It was just, I don't know.
use case there. So when you take a look at the growth that you've seen, doubling assets over the past 6 months or so, is that institutions?
I guess you need to know that stuff, but some of it's like,
piece from Drew Pettit.
some of it like steps over the line.
No surprise there, right? And what we also liked about it is
Still waiting to see if we can break above this 530 to 526 and hit some higher targets. We have the Apple event coming up here in the next 40 minutes. Maybe we can get this one last stretch up here and tag these new highs.
a lot of retail.
So far trying to break above. We didn't have an auto reject up here. That's good to see. That's positive. Not an immediate squeeze up and then immediate rejection and failure. Just waiting to try to grind up higher and higher. We'll see if that can take place. Into this event, from what I'm reading here about the Apple event, people have high expectations, not about written
for some people
or learn language models, but about general AI.
Yeah, you guys are helping.
They have high expectations for whatever is spoken about today, that their general AI is going to be a killer. It makes me think about
portfolios.
It makes me think about
floating rate fixed income with a and that
it makes me think about
AAA. That was very hard.
Internet companies and
interest rate risk. They want high quality because the economy is slowing down, and obviously they want those high yields. You showed at the beginning of the piece,
I don't know if I should say internet companies.
obviously they come with a big dose.
Like not internet service providers. It makes me think of
but cash last
like
year
browser wars.
returned right around low 5%.
And OS wars from the early or late 90s, early 2000s. That's what it makes me think of.
To investors.
I want to talk about what the impact on the broader market is, especially when you think about some of those projections for how big the CLO
and
in ETF land.
Instead of just the chip provider, but the companies.
Saying that you take a
like, will they make it? Well, who will make it? Who won't make it? Who will be the dominant general AI? Will it be Apple?
Do you think
Can Apple lose market share if they're not?
going on there?
Yeah, no.
Microsoft. We know Microsoft, Google,
actually taking into
Amazon, Apple, what we just talked about, and then to some much lesser extent, X. And other companies are likely in this fight for who is going to come on top and be the dominant
in the CLO.
General AI.
Actually, the net issuance has been negative.
Yeah, it's fascinating to think about because when the 90s were here,
we've doubled in size.
like Yahoo was on top, AOL was on top.
Tighten spreads in CLOs.
You had browser wars with Netscape was one of them. There were a few other, or not browser, or no, they were a browser.
That happening, absolutely. I think
they were they were an internet browser company, right? Netscape and God, I'm trying to think back to all this shit right now.
So liquid, we had no problem giving investors their money back. This isn't an interval fund. This isn't like the real estate.
But who you thought would win and who you didn't know would win was a big part of that, right? AOL seemed preeminent as well as Yahoo at that time period. It seemed like they had a big leg in the race.
Good news. You can.
I wonder if there's any overlap
that covers the industry, but that doesn't
with those wars and these upcoming wars with AI.
The biggest ideas inspire new ones. What can you do with SPY?
I'm pretty bared up here. You guys are all pretty bulled up. I'm reading the chat right now. I'm pretty fucking bared up right now. I'm looking at this only as a way to grab liquidity to sell the market. I'm pretty much on the opposite side of all of you right now in terms of view as to where we actually are.
What's inside your ETF?
You guys are all bulled up. I'm like, no. This is a squeeze for liquidity to sell the fuck out of this market.
From fixed income specialists. EVHY, the symbol of high yield done right.
Oh yeah, Mosaic, Netscape, and Mozilla. Yeah, Mozilla was in that too at one point, weren't they? Like Yahoo was the place. That's what I remember. Two things. I remember Yahoo was like the fucking place. The Yahoo message boards were insane. I even remember when the Yahoo message boards were abandoned and they became like tons of bots. It was like a shit show.
Businesses like yours.
Or yours.
Or yours.
It was a total shit show in Yahoo. Yahoo used to be like very robust. It still is kind of robust right now from the systems that they built. It reminds me today of like Craigslist.
Centralized finance.
But still all the stuff that they built all those years is still active. Their data is outstanding. They still provide, Yahoo still provides free market data to the stock market to this day. You can use their data API for free. It's insane.
And these things grow the overall industry in crypto.
AOL, I remember I was in some of the chat rooms, early AOL. Those were kind of fascinating too.
Great question. Great question. Best question I get all night.
Bloomberg, top experts, great questions.
It really was the golden age. It really was the golden age. I have a hard time today, like, smaller subreddits I like, but the more common subreddits, it's just regurgitation of some kind of ultimate, like, I don't know, everything gets whittled down to there's only one answer. There's only one acceptable answer.
Breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, The China Show. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Hong Kong.
That's what I miss about the golden age of the internet. People would make their stand, or they would argue their case, and they wouldn't get shit on. And you could like listen to people's arguments for why something was good or bad, even though like sometimes I'll fuck around on Reddit.
Welcome to Bloomberg Markets. I'm Shanali Bassick.
I'll go on Reddit and someone will die of like a rip current or something.
And the Fed's rate decision.
And all the weirdos come out and tell you about how you're going to die if you go swimming.
On a green note,
like how dangerous it is to swim in general.
A little more than that on the day. And the NASDAQ 100.
And I'm always like, man, these fucking people. I'm like, this is like, you shouldn't go swimming. You definitely shouldn't swim in the ocean. Definitely shouldn't swim in a rip current. Definitely shouldn't swim in the pool. Did you know that everybody dies in the bathtub and 2 inches of water?
The lows of last week, and the 10-year yield, which hit.
I'm always like, why is that always the answer? Don't go swimming.
About 3.
Don't go swimming. Don't go walking. Don't go hiking. Don't go outside. Don't go anywhere. Just stay in your basement.
As we're looking at Southwest Airlines moving on a report that activist investor Elliott has built an almost.
Well, you can't say anything other than that, or else you could potentially cause somebody death for swimming.
Shareholders. The airline has struggled to capitalize.
There's like only ever one acceptable reason. Like one of the other ones they like to do is they're like, don't ever help anybody in the ocean if they're flailing because you're gonna die.
KKR. Of course, we're seeing them all.
I'm like, that's not always true either. I'm like, that's how people live, is when you go give them help.
Latest quarterly weighting change.
Is it dangerous providing help? Fuck yeah, it is. But that's not what makes greatness.
Abigail Doolittle. We're talking.
There's like so many other times when people get survived, you don't hear about it. You don't always hear about someone was drowning and somebody pulled them out successfully. You hear people say you punch them in the face and stuff like that. Knock somebody out and then you drag them to shore. I believe that if they're combative, but
is a lot less than the downside risk.
You know, like the vast majority of shit that goes on never gets reported.
Such as the copper market.
Where there's like success.
Big turns in the stock market in the last 4 occasions. We saw a big reversal.
You only hear about like the one person that died that way.
And it usually doesn't happen right away.
Then you hear like there's another 100 people that swam out of a rip current like it was no big deal. They figured it out.
Market. We saw it in 2018.
Like the one person that didn't figure it out.
So
that's what you hear about, and then that's it. Everybody's fucking doomed.
Handful of months. It's something we should be aware of. So I believe it's a time.
A little of a roll coming up here right now. Looks like it may roll down to that 5-minute trigger.
Reminds me of commodities from last year because the Bloomberg Commodity Index last year down more than 10%.
I was a lifeguard.
You had stocks higher.
I was a lifeguard.
Divergence. To your point, it usually does.
I was a lifeguard. I did that.
And I was just looking in the Bloomberg terminal.
I was that kid, man. I was like, my parents were like,
4 to 5%, but
I did the Cub Scouts. I did the lifeguarding stuff. I did all that stuff. Hiking, biking.
Commodities. Was that a signal of this?
The kids don't do that as much as they used to. Like outside, do pre-phones, like, woof.
Had been saying that they saw that as a sign of some sort of a
like phones have changed the world.
I agree.
Like seriously.
The yield curve.
When we were kids, it was like you did all that shit. You went swimming.
Stock market turns.
You went hiking. You played with sticks and rocks.
We're
you built forts outside. Like all these things that we did. These kids today don't do any of that stuff. They do some of it, but not in the
legislative.
Not like we did as. I don't think it's the same as when we were kids.
Chart of the money supply and the
ride bikes, ride skateboards.
Is the money
we were constantly
translating into
doing all kinds of crap.
How this ends.
Badminton, volleyball, soccer, football, baseball. It didn't matter what it was. Kids were playing all kinds of shit.
And we're seeing a lot of the creative political strategies turn into.
I played video games too. I had a Nintendo. I had the first Nintendo, whatever it was, the NES. I had a Commodore 64. I had a Nintendo. I had a television. I had a ColecoVision.
And I just feel like
then I started as I got into like high school and college. I didn't keep gaming like other kids did. My roommates in college played like Saturn or something. Maybe a few iterations of a PlayStation.
Russell 2000 though on the year, it's down.
Maybe the early Xbox. They would play. They would like go to classes. All these guys I lived with all played hockey. And so they play hockey and they come back and they play some video games. And then we'd have a raging kegger of some kind at the house.
2020. That you corrected.
And
I believe.
I never stayed playing video games. I started to like branch away from video games into my adult life.
It's not
where a lot of my friends went down the video game path. I didn't.
Months now.
I think I wish I had, but I didn't. I moved away from video games.
Long-term chart using monthly bars. You'll see that there's pretty heavy.
I kept going out, like out and about stuff. Kept skiing, kept biking, kept hiking, dancing, that kind of stuff.
I think it's going to be really tough for prices.
Skiing.
In a natural market, something maybe if you took out the excessive stimulus that we saw after COVID, we probably should be trading somewhere between.
I've tried to get back into gaming since then.
So
every once in a while I'll game, but I don't game like I miss that part of my life as being a gamer as an adult. I know most people did, but I think I was part of that generation that.
And so if you start to falter.
I think I grew up exactly in that generation where people chose what they were going to do. Now it's not even like that at all.
If you would ask,
do you guys know many kids out there? Do any of you have kids that don't?
Keep us higher, but I think
by choice, not you force it on them. Do you have any? Do any of you have kids out there that don't?
There's a lot. There's
aren't connected to the internet in a big way.
But it seems to be capitulating.
Don't have an iPad. Don't have a cell phone.
And using.
And I don't mean your 3-year-old or your 2-year-old, but your kids in general.
2007, 2008.
Do you know many kids that aren't wrapped up in
carry trade unwound?
The internet or gaming or?
We might see something like that. I hope not. I don't want to.
Well, let's double down on that because we are seeing that central bank divergence start to play. And so, what is the risk that the carry trade unwinds in a very vicious manner?
If and when it does unwind, it will be vicious. Those types of leverage strategies and aggressive strategies.
I think Winky was talking about that with me, or not recently. Last year we were discussing
strategies like that to it.
It's a challenge for kids today to get them outside and doing other stuff.
gets really, really nasty.
So I have to go back to the 3,500 to 4,500. I mean, that's a big drop. You have been bullish correctly based.
Did we blow cassettes on Atari? I don't remember that.
That's a big
I remember blowing cassettes on Nintendo,
do you think that's
but I don't remember blowing them on Atari.
I think it's a little bit of everything. I think what catches us off guard the most is retail traders and even hedge funds and some of the bigger funds caught in strategies like selling the VIX, selling S&P puts. We saw this in 2018 where it kind of caught people by surprise. The VIX was really cheap, and it felt like printing money, being selling the VIX, selling S&P puts, and then one day it wasn't. And I think we get something like that. It might be very, very quick. It might happen all.
The one thing I don't know about streamer. You know what I do notice is the
easier for us to handle.
They all have the Instagram is huge, right? Like they all have their own TikToks. They all have their own TikToks, and they're all. I don't know if they want to be streamers. They just document their life in public. That part I think is kind of weird to me.
Really not much of a correlation. I mean, it can span anywhere from 30% to 50%. But if you look at the big turns, so when copper starts getting up against resistance, right now the trend line resistance comes in at 535. A few weeks
dandy.
Out at 520. So that might have been close enough to do it. When we get copper at extremes and then it reverses sharply like it did, the batting average is 4 for 4 in the last stock market corrections or turns. So, like for example,
most of the condensation made a better. I remember blowing on it. I remember tapping it.
2022.
I remember blowing on it, and then I remember that we thought it was the spring loader.
Around somewhere in the $3.
Spoo's still trying to make this new high and trade this 535.26, 535.40 up here in the top end.
Reversals in the stock market. So don't pay attention to it most days, but if you see some really big movement at extremes, that's when to pay attention.
Well, let's bring one more.
What do I think about GME? I think it's going to trade down to its weekly trigger as it crosses the monthly trigger.
On bonds, yields were going to go lower.
But I don't think the run on GME is over. I think as that weekly crosses the monthly trigger, it's going to explode to the upside.
So that would,
again, I don't think the GME trade is done yet.
Do you think that it would also be the Fed cutting aggressively to maybe get the economy going?
And they still have no real news, right?
I think it would start as a safe haven bid. We haven't seen safe haven buying come to treasuries in a long time. It's been a while, but I think that relationship will come back. We're trying to normalize after years of abnormal policies and a lot of crazy things going on. If we start to normalize, which I think we will, that'll pull stocks down, that'll pull money into treasuries. I mean,
I did the cleaner. I bought the cleaning kit at one point.
There's a lot of risk built into the system. Why not be in treasuries? You earn 4 to 5% just waiting. And if you do happen to get some capital gains, it's.
Oh, that's a good point. Poke Juicebox saying, just say I bought BTC.
Carly Trading founder.
That would be great.
And Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle, always with all the technicals and across asset classes.
Did they announce yet that they stopped with the offering or no?
We're going to be an eye on Apple's AI plans. We're live from the worldwide.
I thought they were done with it on Friday.
As the company starts its event in the next hour. That's up next. We'll talk all about it. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg.
Building a home, throwing in a line, and finding far-off campsites with the people you're closest to.
You're adding here.
1 million parts.
I'd like to see this. I'd like to see this a little bit more down. I'd like to see.
ETF. Does the manager have institutional experience?
You think hold the daily trigger?
Built for all markets with the parametric equity premium income ETF.
They're down pretty fucking fast right here, right? It's pretty fast. I figured this would take a few weeks, but they're getting partying right now on GME.
Get to know what's inside PAP.
I figured 21.5 on the monthly trigger in like 2 or 3 weeks. They're doing it really fast. We're already trading 23.57. I'm not a buyer here in GME just for the time's sake.
With instant funding.
I want to see that weekly trigger come up a little bit more.
If you listen carefully, you'll hear
14 minutes until Apple conference.
The markets compose their own tunes, and once
we'll have it live for you here.
You'll catch yourself humming along.
Apple working its way back up right now, trading 196 flat.
The deal. Huge deal.
Think we can get 200 on Apple? Did nice. Let me see if I can check this Apple really quick.
politics to the world of business. 2 times a day at 1 p.m. and 5 p.m. Eastern Time, hosts Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver new
Weekly expectations, 206, 208.
The president has been clear that is non-negotiable.
I mean, this is going to be an ugly, ugly year.
Balance of Power live around the world twice a day at 1 and 5 Eastern. Only on Bloomberg.
They hit 199.10.
Changes everything.
I mean, this looks like a beautiful cup and handle, doesn't it, on Apple? Apple looks fucking sexy right now. I'll be honest with you. It looks really good.
Good morning from our world headquarters in New York. I'm Menace Credit.
And I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every week.
Apple looks really good.
Eastern. Bloomberg. Context changes everything. The top names at the...
I mean, if they trap lungs in there, woof.
You know, we have,
it looks great. At least on paper, it looks unbelievable.
It has shown up in terms of moderating the labor markets. They're becoming better balanced.
I do think that our new steady state is likely to be higher than what people have known over the last decade. I think that it will take quite a while for us to get all the way to 2%, but I do think we'll get there.
Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
This is Bloomberg Markets, and I'm Shonali Bassick, and it's time now for Stock of the Hour. Apple has seen a $471 billion rally in recent months as the company lays out its AI plans. Now at the Worldwide Developers Conference, Bloomberg's Jackie Davalos is at Apple Park in California, and she, of course, is reading all the tea leaves for the future. Perhaps let's start with what the complications are, because even after that rally into this big day, you are seeing Apple still down roughly 0.5%. What can really jolt the excitement back into the market?
Well, Apple certainly needs it. There's a reason that the market is skeptical, because Apple has been quiet about its plans for artificial intelligence, while its peers like Microsoft and Google have been racing ahead to jump into the space. CEO Tim Cook was saying last year that they were going to tread carefully around this technology, but this is the first time he's really going to lay out the vision in just under an hour when he delivers the keynote address to Apple Park. Now, there's a lot of people waiting to see how exactly that AI vision is going to pan out. There's a few things we know.
Can we get 200 today? I don't know.
The AI system will be called Apple Intelligence, Shonali. This is where we'll be able to see generative AI features really show up in the devices like the iPad, iPhone, Macs, and that new operating system that it's going to roll out. We also know that it has a widely anticipated partnership with OpenAI. Some of my colleagues here out in the field as well just saw Sam Altman, as well as OpenAI's president and co-founder, Greg.
There's Apple.
So there's a lot of anticipation just to see exactly where OpenAI will fit.
199.61 would be the high side expectation.
User-friendly.
199.87.
One interesting question that has been had is how you can make AI consumer-friendly in a bigger way. Interesting.
The Fed bids for 3-year notes total 1.9.
Hourly is bullish.
Be the most competitive, you think?
Well, if you think about
Do you want to stay up to
Apple
date with the latest
has some of the
and be
most
on the bleeding edge
ubiquitous
of news
devices
for
on
non-farm
the
payrolls?
market. What we
Then
know
sign
about
up
Apple
today and get our
Intelligence and
special
generative
offer
AI
of
features
Financial News
specifically
Pro
is that
for a
they
year's
will be
worth of our
opt-in to
service
start.
for the
Some
price
of them
of
will be
1
in
month
beta form.
and
Some
92%.
examples of this include summarization. That's going to be a big push, summarizing your text messages, some web articles, other web pages, as well as auto replies. Similarly, how Gmail allows you to just type in a few words and finishes off your message for you, you'll have that now in the Mail app. And so what Apple is really doing here is trying to draw some people in, but it's not going to have to work very hard if you think about it. Billions of people already have devices from Apple in their hands, and so it's going to have to take a major leap forward. The generative AI technology embedded in this new AI system will partly be open.
Apple quietly leads the way, absorbing other AI companies
what it sees in traction
through acquisition.
I think importantly also, Jack,
Normal.
remembering this is a developers conference, yeah, for sure there's going to be new stuff on display.
Normal for Apple to do this. They did this on their Rise as well.
So what will developers actually be looking for today?
half-hour trigger crossing the hourly trigger right now.
The ones that build the apps that really draw users in. If you remember last year with the Vision Pro, it wasn't just that we were seeing this fancy new headset, it was the anticipation around exactly what apps we were going to see embedded inside of it. Today, we'll get a sense of just how that relationship will go forward in this new AI era, because a key focus for Apple is understanding how can they leverage voice control, users actually saying, hey, can you pull up my email without actually having to go to the email app on their own with their finger on their phone. And so that relationship is certainly going to change, but as you mentioned, that developer relationship is going to remain crucial.
Many questions about the future of the App Store. Bloomberg's Jackie Davalos, good luck today. Have a good time out there and looking forward to seeing what you break. Now we are joined by Bloomberg Close co-host Alex Steele joining me now.
Do all these hosts have like implants in their cheeks or something? What are they doing?
New York
Are they like sucking the collagen out of their cheeks?
Congratulations. What do we expect?
Thank you so much, Nolly. I really appreciate it. So
What are they doing to themselves? There's some weird shit going on with these hosts.
Because that last hour of trade in particular, like 30% of all trades in the S&P happen in that hour.
They're gonna look like
to be up to date.
they're gonna look gnarly when they get older, doing whatever the hell they're doing to themselves right now.
Energy, there'll be sports, there'll be entertainment, and obviously lots of analysis. We'll be really drum beating you to the close.
I don't know what that's called, but
all of those earnings and a ton
they're
of
like sucking the fat out of their cheeks,
important on that.
and then they're like putting implants in the top of their cheeks.
Founder of Apple. So
That shit looks fucking crazy.
about is innovation. Is Apple innovating enough? Like, we know they like to step back and let other people do the stuff, and then when they feel comfortable, they kind of go in. Are they innovating enough at this time?
What other perspectives are you going to bring in? Because to the extent that this is the pregame to the Apple's conference, you're the postgame.
Yeah.
And so who do you have showing up?
I am the postgame. Sports reference. No, I don't watch sports. We also have Sam Palmisano. So from 2003 to 2011, he was chairman, president, and chief executive officer of IBM.
Perfect person to talk about AI.
Right, exactly. And currently, he's doing lots of things. But one of the things is he's a board chair of America's Frontier Fund. And the whole point of Frontier Fund is a nonprofit to help basically have a holistic nation approach to critical technology. So the U.S. needs to be competitive, needs to be innovative, and needs to do manufacturing and a lot of R&D. And he's really
They're gonna look like
talking about that.
what was her name? Madame something.
What is a cycle of AI? Is it 5 years? Is it 2?
They're gonna look like that puppet, Madame.
Is it different? Is the adoption obviously so much faster now? And how
Wayland Flowers and Madame.
how to sort of beat everyone else to it?
You also
That's who it was. They're gonna look like her when they're old.
meeting coming up and CPI data. Who else have you got to talk through kind of the macro here?
Who do you want to hear from? You want to hear from Bill Gross, former from PIMCO. I mean, he's outspoken, he's fun, he's not at PIMCO anymore, so he can kind of speak his mind in a very particular way. We're going to talk to him about the Fed meeting, obviously. Also, what's happening in Europe. You saw yields kind of really fly, particularly in France. That spread.
Dude, they're all doing liposuction and like they're doing like implants and shit. You got more shit going on.
About that, what it means then for
Everybody's under the knife. There's a name for this too.
He's not the only one. Does that change depending on who's in the White House here come November? So I'm really looking forward to talk to him about that.
We were talking a little earlier about how much trading has moved towards the beginning and the ending parts of the day. What are you looking to accomplish as you restart the show?
The US due to sell $58 billion in a 3-year.
I'm looking at hosts on Bloomberg, like reporters, and I'm like, none of that looks real.
Capitalize on and bring that energy and focus to. And a big part of that.
It's like the bullshit detector.
If you look at it from that way.
For physical appearance, and you're like, there's no way that's real.
Which means that the active players are now doing the same thing because they're following.
Spoo's just grinding here, looking for a squeeze on the event taking place in the next 10 minutes.
Stock trades really take place in those final 10 minutes, and we're really hoping to help our audience take advantage of that.
Alex, thank you so much and good luck today. We're looking forward to this. Of course, that is
$15 billion of new corporate issuance.
I think we got the squeeze here.
Alex is Romaine Bostic and Scarlett Fu with a great lineup of CEOs, investors, and more. You're not going to want to miss it.
Were net
Stick
short
with us.
1.6
More
million
markets up
5-year note
next.
futures.
This is Bloomberg.
The most on record and a possible source of sudden demand.
What's inside your ETF? With EVHY, you know. Inside
Buccal fat removal.
from fixed
That's what it is. Buccal fat removal. That's what it's got to be. That
symbol of high yield done right.
Buccal fat removal. I think that's what the fuck they're doing. It looks bizarre as fuck.
Markets move fast, and now you can too, with instant funding and fast trade execution at IG.
Buccal fat removal. Oh yeah, that's what they're doing. They're doing buccal, and then some of them look like they're doing implants too. They have cheek implants. Buccal fat removal.
Throwing in a line and finding far-off campsites with the people you're closest
I think they're doing cheek implants. Oh, son of a bitch, they are doing cheek implants.
and accessories and bring your
God damn.
real truck.
So they do the buccal fat removal,
Join Jonathan
and then they put a chunk of plastic in their cheek.
only on
Holy fuck.
Context changes everything.
You suck out all your cheek fat,
Financial world.
and then they slam in a little, it looks like a chicken cutlet of some kind.
Hear from leading economists,
It's so fucking bizarre. Look, none of that shit's natural.
industry experts, via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start.
Yeah, I can see it right now on watching Bloomberg right now, the TV. Not everybody. Some of them look like they have the buccal alone. But then some of the people that are on, I'm like, there's no fucking way that's real. There's no fucking way. I mean, they got like carving right here going on, carving right here. Then they got like an inch popping out in the cheek.
This is Bloomberg.
God damn. And the HD like TV is glaring. It shows it.
Wanting to bring you some breaking news, taking a look at Uber, whose shares have been volatile into the session now, with a headline crossing just a few moments ago that the company lost an appeal to overturn California's gig worker status law. We'll be watching the story for more detail.
Uber.
Down more than 2% on the day. And of course, this is big news for Uber moving forward. We'll keep an eye on all establishments as we move ahead. Now we're going to get to the Wall Street beat. Today we're looking at the talent exodus at the New York Federal Reserve since John Williams took over as president in 2018. Of course, it's one of the most read stories of the
Uber's backtesting its daily trigger.
And you know, one thing you brought up in this story that
This will be interesting to see how it plays out.
is how
I got Uber on down below here.
areas of the Federal Reserve. The emergence of Beth Hammack onto the scene. Lori Logan gaining clout. What does this mean for John Williams?
You know, I think it's really, this is what
Uber with a near perfect tick strike down on the cross of the daily and weekly trigger.
implementing the Federal Reserve's, monetary policy. And so if you have sort of this,
I'm bullish on Uber here.
you know,
Another ticker that I'm bullish on.
experiences and can relate to these things. But at the same time, they can't pick up the phone and call New York and say, we need you to do X. You know, that really, and that authority, people are wanting to hear from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, and they want to hear more from John Williams on these things. And they want to feel like this is someone who's engaged and who cares about these things, and that's not.
Daily velocity just turning bullish now on Uber. We had a cross earlier of the.
Someone who's not
in 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour.
Is into the
US is
markets
due to
or
sell
like processes them in the same way as predecessors have done, and so that's why people are concerned and are saying something's not right here.
What about the departure of some key talent here? What does it mean? You mentioned since 2022 there have been
Bullish on Uber, bullish on AMD, calls on Uber being bearish.
So that's
due to the
really what we're getting.
appeal decision on gig workers and their pay.
People who have been there for decades, so they have been through crises. They have
Looks like just another chance to buy the dip on Uber.
knowledge, and that deep bench is really beneficial when you constantly.
Our daily velocity looks great on it. So any weakness you can find on Uber, I would be taking that trade.
Really matters,
and they are buying that dip back like it was nobody's business.
These are people who have been
on 66.75
when things go south. And I think now with a new executive, with almost an entirely new executive team, people are really unsure and feel like there's a bit of unsteadiness there because they're not quite sure.
Could possibly set a buy at 64.22.
time. Of course, don't mix Alice's story on the Bloomberg terminal and on Bloomberg.com.
We're looking at a higher time frame in case I'm really wrong on this.
Federal Reserve. Now that does it for Bloomberg Markets on the day. I'm Shonali.
Something I'm missing?
Keep an eye on these markets, of course. Choppy little trading day we have, and of course,
The weekly is kind of bearish.
of a massive day on Wednesday with the Fed. This is Bloomberg.
They are buying the fuck out of it, so there could be an argument to be made for a new low. 1, 2, 3, and then 4. There's an argument for new lows on it, but
With EVHY, you know. Inside, you'll find thoughtful bond selection from
I would say this on Uber.
EVHY, the symbol of high yield done right.
Tacitly bullish.
Oil prices extend gains. Brent crude up by $2 a barrel.
Wednesday, the Fed decides.
What data is important?
What would it take to reintroduce the rate cut conversation?
And this showing demand here, so
To really enact.
velocity looks great, by the way, on Uber. I would need to see a new series of lows in here, or even just for today. The cross of the daily trigger through the weekly trigger.
Deal with the data.
If we're gonna make new lows,
Fed decides.
just get rid of this. If we're gonna make new lows on Uber,
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources.
trade $50.
In 120 countries. The moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg. Context change.
I would need to see price get underneath.
Has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what
I
you
mean, it looks like they're buying the fuck out of it.
Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or
I would need to see.
what do you want to know today?
I would need to see more destruction than just that.
Answers now.
Get your
We're shortly
fixed
expecting the
income
results of
fix.
this
Watch
3-year
Bloomberg
note sale
Real
now.
Yield
The
every Friday
Treasury's
right here on
pre-sale
Bloomberg.
when issued yield comes out at the top of the hour. The auction results follow a couple of minutes after this.
But I'm bullish here. I'm bullish on Uber here. I need to see real deterioration in here to get bared up. Otherwise, I think it's a dip buy on Uber. That's the second ticker today that AMD was the same way. AMD, Uber, looks like someone's trying to get better pricing. Buyers don't care on Uber more so than AMD.
4.648% ahead of this $58 billion sale. So again, the when issued yield, 4.648%.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time.
C on that one. Maybe a D. That was a 3-month. Is that the 3-month yield? 1 p.m. now. We've got the event starting up, I believe. Am I wrong on this? Am I getting this shit wrong or what?
This day of the year. Who's fired up?
All right, here we go. We're starting right now on the Apple event.
Rockwell? One more thing. Just have fun out there.
A little bit of blood coming in the market here.
Okay, Phil.
I'm getting too old for this stuff.
Apple event starting right now. A little bit of blood and spy.
It's showtime.
Tesla getting blooded right now.
Wow, that was so cool. Good morning. Welcome to Apple Park. We're glad you could join us for what promises to be an action-packed and memorable WWDC. WWDC marks a moment in the year when we're able to celebrate our global developer community. Developers continue to amaze us with the apps they create for our products. Apps that
Apple trying to make a move higher right now to trade that 200 or 199.97.
to provide this community with the newest tools and technologies to do their very best work. Today, we're going to have some incredible updates to our platforms. And I'm excited that we'll introduce profound new intelligence capabilities that we hope will inspire developers, delight users, and make our platforms even smarter and more useful than ever.
Jump on one of them solar panels, buddy.
Let's talk about Apple.
Let's melt your shoe.
Which is celebrating its 5th anniversary this year. Apple TV Plus is the best in entertainment, filled with shows and movies made by the world's most creative storytellers. And I'm proud to say that Apple TV Plus has been recognized for delivering the highest rated originals in the industry for 3 years running. Apple TV Plus features great originals that have received industry-wide recognition such as Oscars, Emmys, and BAFTAs. This past year alone, Apple TV Plus has debuted critically acclaimed movies like Killers of the Flower Moon and Napoleon, and hit shows like Masters of the Air, Palm Royale, Hijack, Dark Matter, and Monarch: Legacy of Monsters.
Apple's showing strength right now.
Our most exciting lineup yet, with amazing new originals arriving on Apple TV Plus each and every week. Let's take a look.
Welcome back. Been a minute.
I can write a story that will set you free.
How the world keeps on spinning. It goes spinning out of control.
Our existence is all about choices.
I just need to get to the truth.
Apple squeezing higher now, trading 196.01.
We can't lose the race for the moon. We need to shoot back up.
You mean to fake it?
We are not finished. We will safely leave the silo.
How the world keeps on spinning. It goes spinning out of control.
Good work, Watson.
Rory, you are driving recklessly.
I'm in the middle of a high-speed car chase. Maybe I should drive.
My gut is telling me this is connected. You and I are cut from the same beautiful cloth.
You take that back. This is not how I work. Feelings mutual. Ready? Yeah. Admit it. It's cool. Okay, fine. It was very cool.
Apple pushing the narrative that they're becoming a better content creator and not so much of an elevator music creator.
I hope you're as excited about these Apple originals as I am. And now, let's turn to our platforms. We have so much to talk about today. We'll start with our OS announcements, and then we'll dive deeper into intelligence. Let's start with our newest operating system, Vision OS. We released Apple Vision Pro in February, and we already have some great updates to share with you today. Here's Mike to tell you more.
Apple Vision Pro and Vision OS unlock completely new possibilities for entertainment, productivity, collaboration, and so much more. Vision Pro has inspired developers to create amazing and unique spatial apps that aren't possible on any other platform. Apps like NBA, where you can watch multiple live games with stats. What If, where you become a superhero in the Marvel Universe. And Unextinct, where you can explore endangered species. Games that take advantage of your space. immerse you.
Remember that Apple Vision Pro was, they canceled the 2025 model in response to plummeting demand.
Even when you're not together. You can master meditation with Po from Kung Fu Panda. Bring your data to life with SAP. And doctors can even reimagine surgical simulation and planning. New apps, including some from the world's biggest names in entertainment, productivity, and gaming, are arriving on the App Store every day. There's already over 2,000 apps created specifically for Apple Vision Pro. And with over 1.5 million compatible iPhone and iPad apps, there's always something new to do. All of these amazing apps and experiences are made possible by Vision OS. It's been just 4 months since we launched Vision Pro and Vision OS, and today we're already announcing our first major update. Introducing Vision OS 2.
Yeah, there's two real big things, frames per second, and then the app abilities.
Connect with your most important memories, great enhancements to productivity, and powerful new development.
Some of the complaints.
For immersive shared experiences. To tell you more, here's Haley.
Vision OS 2 is a great release with some big updates. Let's start with photos. Spatial computing has reinvented how you view your photos. There's nothing like seeing them life-size with incredible fidelity. Spatial photos are even more powerful, bringing life and realism to your favorite moments with family and friends. It's incredibly moving to step back into a treasured memory, and the rich visual depth of spatial photos makes this possible. Now, Vision OS 2
Do any of you have a Vision Pro out there or no?
photos already in your library. With just the tap of a button,
Yeah, everyone had their Vision Pros on and then they returned them, right?
from your beautiful 2D image, creating a spatial photo with natural depth that looks stunning on Vision Pro. It's so magical to reach into the past.
It's like you end up getting your, you get your Vision Pro, you take some video and some pictures, you score internet points, and you return it.
All your panoramas and spatial photos and videos together.
That's like the Cybertruck.
Using SharePlay.
I'm gonna go rent a Cybertruck. Tell everybody I bought one and then bitch about it.
It feels like they're sitting right next to you, even if they're thousands of miles away. People are amazed.
Virtual feet for all.
To navigate Vision Pro with just their eyes, hands, and voice. And with Vision OS 2, we've made it even easier. Now you can just hold your hand up and tap to open Home View. Or flip your hand over to bring up time and battery level, and tap again to open Control Center.
Any of you guys see the VR for Twitch?
And Mac Virtual Display.
Can you guys see that where it's like a whole avatar?
Wirelessly into Vision Pro just by looking at it.
Have like a bunch of dudes out there acting like they're women.
4K display. Later this year, it gets even better with higher display resolution.
There's gonna be a lot of men out there.
It can be expanded even further into an ultra
whacking off the dudes, not knowing it's a dude.
Equivalent to 2 4K monitors side by side. Your content stays sharp.
The $1.99 cardboard.
Thanks to dynamic foveation performed on the Mac.
Did you see that though? Did you see the avatar stuff for Twitch going on right now? It's pretty wild.
On a plane, letting you take a.
And all it would take would be.
Wherever you go. With Vision.
I don't know. You could hire a girl to show you that you're a girl.
Commute or
hire a woman, an actor for like a day, and be like, "Look, I'm a woman." Then you put the avatar on, and
now back to Mike.
A bunch of incels are like, "No, trust me, dude, it's a woman. I saw her, dude. She showed herself. Now she's just in VR. It's a dude that's just whacking you off all day long. Doesn't care."
There are many new frameworks and APIs for developers.
That's right. It's an AI glory hole.
Advanced volumetric APIs that allow even the most complex 3D apps to run side by side for the.
You could hire an actor for a day.
Tabletop.
I'm sure I'm not the first person that's thought of this, right?
Quickly create apps.
Start a Twitch channel. Like hire an actress or an actor that's a female.
Card game.
Have her go up there and run a script for you for like read a script off for like one live stream.
That will enable powerful.
Send her on her way, and then you get your avatar going and you change your voiceover.
Maintenance in manufacturing and beyond. These new APIs and
before you know it, you're giving handies.
Developers to create truly
to dudes.
We're also making it easier for people to create new spatial
that think you're a woman.
Vision Pro, like spatial video. We've made it so easy to capture spatial video anywhere.
Yeah, I just saw it this weekend. I saw the VR chat on Twitch. It's insane.
It's one of the
It's
best
pure insanity. I can give you a handy.
moments in your life.
I can look and sound like a woman and give you a handy over the internet.
Also be used by pro videographers to tell powerful brand, product, and creative stories. To make creating and sharing spatial videos with commercial audiences easier, Canon will offer
You guys got to see. You guys got to see. You guys haven't seen it?
EOS R7 digital camera.
It's wild.
Spatial video for Apple Vision Pro, even under the most challenging lighting conditions. Spatial videos can then be edited in Final Cut Pro for Mac and shared and viewed in the new Vimeo app for Vision OS. This new professional workflow will be available this fall. Last year, we also introduced Apple Immersive Video, a game-changing entertainment format created just for Vision Pro. Apple Immersive Videos are 180...
Apple holding up well right now, not now blasting to the moon. I think they're waiting for the AI or generative or general AI they'll talk. They want to hear that verbiage.
To enable creators to bring their own stories to life with Apple Immersive Video, we've partnered first with Blackmagic Design, a leading innovator in creative video technology, to build a new production workflow consisting of Blackmagic cameras, DaVinci Resolve Studio, and Apple Compressor. These will all be available to creators later this year. And there's new
creators
content on the way, including a new extreme
come into our garden.
Reimagined experiences from the world's biggest artists like The Weeknd, and our first scripted short film, Submerged, from Oscar-winning director Edward Berger. These titles and more will be available on the TV app. So that's what's coming to Apple Vision Pro and Vision OS. Vision OS 2 introduces a new way to turn your favorite photos into spatial photos, new intuitive gestures, a big boost to productivity with Mac Virtual Display, powerful new developer APIs, and so much more. Now, back to Tim.
As you can see, we're continuing to push Vision OS forward, as well as providing new content and capabilities for Apple Vision Pro. I've been hearing from people all over the world about their interest in this incredible product. So I'm happy to announce we're bringing Apple Vision Pro to these 8 countries next, starting with China.
That's good.
Japan, and Singapore on June 28th, and Australia, Canada, France, Germany, and the United Kingdom on July 12th.
No, it's good and it's bad.
Here's Craig to tell you all about what's coming in iOS.
You want to see Asian adoption for sure, 100%. But if it doesn't get adopted, that's a problem. I guess it brings some risk in as well. What is going on with this music?
iOS 18 is a big release that
Shortly
delivers more
expecting the
ways to
results of the
customize your
Fedreverse
iPhone,
operation.
stay connected, and relive special moments. First, let's talk about a set of features that give you exciting new ways to personalize your iPhone further, starting with your home screen. You can already customize your home screen with your favorite wallpaper, apps, and widgets, letting your personality shine through. And now, your app icons and widgets can add even more. Let me show you.
You think they're going to do the one more thing with us here at this event or no?
My wallpaper. And now I can continue to enjoy it when I unlock my iPhone, because I can arrange my apps and widgets to frame it perfectly. I can select them all.
Yeah, the guy flailing his arms earlier.
Right above the dock for easy access.
This guy just did a dance move of some kind.
To the side. And check this out. We have an awesome new look for app icons when we go into dark mode. Let's turn
This is the elevator shit that I don't like.
Isn't that
This is the Apple elevator shit.
Now, in addition to this new dark look, there are even more new ways to adjust how they look. I can bring
It sounds so manufactured and canned, doesn't it?
And now I can tint them all with color. iOS suggests a tint color that complements my wallpaper.
Take 416
or I
spot
can select
481
any
billion
other
dollars
color
at the
I
Fedreverse Corporation.
Yeah, one more thing, right? And one more thing. They have to, because if they don't, they're going to pull an AMD here.
The right look. Whether you prefer the
They'll say AI in like 3 days.
or style with color, there are so many possibilities to make your home screen truly your own. We're also bringing new levels of customization and capability to Control Center, helping you access many of the things you do every day even faster. Let's take a look. When I swipe from the top right corner, I can see Control Center with all my controls organized in one place.
Control Center.
And now, Control Center isn't limited to just the controls you see here.
I didn't even know it was called Control Center. That's how much I suck at Apple right now.
You can see how beautiful this looks. And here are my home controls. It's so useful to have everything arranged for me like this. Oh, that shouldn't be open. Let me close the garage.
Oh, let's close the garage.
And what's really great is I can get to any one of these groups with a single continue.
Fucking kids that are underneath the garage door opener fucking gets head cut off.
For instance. Or right back up to the top. To add more controls,
settings,
open up the new controls gallery, where I have so many options to choose from. We wanted to make controls.
Wife's outside working on the garage door. She's got the fucking all the things on it. Oh, the garage door is open. Hit the fucking close button.
Let's add that in. I can adjust how my controls are laid out and resize them too. Now I can.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I like that.
Just like that.
I like that.
So that's the new Control Center.
Oh yeah, new Control Center.
In Control Center, we have a new Controls API for developers. And that's not all. These new controls are also available from the lock screen. So you can swap the camera and flashlight for different controls. Like taking a note when an idea.
God, I was just thinking about buying a new iPhone.
For your Snapchat.
Like I was thinking about it like last week.
Action button on iPhone 15 Pro to invoke these new controls.
I was thinking about dumping the Android.
Another key part of personalizing iOS is about keeping you in control of your privacy.
The privacy is pretty good.
More ways to control who can see your apps, how you share your contacts, and how you connect to accessories. Let's start with apps.
This is for all you cheaters out there that don't know that Apple tracks your every location, wherever you are, ever.
Peace of mind that they can't get into sensitive areas of our phone. So
did you guys see the article where?
And the information inside.
All the cheaters were pissed off because Teslas and iPhones give away your location no matter what.
Tries to tap it, they will be required to authenticate using Face ID, Touch ID, or your passcode. And information from inside the app won't appear in other places across the system.
Where's the whole app?
And notifications, so others won't inadvertently see sensitive information.
Oh.
There may also be occasions when you want to hide an app that you don't want others to know.
This is for all you cheaters out there.
For example,
This is addressing that controversy that just came up recently.
Different hairstyles. I mean, that's just good science, right? Well, anyway, say you use this app, but you don't want anyone else to know. Well, now you can hide it and put it in a new hidden app.
What the hell is Hair Tracker Pro?
We're also adding new ways to control how you share information with apps, starting with contacts.
What the fuck is that?
Give an app access to your contacts. It can learn about all the people you've added over time.
Track your hair. You can log your shampooing and conditioning time. What the fuck is this?
Which contacts an app can see. We're also putting you in control when you pair accessories. An app may ask for Bluetooth and local network access, but also
they have Hair Tracker.
All the other devices on your network.
They have fucking Hair Tracker for your fucking hair, so you can fucking track how long you shampoo and condition.
Developers can offer you an intuitive new way to pair your accessories that keeps your devices private.
Honey, it looks here like you took a shower at 7 a.m. and then you took another shower at 1 in the afternoon while you're supposed to be at work.
Starting with messages. To tell you more, here's Ronak.
Messages is central to how we communicate with the most.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. It says it's called Hair Tracker.
To express yourself and stay connected. Let's start with tapbacks. Tapbacks.
What the fuck are you people doing out there?
Express yourself in messages.
You have time to track how long you moisturize your hair?
Huge year for tapbacks. We've not only redesigned your favorites, we're now giving you limitless ways to express yourself by letting you tap back with any emoji or sticker. Next, we're bringing one of your most requested features to Messages. When you don't want to forget to send that friendly reminder or birthday text.
Dude, I'm serious.
Schedule your message to send later. We're also
It's look it up. It's called Hair Tracker. They just highlighted it.
Bold, italicize, underline, or strike through any text. And when formatting's not enough, we're introducing a new way to
Yes, Steve Jobs would be super pissed.
Whether you want to emphasize some major news, bring your emoji to life, or you're just blown away by a stunning photo, you can express yourself in all new.
No, those are all cool. Those look like they're fun.
Some words
Those look all fun. I like all that stuff.
a suggestion, so you can quickly select one and send it.
Still ain't AI though.
Add one of the many new effects to any text. Last, there's a new way to stay connected whenever you don't have Wi-Fi or cellular service. We're using the same groundbreaking technology that gave us emergency SOS via satellite to bring you messages via satellite.
You mean pager?
You can use the satellite
technology
on iPhone 14 and later to connect to satellites hundreds of miles above the Earth to text your friends and family when you're off the grid, all right from the Messages app.
That's pretty cool.
You'll be able to use key iMessage features like sending and receiving messages, emojis.
I've heard mixed stuff on this here.
Protect your privacy.
Like if you have an inReach or something like that, it's a little bit better coverage than this.
And if you
don't want to be using this if you're truly off grid.
Satellite too. Now,
but it's still a really neat free service.
Mail. This year, we're giving you a new way to stay in control and manage income.
Do you think that would be allowed in India?
Categorization.
That feature, is that feature allowed right now in India or no?
Helps you stay up to date across all of your accounts. The primary category enables you to focus on what matters most. Emails from people you know and time-sensitive messages.
Dude, did you see the hair tracker, Winky?
Organized into new categories.
The hair tracker is baller.
Receipts and order confirmations, updates for newsletters and social media notices, and promotions for marketing and sales messages. And these categories do more than just sort your mail.
The one thing that just happened, thing they just addressed here is like an inReach kind of a
to make interacting
app for you. Let's say you were like lost in a mountain somewhere or out in the desert. Well, what I've heard is that it's not quite it's not the same technology exactly as like an inReach.
Each message to see what's new and explore.
It's still kind of neat, cool.
If you want a sender to appear in another category, you can recategorize them with just a few taps. Archiving or deleting all of the messages from a business is just as easy.
It had to be somebody, right? It's Fitzy. I'm with you in that. Somebody threw that shit in there. That shit is absurdist.
Will be available later this year. And now
that is pure absurdist.
iOS.
Like I would expect that in a Mel Brooks film. If Mel Brooks was making movies today,
every day
he would do the hair fucking tracker app, guaranteed.
Maps. Maps delivers new topographic maps with detailed trail networks and hiking routes, including all 63 U.S. national parks that can be saved to your phone and
that's cool
offline with turn-by-turn voice guidance and the ability to create your own hikes. Next, wallet. Continuing on our journey to replace your physical wallet, we're introducing Tap to Cash, a quick and private way to exchange Apple Cash without sharing phone numbers or email addresses. With Tap to Cash, you can pay someone back for dinner just by holding your phones together. We're adding 2 new ways to pay with Apple Pay Online.
That's looking right for
the world, the ability to redeem rewards and access installments from
that's looking
and card providers.
That's looking pretty. I'm guarantee they make an RFID scanner that'll try to hack that shit.
Including an all-new event guide, combining helpful information about the venue with smart recommendations from your favorite Apple apps. We also have updates to Journal that let you log your state of mind and help you keep track of your goals with an insights view that shows your writing streaks, a calendar, and other fun stats. And you can now use search to quickly find the past entries you're looking for. We're also excited to announce an update with great improvements for gamers. Game mode is coming to iPhone, enabling a more immersive experience with games like Zenless Zone Zero. Just like on
I've seen the Dioth devices. I've seen those. I've seen there's a few of them out there that I've looked at. I think Joe Donut. Well, I don't know if I should say this publicly, but what's the one where
we have some big news for an app where we relive.
There's one of those hack
photos.
I forget what the hacking device is called, but
all of the big and
is Joe here right now? He bought one of the hacker devices
and our library
off of Amazon.
How can we keep it all
allegedly
so we can appreciate all those moments and easily get to the good stuff?
He was like, I was in a hotel and I used it. He's like, you wouldn't believe the fucking. He's like, you wouldn't believe the phones that I was able to get into.
Here's
Flipper Zero. That's it. He got a Flipper Zero, and he's like, I was getting into phones all over the fucking place in the hotel.
Super easy to find photos fast.
He's like, you wouldn't believe how easy it was to break into people's phones.
Let me show you. This new design is gorgeous, feels familiar, and it puts everything you want right at your fingertips.
If he's listening right now, Joe Donut, if you're out there.
Into a single view with the photo grid at the top.
Anybody else? Has anybody else used the Flipper yet?
The photo grid is a great place to view your entire library. When you want to quickly jump back to specific dates, you can use months and years views at the bottom. I have a lot in my library, so it's great that this filter button lets me quickly narrow it down to specific types of content. And now, I can even filter out screenshots to enjoy my photos clutter-free.
What if I want to take my photos off an iPhone and put it on an Android?
Library's organized.
Apple.
So we've built on the amazing intelligence
Apple.
of the Photos app and created a space below the grid that makes it easy
No.
to the photos you care about most. We call these collections. With collections, you can browse by topics like time.
What if I want to keep everything on my own iCloud?
My favorite memories.
Not your iCloud.
Trips.
No.
Let's go back and check out recent days. Recent Days organizes photos by each day with clutter, like receipts filtered out. Here are my photos from earlier today. You'll see an auto-playing view of all the photos at the top.
We want it in our cloud.
Like this.
You mean storage?
I can view the photos as a beautiful collage, and I can share the whole collection with just a tap right here. When I want to find a specific person in my library, I head to People and Pets, and it now includes my favorite groups of people for the first time. Here's me.
It's so gardeny.
And with my best friends.
It's becoming such a more and more garden. It's so glaring.
In one place. I love that they autoplay, so I can remember my trips while I browse. I can quickly jump back in time and revisit a trip, like this one.
It's all like permanent user base. Good, not bad. It's good for the stock price.
Photos is now customizable, so you can elevate the.
And it's a complete buy-in. It's a complete fucking buy-in. A little bit of a roll going on in Apple right now. They're looking for. I'm telling you, they this morning they said one thing only.
It's where I can keep things.
We want to hear speak of generative AI.
Photos I've recently saved.
That's all they want to hear.
I've been, and even an album of my favorite climbs. And we have one more new space to make the Photos app your very own and enjoy your best moments. If you swipe right from the grid, you'll find
we might have to wait for that announcement.
Highlights your best content.
Yeah, one more thing. It has to be one more thing.
Photos you've marked as favorites are here. And so are featured photos, surfaced by the app. And you can customize this too.
I mean, the photo's fucking gorgeous.
I've added a favorite trip to Crater Lake. Each day, the carousel surprises.
The UX is gorgeous and it's all beautiful.
To enjoy for each of these. And that's a quick peek at the new Photos app. Now back to you, Craig.
So that's iOS 18, a big release that brings deeper customization to iPhone.
It's so wild though. It's like you go inside that environment and that's all you know at that point, right?
And the biggest
it's so gardeny
ever, making it even easier to relive those special moments.
I think once you're in, that's what you know.
Including an option for larger icons on the home screen.
I like the larger icons.
Support and reminders integration in Calendar. Next, I'll hand it over to Ron to tell us the latest in audio and home.
I'm losing this fight in my house, too. I'll be honest with you guys. My wife and my kids, right? They do not. My wife and kids.
Or at home. We have some great
all Apple.
That bring more convenience to the
I'm the only one that uses Android and PC. I'm the only one that uses it. I need it. I need the freedom to do whatever. We don't want to go down that fucking road because Windows is emulating Apple to some extent.
Hands-free experience.
which is not making me happy.
When you may not speak out loud,
I'm probably going to have to switch over
or in those places that are a little
to a Linux-based system at some point. I think I will at some point have to switch over to Linux. I haven't used Linux in decades.
Call from.
But I can already see it coming.
Answer it. Okay.
AirPods are also perfect.
Windows has given me a lot of problems recently. This Windows 11 shit, I'm not down with it. I'm not down with the AI. I'm not down with Windows 11 in any way, shape, or form. I say that every version of Windows. This one in particular, not happy
voice
at all.
To AirPods Pro, powered by advanced computational audio. Voice isolation.
I've been in the Apple Garden and I loved it. Well, I've had some mixed experiences. I just can't justify the cost and what I'm trying to do right now.
I was just about to tell you. The meeting went so well. Also, sorry, it's really noisy. Can you?
Like the freedom to do whatever I want to do and the plethora of apps available.
AirPods are also.
I guess it both has its poisons, right? Android and Apple both have good and bad.
This experience, we're expanding personalized spatial audio to include gaming, so that you'll be in the middle of the action like never before.
Do any of you do gaming on your iPhones?
Can easily
Anybody out there do gaming on their iPhones? Prefer it?
And we're excited to announce that Need for Speed Mobile by Tencent Games and EA will be one of the first titles with personalized.
Yeah, it's always been going on with Windows. Different versions of Windows being used for longer periods of time. I watched a video once of a guy who
introducing some updates that make watching
was running a startup on
those moments when we've all wondered.
He was running a startup of Windows XP.
Hey, what's that song?
And showing the
we're bringing to Apple TV.
He was showing the
when you're watching an Apple original show or
information pulling from the PC to Windows.
Names in
what the requests were for, or the
curious about the song playing,
or even just the
add it to an Apple Music playlist to enjoy later.
The entries allowed into the operating system versus Windows 10,
watching with others,
and it was fucking crazy. Like Windows, they know everything about you. Windows has backdoors to everything. You agree to you give away so much shit on today's versions of Windows versus the original versions of Windows. It's insane. But Apple does the same thing. He ran Apple, he ran Windows, and then he ran an old version of a Windows just to show that how much you're actually telling, or you're selling everything to them. And access. You're literally agreeing to, hey, you can know everything about me.
We're also making subtitles more convenient.
This past week, too, I noticed that I wrote an email.
Now
I wrote an email to a friend of the show.
Mute the volume, or
and I had ads on my TV relevant to that email I sent.
Probably good.
So they're tracking your emails too, or at least Google is.
Apple TV is always delivered.
Google is Gmail is tracking everything you say in a private email and then tailoring advertising to you. Is that public or no? Is that just not talked about? I don't know.
Exactly as the directors intended. And in between movies, you can enjoy amazing.
I'm seeing that. I'm seeing that right now.
On Apple TV.
They're actually gearing advertising towards private conversations that you're having.
New portraits category with stunning color effects and image segmentation, framing your photos like art.
Gmail is not talked about.
Or switch to TV and movies and enjoy moments from Apple TV Plus shows you.
Yeah, I can guarantee it.
From Foundation.
I 100% guarantee it. They're reading emails right now.
As Snoopy and Woodstock take over the screen. Whenever you're out.
My ads are things I don't discuss. I'm not speaking in my house about them. There's no computers around this stuff. This was an email that I sent that. So there was no way for them to hear me talk about this. And sure enough,
ways to interact with AirPods.
I had ads on the TV later that day. I was like, fuck, they're reading the fucking emails now.
Like a redesigned Apple Fitness Plus experience.
And I realized they're reading them, but they're like, or collecting them, but there's a record of them. But now they're like, not just reading them, but they're like, we're going to read them and use data from these emails for directed advertising. That was shocking.
My Apple Watch always motivates me to stay active, and this year will be no different.
My wife and oldest daughter have Apple iWatches. They sit on a shelf.
Active? but also healthy and
They literally sit on a shelf. They haven't been used. They used them for like
take a look at an
6 months.
feature that can transform the way you work.
They don't like how often they have to charge them,
Something like your first 5K.
so they don't every day wear them.
In watchOS 11, we're introducing Training Load, an insightful way to measure how the intensity and duration of your workouts are impacting your body.
Oh, has it really, Mr. Takamoki? I didn't know that.
Intensity, we designed a new way to rate your workouts.
Rolling coming over right now. Market looking weak.
Heart rate, pace, and elevation.
I like Garmin.
Your personal data like age and weight. A powerful
Is anyone out there still wearing their Apple Watch every day?
estimate of your effort rating. After your
My wife and kids aren't. They wear them. They'll wear them to like events and stuff.
easy,
They go to the farmer's market. They'll put it on
and you can
so that someone sees them wearing it. They go to a show or something. They'll wear it.
your effort rating and workout.
But do you wear it every day? Like, is it constantly on you day in, day out, whether you're going somewhere or not?
above your average and can save
You are wearing them, okay? Yeah, some of you are saying you do wear them.
well above your average and should pay close attention to better avoid.
My wife was. My wife and my daughters were, but I notice more and more that they don't. I notice what they do is this. They'll take it off for another watch,
insight
and then they don't put it back on. That's what I notice.
to make the best decisions about their training. And we've now made it even easier for
That's what their complaint is. I've asked them about it. They say it's the battery.
giving you the ability to customize the
The fact that they have to charge it so frequently.
you want to see, including new metrics like weekly running distance. The personalization even extends to your activity rings, where you can
Doogie Howser.
set your goals by the day of the week. Or if you have an injury that's making it harder to close your rings, or maybe you just need a day off.
I use my phone on my bike. So my phone, like I take my phone, I have a bike attachment for it. I take my phone everywhere.
Will help keep you active.
I don't have an iPhone or an iWatch.
Better picture of your health.
Understanding how your body responds and recovers from exercise and other aspects of your life is an important part of your overall health. Because Apple Watch can track key vitals while you sleep, like heart rate, respiratory rate, and wrist temperature, it can give you a deeper understanding of your body and help you identify when
A
something.
little bit of weakness here, giving back all of the gains.
Metrics are the foundation
Bear plane above, coming back to retest
where you can check
the half-hour and hourly trigger.
and explore your most important health metrics.
Shot was pretty bulled up there.
You can also see how your metrics relate to your typical
New bull run kind of stuff. Right now, not looking so. We really need this Apple thing to say generative AI like 10 times.
For additional insights, your metrics will be highlighted when they're outside of your typical range, with details on what's changed over the last week. And when multiple metrics are out of range, you'll be notified with a tailored message to help you understand how these changes may be linked
Apple now bleeding, trading at 193.65.
to changes or even illness. And that's the Vitals app, a new way to quickly view your most important health metrics, receive
Tesla getting murked right now.
more attention to your body, and gain better context when it comes to your health.
Just a note that RGF had a new high at 78 cents.
Health matters, which is
Still along that ticker right now.
tracking can now show you gestational age.
NVDA rolling over, but not as bad as Apple right now.
Will display your pregnancy across all charts and prompt you to review things like your high heart rate notification threshold, since heart rate often increases during pregnancy. Those are some of the advances in health. And now back to David to tell you what's coming to keep you connected.
Apple now trading 193.65.
Quick and meaningful interactions right on your wrist.
Getting straight taken to the woodshed right now.
And the people you care about, without always needing to take.
Testing support here. Next level down for Apple would be 189.82.
Telling Siri to add
187.18 and gap fill down below at 182.72.
the raise of a wrist. And last year, we introduced the Smart Stack. It's another way
Be really careful here in the market.
with just a scroll.
Some heavy hitters getting rolled right now in the background.
Even more intelligent by automatically adding new widgets right when you need them. Like the precipitation widget to alert you before it rains. Or the translate widget for when you're traveling somewhere new. Just tap to open the new Translate app on Apple Watch, which uses machine.
Apple getting straight murdered right now.
You can now simply dictate to see and hear it right on your wrist.
Apple needs a hero. They need to just say generative AI. Just say it.
With live activities coming to Apple Watch. So you'll have all the details for your favorite events. And you can use features like check-in, which lets a friend know you made it back home safely and is now on Apple Watch, with additional support for workouts. During a late night run, your friend will know to keep an eye out and will be updated when you end your workout so you both have peace of mind. Developers can also show live activities in the Smart Stack, so you can see updates in the moment, like when your ride is coming for apps like Uber. And
Uber's bullshit, man. Well, not bullshit, but
within apps like Sprout Baby Tracker to log your baby's time of sleep without waking them.
you know how many time, like when Uber and Lyft are busy,
All of these powerful capabilities right on your
they'll
wrist.
be like, "Oh yeah, somebody's coming right there. He's like 5 minutes away. Oh, he's right in front of you." I'm like, "He's not in front of me.
Is one of the ways that makes
He's just saying that he's in front of me."
to you. With the popular Photos face, there is something special.
Whenever there's like high demand,
Or moment, every time you raise
and they'll claim they're like right next to you, and they're not.
WatchOS 11 will help you find the perfect photos for your watch face.
Tim Apple's gonna become a
Machine learning intelligently identifies, scores, and curates the best photos based on facial expressions, aesthetics, and composition.
Tim Apple has become a robot.
Custom algorithm elegantly frames the image with the time. You can select a bold color, choose monotone for a sleek look, or create something that is unique and personal to you.
Apple now squeezing off 193.40,
A redesigned Photos face,
trading 194.05.
training load, the Vitals app, new APIs for developers, and so much more. Like turn
Spoo's squeezing right now,
hiking routes you've created.
trading 534.64 above the bear plane.
Ways to help you stay connected, active, and healthy. Back to you, Craig.
Next, let's talk about iPadOS, which powers our strongest lineup ever, including the incredibly thin and powerful iPad Pro and the redesigned iPad Air, now available in 2 sizes. Together with the latest versions of Final Cut Pro and Logic Pro, and game-changing accessories like Apple Pencil Pro and Magic Keyboard, it creates an experience that's in a category of its own. Our next release, iPadOS 8,
This is weird too.
with features you saw on iPad,
Prior events looked like they were actually in.
customized control center, and relive special moments in the Photos app. iPadOS 8
See that background right there? Doesn't look real, does it?
to get things done, reimagined with Apple Pencil, and a big update to apps designed for the distinct capabilities.
Spoo's squeezing out, trading 534.77, looking to get a new high above
In iPadOS 18, we're making
535.15.
starting with a new floating tab bar, which makes it easier to navigate to different parts of an app and keeps your content edge to edge in apps like Apple TV. When you want to explore more, the tab bar morphs into the sidebar. If you use a specific tab often, you can custom.
I'm looking at pictures of the Apple Park right now to see if that now like none of that looks real.
Experience works in apps across the system.
Like Apple Park looks real.
Easier to browse your documents in apps
This presentation looks like it's in front of a green screen
Swift Play.
or an LED screen.
Each app a distinct new look. And throughout your experience, you'll discover refined animations. You'll notice them as you open files or preview them with Quick Look, and they smoothly zoom into view, or when the tab bar elegantly morphs into the sidebar and back. Across apps, animations
Like that doesn't look real to me.
responsive. And for developers, all these new elements are available as APIs to adopt in your apps too. Now, let's take a look at updates.
I bet somebody out there could look at the sun and be like, that's real or fake.
Is screen sharing. It's a great way to help friends and family from afar, and we're making it better in 2 ways. Now,
That's the that's the same effect. That's the same like Apple TV like elevator effect.
and if you need to assist more directly, you can ask for permission to remotely control
Like
it.
everything looks too perfect, too clean, not a speck of dust anywhere.
I hope that helps.
And freeform,
Like the tea bags. The tea bags are all
sections of a board to present them one by one.
perfect. And the Spoo's squeezing big time right now. Spoo's squeezing 535.07.
Must be a mathematical impossibility.
Woo!
That's right.
Apple squeezing right now.
To iPad.
Tesla still dragging ass.
iPad so unique, it makes solving math easier than ever. It starts with the calculator that you know from iPhone, updated to take advantage of the larger iPad display. along with some new tricks like history and unit conversions. But the
Apple had a new low.
is unlocked when you use it with your Apple Pencil, an iPad superpower. Apple Pencil
Just a note here. I can't tell.
draw, and even design with iPad. And now it's changing the way you do math with a feature we call Math Notes. Let's see it in action with Jenny.
Apple did get a new low on the cash market session.
Notes experience.
By
just tapping the new calculator button.
From the low in pre-market on
I'll just
Friday morning.
Expressions, like I would on a piece of paper.
Just a note here for price action, even though it's squeezing again.
Immediately solves it for me. And even shows me the results in handwriting like my own.
Looking for.
When I make a change,
Look at that.
the results update live. And I can go beyond basic math with all of the same functions from the scientific calculator. I can save my math notes and come back to them later if I want.
Pre-market low on Friday was 193.41.
Table tennis tournament.
To a penny, they went to a new low today.
Quickly by just drawing a line underneath them. It's so natural. Math notes are also really powerful when it comes to more complex math. Here, I have a physics problem my teammate and I are working on. We're calculating the maximum height of a table tennis ball when I hit it with different speeds and angles. Math Notes supports variables, so I've declared a few here, and there's an expression below, which uses these variables to help me calculate the height. What's powerful about variables is that if I change one...
Spoos right now just squeezed and broke above 535.43.
If I want to see how this speed impacts the height visually, I can.
Smashing through 535.34, 535.46 on the high.
I have an option.
Spoos squeezing.
And if I'm...
Two more targets to the upside, 536.23 and 536.81. Apple still on a low right now, trading 195.
It's an easy way to explore equations.
Spoos just cranking right now, trading 535.63.
Math Notes are perfect for working through a problem set or just
on no news that I can see.
Day to day. And this all works in Notes too. When you need to crunch numbers, Notes all the new math capabilities from Calculator.
Tesla still bleeding at 174. Spoos squeezing. Huge squeeze.
Called
the Friday high on SPY was 536.89. There's a gap to close right where we are, all the way up to 535.91.
It starts with improving the appearance of your writing as you write. We use a powerful
535.91.
Create your handwriting style from your notes.
We already tag it.
Which unlocks new capabilities. Just scribble your thoughts as fast as you have them, and SmartScript refines your handwriting as you go. It's still your own writing, but it looks
536.05.
legible. SmartScript further accelerates your writing flow by making handwriting just as flexible as typed text. Now you can just paste typed text into a handwritten note. And it will appear in your own style.
Look at the strength of that gamma, dude. The strength of that gamma is insane.
When you decide you need to add to something you've already written, just tap and hold with your Apple Pencil.
SPY squeezing higher, trading 535.54. It's got a little bit more to close out up here to somewhere around 536.05.
More effective, fluid.
536.20.
And with other enhancements to type notes, including collapsible sections, it's never
I gotta go pee again. Home Depot coming back right now, up 1.34%.
Taking the distinct
Lowe's making a comeback.
With a big
they look like they're gonna rip in a few minutes. Lowe's
and new ways.
NVDA coming back with a vengeance right now.
Next, let's talk about macOS.
Amazon pumping right now. IWM cranking right now, looking for 202.
The all-star combination of the power of Apple Silicon and the legendary ease of use.
Google not responding too much right now.
More capable than ever. And we're so excited to take macOS to new heights and embark on the next chapter of our journey of productivity and creativity.
Microsoft looking good still, coming back again. All of tech except for Google.
Once again, to the annual escapades of our legendary crack marketing team. Distracted briefly from their marathon hacky sack session, they stumbled into their minibus and wove a trail toward the Sierras, eventually rolling to a stop in a beautiful national park. Staring skyward up the towering trunks surrounding them, they felt a deep kinship with anything that could get that high. They knew they'd found their spot. Welcome to macOS Sequoia. The incredible features we talked about in iOS 18 and iPadOS 18 are going to be amazing for the ways you use Mac. You can be even more expressive in messages. Math notes provide a helpful typed experience.
Still not seeing anything on generative AI on Apple at this moment.
Features are terrific on the Mac, and macOS Sequoia introduces even more features to help you effortlessly get things done. Let's start with continuity. Continuity helps you do so much more when you use Apple products together. It powers some of your favorite features, like Universal Clipboard, Universal Control, and Mac Virtual Display on Apple Vision Pro. And macOS Sequoia makes continuity even more magical. For all those times when we want to use our iPhone only to realize it's tucked away in a bag over in another room, there's a brand new continuity feature called iPhone Mirroring. With iPhone Mirroring on Mac, I can see what's on my iPhone and can control it too, all while barely lifting a finger. Let me show you how it works. To access my phone, I just click here in my dock. Boom, and there's my iPhone, mirrored in a window right on my Mac. I can fully interact with it, all wirelessly. I can see my custom wallpaper. My icons are right where they belong, and I can use my phone normally, like swiping through pages of my home screen. And I can open any of my iPhone apps, like the Phil's Coffee app for a bit of extra energy for my favorite local coffee shop. I can use my Mac trackpad to interact with the app. And I can use my Mac keyboard too, like to add special instructions. Let's make this ice cold. To make this even more magical, we're bringing iPhone notifications to Mac. They appear alongside my Mac notifications, and I can even interact with them when I don't have my iPhone handy. Here's one from Duolingo. What's neat is when I click on it, bam, I'm taken right into the Duolingo app on my iPhone, so I can practice my Spanish and extend my streak.
La manzana.
As you can hear, my iPhone's audio even comes through my Mac. So, you might be wondering, what's on my iPhone screen while I'm using iPhone mirroring? It stays locked, so nobody else can access it. And it works seamlessly with Standby. Standby stays visible so I can get information at a glance as I use my phone with iPhone mirroring. And iPhone mirroring makes it effortless to combine the power of my Mac and the convenience of its big screen with the things I get done on my iPhone. I'm using a template in the Unfold app to make a post, and I've got one last video to add. On Mac, I've been using Final Cut Pro to stitch some clips together. Watch how easy it is to use my devices together. I can grab the exported video and just drop it right into the template. Perfect.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
So that's iPhone mirroring. And macOS Sequoia has fantastic updates to how you arrange your windows, share while video conferencing, and organize your passwords. Now, when you drag a window to the edge of the screen, macOS automatically suggests a tiled position on your desktop. You can release your window right into place. Quickly place tiles side by side, or place them into corners to keep even more apps in your view. And new keyboard and menu shortcuts help you arrange your tiles even faster. Now,
yeah, Windows does that right now.
When you're on a video call, say goodbye to oversharing with the new Presenter Preview. It lets you see what you're about to share before you share it and works with apps like FaceTime and Zoom. And when you want to express yourself or just hide the laundry behind you, you can now replace your background with some beautiful built-in backgrounds or your own photos. Background replacements use Apple's industry-leading segmentation, so you look your best while on a call. Now,
I think they were using this right now.
Foundation of Keychain to help you manage your passwords. For over 25 years, we've been adding features to make logging into your accounts easier. And now we're introducing the Passwords app. Passwords makes it easy to access your credentials and have them securely stored all in one place.
Spy looking for a back check if it's one minute trigger to go higher.
To verification codes, to security alerts. You can find the app on Mac, iPad, iPhone, Vision Pro, and on Windows with the iCloud for Windows app. All the passwords securely sync across your devices. And if you use autofill, your passwords will automatically populate in the Passwords app. Now, here's Beth to tell you about Safari.
Safari offers an experience like no other browser on Mac. In macOS Sequoia, Safari is the world's fastest browser, enabling you to fly through the web with lightning speed. And it offers up to 4 hours more battery life than Chrome when streaming video. Safari is also a trailblazer in privacy, with industry-leading intelligent tracking prevention and private browsing that's actually private. It not only protects your history, it prevents websites from seeing what you do while you browse. And it's built on WebKit, which supports the latest exciting web technologies and standards. If you missed anything we've added to Safari in the last few years, it's time to check it out. Safari has everything you need to feel at home, like profiles, translation, and more. And in this release, we're making it even better with easier ways to discover content and streamline your browsing. When you're on a site, Safari can now help you discover more about the page with highlights. Safari uses machine learning to automatically detect relevant information and highlight it for you as you browse. Highlights share helpful information like directions, summaries, and quick links to learn more about people, music, movies, and TV shows. So if you're planning a trip, you can effortlessly discover a hotel's location and phone number right there. You can listen to an artist's music or check out a new show with just a click. And even get a summary, so you can get the gist before reading on. Summaries are also integrated into a redesigned Reader. Reader instantly removes distractions from articles, and now it can provide a table of contents and includes a helpful summary right next to the article. We're bringing a distraction-free experience to video on the web as well, with Viewer. When Safari detects a video on the page, Viewer helps you put it front and center, while still giving you full access to system playback controls like AirPlay and Picture-in-Picture. And video automatically moves into Picture-in-Picture if you click away. And that's a quick look at what's new in Safari. Back to you, Craig.
Let's talk about gaming. We're so excited to see more and more game developers embracing the Mac with great games like these, including the most recent Game of the Year, Baldur's Gate 3, all leveraging Metal 3 to deliver smooth frame rates, provide high-quality visuals, and take full advantage of Apple Silicon. Every Mac in the lineup can play today's most cutting-edge games, like Death Stranding, Director's Cut, and so can iPhone 15 Pro and any iPad with an M-series chip. And for developers, this creates a unified gaming platform across iPhone, iPad, and Mac, spanning well over 100 million devices.
Yeah, this seems like bullshit.
These devices are capable of playing...
I mean, they're going through, like, I guess they're working their way up maybe to something, but...
iPadOS 18 and macOS Sequoia, we continue to deliver features for an even more immersive gaming experience. And since the introduction of Game Porting Toolkit, developers have been able to bring their games to Apple devices faster than ever, and gaming enthusiasts can experience more games on the Mac. And this year, Game Porting Toolkit 2 takes this to the next level, enabling developers to bring even more advanced games to Mac with improved Windows compatibility and shader debugging tools. And it's much easier to bring...
All right, give me 5 minutes. I'll be right back with you guys. I'm going to leave this on for you to listen to in the background. If you don't like it, mute it.
Unify their game code and shaders.
I am looking for generative AI to be the focus at some point of this broadcast.
More games.
You want to hear those words if you're an Apple bull.
Control, providing a mind-bending story.
I mean, this is all good. Generally speaking, I like seeing this stuff.
And there's some exciting news from Ubisoft.
A lot of these events were mired by
iPhone and iPad.
Or totally mired by Apple, stating that they were more concerned about COVID.
Mark Alexa.
They've completely jumped from that and moved into development, or at least development being the topic of the day this past year or so with Apple. So this is all good to see.
To share our passion for games.
There's no talk at this point of reining anything in.
To the unified gaming platform with tight integration of Metal and Apple Silicon. Just last month, we announced that Prince of Persia.
But the real reason that we're here today is for generative AI, or what they're doing.
Big chapter of Assassin's Creed is also coming to Mac on November 15 alongside PCs and consoles.
It is concerning to see the new low on Apple.
And can't wait.
It wasn't in a cash session, but it was, 9 o'clock in the morning. So a new low here on Apple for the day versus the low on Friday. The high in pre-market was 198.20.
Intricately detailed scenes like this.
So they're making Apple look like they're walking the plank right now.
Supporting the latest advancements.
I'll be back with you guys in about just 15 minutes. I gotta go potty really quick. I've got like coffee and water running through me right now. I'll be back with you guys in just a minute.
And high resolutions. Our next generation Anvil engine scales performance and quality across the Mac lineup and delivers stunning vistas embellished with ray tracing. And speaking of Apple Silicon, we're thrilled to announce that in addition to Mac, Assassin's Creed Shadows will also be coming to iPad. With Ubisoft's Anvil engine now supporting the Apple ecosystem, we couldn't be more excited about bringing our biggest titles to Apple devices. Download and play Assassin's Creed Mirage today, and Assassin's Creed Shadows will be available later this year. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, no kidding with the tracking on the P app.
Excited about these amazing.
I mean, seriously.
To Apple devices. And this year, even more games are on the way, creating a stellar lineup of titles to look forward to. So that's gaming, which wraps up macOS Sequoia. It's a big release that uplevels your productivity and creativity. You can quickly tile windows for your ideal workspace. A massive update to Safari helps you browse the web distraction-free. An amazing host of new gaming titles are coming to the Mac. And iPhone mirroring lets you wirelessly use your iPhone right from your Mac. macOS joins the announcements across our platforms. And this is a huge year for developers, with brilliant new features and APIs coming so they can supercharge their apps and experiences. Developer betas will be available today. Public betas will be available next month, and all of our OS releases will be available to users this fall. Back to Tim.
At Apple, it's always been our goal to design powerful personal products that enrich people's lives by enabling them to do the things that matter most as simply and easily as possible. We've been using artificial intelligence and machine learning for years to help us further that goal. Recent developments in generative intelligence and large language models offer powerful capabilities that provide the opportunity to take the experience of using Apple products to new heights. So as we look to build in these incredible new capabilities, we want to ensure that the outcome reflects the principles at the core of our products. It has to be powerful enough to help with the things that matter most to you. It has to be intuitive and easy to use. It has to be deeply integrated into your product experiences. Most importantly, it has to understand you and be grounded in your personal context, like your routine, your relationships, your communications, and more. And of course, it has to be built with privacy from the ground up. Together, all of this goes beyond artificial intelligence. It's personal intelligence, and it's the next big step for Apple. Introducing Apple Intelligence, the new personal intelligence system that makes your most personal products even more useful and delightful. To tell you all about it, here's Craig.
This is a moment we've been working towards for a long time. We're tremendously excited about the power of generative models. And there are already some really impressive chat tools out there that perform a vast array of tasks using world knowledge. But these tools know very little about you or your needs. With iOS 18, iPadOS 18, and macOS Sequoia, we are embarking on a new journey to bring you intelligence that understands you. Apple Intelligence is the personal intelligence system that puts powerful generative models right at the core of your iPhone, iPad, and Mac. It draws on your personal context to give you intelligence that's most helpful and relevant for you. It protects your privacy at every step, and it is deeply integrated into our platforms and throughout the apps you rely on to communicate, work, and express yourself. Let's take a closer look at Apple Intelligence, starting with its incredible capabilities. Then, we'll tell you about its unique architecture. And after that, we'll show you how it elevates so many of your everyday experiences. Let's begin with capabilities. Apple Intelligence will enable your iPhone, iPad, and Mac to understand and create language, as well as images, and take action for you to simplify interactions across your apps. And what's truly unique is its understanding of your personal context. Language and text are fundamental to how we communicate and work, and the large language models built into Apple Intelligence deliver deep, natural language understanding, making so many of your day-to-day tasks faster and easier. For example, your iPhone can prioritize your notifications to minimize unnecessary distractions while ensuring you don't miss something important. Apple Intelligence also powers brand new writing tools that you can access system-wide to feel more confident in your writing. Writing tools can rewrite, proofread, and summarize text for you, whether you're working on an article or blog post, condensing ideas to share with your classmates, or looking over a review before you post it online. And they're available automatically across Mail, Notes, Safari, Pages, Keynote, and even your third-party apps. In addition to language, Apple Intelligence offers a host of capabilities for images. From photos to emojis and GIFs, it's so much fun to express ourselves visually. And now you can create totally original images to make everyday conversations even more enjoyable. And because Apple Intelligence understands the people in your photo library, you can personalize these images for your conversations. So, when you wish a friend a happy birthday, you can create an image of them surrounded by cake, balloons, and flowers to make it extra festive. And the next time you tell mom that she's your hero, you can send an image of her in a superhero cape to really land your point. You can create images in 3 unique styles: sketch, illustration, and animation. In addition to messages, this experience is built into apps throughout the system, like Notes, Freeform, Keynote, and Pages.
Apple trading like a meme stock right now. Did a low of 193.41.
Across your apps.
Just traded a high and a squeeze to 196.46.
The apps you use every day. And we have designed Apple Intelligence so it can tap into these tools and carry out tasks on your behalf. So you can say things like, pull up the files that Jaws shared with me last week, or show me all the photos of Mom, Olivia, and me, or play the podcast that my wife sent the other day. We're designing Apple Intelligence to be able to orchestrate these and hundreds of other actions for you, so you can accomplish more while saving time. There's one more critical building block for personal intelligence, and that's an understanding of your personal context.
System integrated AI generated images.
Your personal information and context, with the ability to retrieve and analyze the most relevant data from across your apps, as well as to reference the content on your screen, like an email or calendar event you're looking at. This can be incredibly useful in so many moments throughout the day. Suppose one of my meetings is being rescheduled for late in the afternoon, and I'm wondering if it's going to prevent me from getting to my daughter's play performance on time. Apple Intelligence can process the relevant...
Yeah, they use the word generative. There's a big squeeze in that.
...who my daughter is, the play details she sent several days ago, the time and location for my meeting, and predicted traffic between my office and the theater. Understanding this kind of personal context is essential for delivering truly helpful intelligence, but it has to be done right. You should not have to hand over all the details of your life to be warehoused and analyzed in someone's AI cloud. With Apple Intelligence, powerful intelligence goes hand in hand with powerful privacy. Let me tell you more about its architecture and how it's built with privacy at the core. The cornerstone of the personal intelligence system is on-device processing. We have integrated it deep into your iPhone, iPad, and Mac, and throughout your apps.
Deep.
So it's aware of your personal data without collecting your personal data. This is only possible through our unique integration of hardware and software and our years-long...
We're aware of what you're doing. We're just not taking it from you, we promise.
Deeply integrated generative models require immense processing power. And with our most advanced Apple Silicon, the A17 Pro and M family of chips, we have the computational foundation to power Apple Intelligence. This personal intelligence system is...
Here it is.
Highly capable large language and diffusion models that are specialized for your everyday tasks and can adapt on the fly to your current activity. It also includes an on-device semantic index.
Wild-ass price action in Apple right now.
From across your apps. When you make a request, Apple Intelligence uses its semantic index to identify the relevant personal data and feeds it to the generative model so they have the personal context.
Jesus Christ, you're fucking gonna be...
Many of these models run entirely on device. There are times, though, when you need models that are larger than what fits in your pocket today.
So you're not getting paid to do this, right?
Can also store your data without you realizing it and use it in ways you did not intend. And since server software is only accessible to its owner,
damn, it's like free fucking research.
You're unable to verify their claim or if it changes over time. In contrast, when you use an Apple...
Didn't X say something about how they would pay you for your stuff?
Where it is stored...
It said something about...
And because the software image for your iPhone...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm getting on that same I'm getting on that same thing you're on there, Algoos91.
To extend...
X said something about, or Tesla said something about...
Even more intelligence for you.
I don't know if this is bullshit, but they were saying they're going to use the cars for... compute power, and I was like, well, you're gonna get paid for that compute power? Are you getting paid as a Tesla owner for that? And they, I think Elon said yes.
For more complex requests.
I get it.
Protecting your privacy.
I know some of that was some really heady shit he was putting out there, and I was like, I don't know if that's real or not, or who's paying for the electricity for this?
Privacy and security of your.
I think he was saying he'd pay you for it, but.
Draw on the security
for the compute, but
programming language.
This looks like they're just gonna fucking use you to train their AI models, doesn't it? Is that what this looks like, or no?
Apple Intelligence analyzes whether it can be processed on device. If it needs greater computational capacity, it can draw on private cloud compute and send only the data that's relevant to your task to be processed on Apple Silicon servers. Your data is never stored or made accessible to Apple. It's used exclusively to fulfill your request, and just like your...
That's fucking horse shit.
Independent experts can inspect...
Sorry, I'll call it what it is.
...servers to verify this privacy promise. In fact...
We promise we're not using your shit for AI. That's crock shit.
Mac will refuse to talk to a server unless its software has been publicly logged for inspection. This sets a brand new standard for privacy in AI and unlocks intelligence you can trust. So that's a look at the powerful capabilities of Apple Intelligence and its groundbreaking privacy protections.
You know, there's a loophole here, right? There's got to be a fucking loophole. Like maybe they're training the AI on your phone side, then that gets uploaded, but your data doesn't. But they are using your data on your phone side. There's something here that's
and fun.
I don't believe it.
Express yourself. Let's start with Siri. Here's Kelsey to tell you more.
Today, Siri helps you get everyday tasks done quickly and easily. In fact, Siri users make 1.
I don't know here. I'm kind of like, yeah, there's got to be, I'm sure there's a verbiage.
We introduced Siri, the original.
There's some kind of a verbiage loophole in this where
we've been steadily building
your shit's not going to the cloud and to them, but it is being
we have the foundational capabilities to take a
gathered and used to train the AI on your phone side. Possibly, it's got to be something. I'm sure there's some kind of
relevant and, of course, more personal to you. Right?
There's got to be. There's no way this is real.
Let me show you. When you talk to Siri, you'll notice it's more deeply.
I don't know if it's a backdoor deal with Meta or Google. My assumption here is that they're going to do the work on your phone side
more naturally
to improve the AI, and the AI uploads something that gets around the rule of not using your privacy or your data.
Like for tomorrow at Muir Beach.
Or their promise to you. Does that make any sense? So
the forecast is calling for clear skies in the morning near Muir Woods National Monument.
Sometimes it takes me a beat to
if I know 1 + 1 = 2,
and now
right, 1 + 1 = 2 on the phone side, I figure that math out or something, or we do that work on the math side.
An event for a hike there.
It doesn't go to Apple Cloud saying, "Oh, Jim James figured out 1 + 1 = 2," but the AI itself now knows it and uploads that without your personal identifiable information. Some kind of like gray area skirting of that.
Speak to Siri out loud.
There's got to be some kind of gray area skirting. 100%.
You have the option.
Or now the AI knows 1 + 1 = 2, so
at the bottom of the screen.
It's just not that it's from you in particular, but I think this is horseshit. They're using verbiage here that's not real. I don't believe it.
And voice communicating.
I could be wrong.
Feels right for
I could
the
be wrong.
We're also laying the groundwork for some brand new ways that Siri will be able to support you.
And they're making it sound like it's not assignable to you, I think, but I think that's still theirs. Does that make sense?
Information about features and settings, and can answer thousands of questions when you want.
What else is fascinating about this too is
iPhone, iPad, or Mac. Even if you don't know exactly what a feature is called, you can just describe it, and Siri will find the info you're looking for. Like this. How can I write a message now and have it delivered tomorrow?
So like a lot of AI is limited, right, to what it can gain access to. You guys all know that basic stuff, right? AI is like learned language models, stuff like that. It's whatever it's exposed to, whatever you allow it to see.
Over the course
we all know that the internet is like
more features that make Siri even
that
more
big
personal
that
and
we access, and how much more of it's there, and then
will provide Siri with
human
so it'll be able to understand.
knowledge is not all on the internet. It's like really truly just the surface of all knowledge.
Say a friend texts you his
So
right from the messages thread, you can say, add this address to his contact.
it needs input from
And Siri will take care
stuff
of it.
that's not online,
Siri
stuff that you might know that the internet doesn't know, experiences, places, pictures, videos, voice interactions, all kinds of that shit. Like generative AI needs that. It needs that access to the world.
Hundreds of new actions in and across apps.
And if you're in options right now, you're getting fucking murdered. This is like back and forth.
For example, you'll be
Brutal.
show me my photos of Stacey.
Tell you to get a new high, run it back down to where the buyers were.
Bring those right up. Then you might say, make this photo pop.
This 100% is guaranteed. That's what they're looking for with this generative AI is
Take actions
your experiences
add this to my note with Stacey's bio.
outside of the box that it's locked in, right?
To make it happen. This is going to bring us closer.
How you trick people into thinking it's
moves through the system in concert with you.
you're really tricking people into thinking that it's
Significant enhancements
solving
to app intents. A framework that lets apps
by the serendipity of the human interaction. So
shortcuts and other system
that's
experiences.
the only way you get generative AI, I would assume, right? You need that serendipity,
For developers, they'll be able to use
that human input.
to define actions in their apps and tap into Apple Intelligence too.
I don't think that they've created that
Take a light
serendipity.
Pro camera by moment. Or ask Siri to share a summary of
I don't think that they have.
and email your drafting to a teammate in Superhuman. And this is only the beginning. Siri will be able to understand and take more actions in more apps over time.
Localized models on a small scale for 3 years now. Maybe I missed what else you might have wrote there, Trad Dad.
Thanks to Apple Intelligence, it has awareness of your personal context. With its semantic index of things like photos, calendar events, and files, plus information that's stashed in passing messages and emails, like hotel bookings, PDFs of concert tickets, and links that your friends have shared. Siri will find and understand things it never could before. And with the powerful privacy protections...
What are you saying here, Trad Dad? So, Trad Dad, do you think that this is...
You get things done with...
How are you with...
privacy.
Ethically, how do you feel about... We know that generative AI needs that input, right?
If it wasn't an email.
Or it needs more input.
Like some book recommendations that a friend sent you a while back. Or for times when you're filling out a form and need to input your driver's license.
I'm assuming that if you're going to teach the AI, you need humans for that, right? That's what I'm assuming here. If you want to beat everybody in AI, I would assume that your greatest resource would be
personal context awareness.
I don't know.
Action capabilities built.
I fucking go for a full moon hike with friends.
And I'm trying.
And where I'm standing in that
be able to help me do this.
trail at that moment with those people, you would want that input for AI, wouldn't you?
What's awesome
I would
is
think.
that Siri actually
like stuff like that you can't get.
My mom shared with me by email with real-time flight tracking to give me her up-to-date arrival time. What's our lunch plan? I don't always remember to add things to my calendar, and so I love that Siri can help me.
You know, the simple way to describe it would be
conversation. Like this lunch reservation.
What was that fucking movie with
How long will it take us to get there from the airport? I haven't had
the movie with
messages to maps to figure out this plan.
Oh shit.
And a set of tasks that would have taken
Good Will Hunting.
And
is a great metaphor for a lot of this.
Addressed in a matter of
the movie Good Will Hunting, I think that
ways in which Siri is going to become more powerful and more
shit, who are the actors in that movie?
And all of these updates to Siri are also coming to iPad and Mac, where Siri's new design is a total game changer. It makes Siri
I haven't seen that movie in God.
With your workflow. Thanks to the
So Robin Williams says to or I think Matt Damon mentions
Here's Justin to show you
I don't know, Sistine Chapel or
where Apple
something
simplifies and accelerates your tasks.
He knew all the art and all the history on the art. And he's repeating it back or regurgitating it. And Robin Williams mentioned that he probably had never been there.
Blog post reads just
he couldn't smell what the Sistine Chapel smelled like. I don't know if it was Sistine Chapel. It's been a long time.
To take a closer look at how system-wide writing tools can help you communicate even more effectively.
Probably relevant to a basic understanding of what they need for this generative AI, right? They need someone to go to the Sistine Chapel and record their experiences.
This is great for making sure your cover letter for that job you're excited for lands perfectly. And suggestions are shown in line, so you can go with a combination of flow and wording that works for you. Rewrite also helps you get the tone right. Have you ever reread a work email that you just wrote and thought, oh, this might not go over well? Well, now you can change the tone.
So this looks like its whole entire thing is, this looks like a negotiation.
More concise. You can also describe how...
That's what it looks like. It looks like a presentation to negotiate with you to...
With a one-of-a-kind invitation. Written as a poem. Who could say no to that? Another is with proofread.
To help with AI development. That's basically what it is. I don't know if that's negative or positive. I don't have any feelings on it or thoughts on it at this point. Seems logical at this point, though.
And their explanations individually, or accept them all with a...
Yeah, that's what it seems like. Or in a tacit okay to it. It's not just them, though, either. This isn't just Apple doing this. I'm assuming you're going to get all... I think even Elon's spoken about this. I know that Microsoft and Winky has mentioned that Microsoft is doing it without even telling you. They're just saying, fuck you, this is what we're going to do.
Apple Intelligence also powers...
As a matter of fact, Winky had a video to watch. I'm going to post a link to that right now.
Now see suggestions for your response based on the email. If you say you'll be there, mail identifies questions you were asked.
The intrusion that's going on.
Intelligent selections so you can quickly choose your responses. Your drafted response incorporates your answers. So with just a few taps, you're ready to send it off
with all the right details.
See if I can find it here.
Finally, let's talk about how Apple Intelligence helps you.
Yeah, Windows Copilot on YouTube.
Deal with sorting through.
I thought he had a
every day.
They gave me an exact.
Easier and faster than ever to browse your inbox. Instead of previewing the first few lines of each email that don't always convey the most useful information, you can now see.
I thought he gave me a link to a video on YouTube to watch.
So without
when another email, he said,
meeting on Thursday to discuss a new design. And if you jump into a particularly long email when you're in a hurry, you can tap to read.
On another email, Winky sent me. He just said go to YouTube and search Windows Copilot Recall.
The emails you receive. Determine what's
Windows Copilot Recall. Search that on YouTube.
Like a dinner invite for tonight or a boarding pass for your trip this afternoon. And deep understanding of language extends beyond your inbox into more places, like your notifications. First, just like in mail, your priority notifications appear at the top of the stack, letting you know what to pay attention to at a glance.
Saying not true in the Microsoft side, your data is your data with Copilot and does not train the model.
So when the group chat is blown up, you can quickly see that Savita booked the house and Leah is arriving early, right from your lock screen. Apple Intelligence also enables an all-new focus called Reduce Interruptions.
What's the incentive, to be honest, in your online communications? Well, it's trying to reach out and the guy from one of the big tech websites, not Wired, but one of them like Wired,
to staying present and focused.
He discusses this
Apple Intelligence
in great detail. How
so many ways. Now over to Cyrus to show you how it unlocks new ways to express yourself.
Two important things. One would be
Apple Intelligence enables you to create.
He described it really well. He described it like this. He was like,
or trying to land an idea while collaborating in freeform.
What am I trying to be right back?
Experience too, like in Craft, where you can create a delightful image to add to your document.
Well, where's the incentive to be honest in your online communications? Sorry, I misread what you wrote.
Visually in messages. One of the most fun ways to communicate in messages is with emoji.
I don't know the answer to that.
Thousands of emoji to choose from. There are times when you can't.
Or are we even honest in our communications?
So
when you guys post pictures of like where you are, what you're doing with your wife and your kids or your husbands or your boyfriends or your boyfriends, or if you're, I don't know what you are. You like furries or whatever, it's always
just provide a description.
Your best foot forward, right? To some extent, or
right before you're
trying to get an idea across or an emotion across.
In those times when you're updating a friend about your relaxing weekend.
Like capturing a moment, but it's not necessarily real, is it?
Or complaining about the rowdy squirrel right outside your window.
I saw someone on Reddit yesterday said that someone said, "Am I the asshole?" He got mad at he got mad at his wife.
That looks just like
I think he was mad at his wife. His wife was putting
reacting to messages,
posting family pictures of the kids
even add Gen
with AI
in your messages.
Enhanced photos.
Let your imagination.
Do you guys use that with your family right now? Your kids?
Just the right Genmoji.
Taking a family moment.
And because it's so much.
Do you touch it up, or do you do full AI on it?
Does
it look like your kids?
With a new system experience we call Image Playground.
If you're taking like a family portrait
in just seconds,
because we touch up photos. We've been touching up photos pre-AI.
Right into apps like
that's been a thing. Adobe Photoshop's been a thing for a long time.
Concepts like themes, costumes, accessories, places, and more. When you select them, they get added to your playground. No need to engineer the perfect prompt. In a
I like you, B-Mix.
Apple Intelligence creates a preview of.
Yeah, I guess that's my question. Is there a difference between tasteful?
You'll see.
I don't know. You got a zit. Let's remove it.
This all happens on device.
Or you know what? Your cheekbones look really nice if they're a little higher.
Images if you want. This is great for quickly responding to your friends with just the right image. When you have a really
this is a trap. I put it in last night's brief.
Type a description to add it to your.
This is just to catch liquidity to short the fucking market. That's all this is in my viewpoint. They're gonna trap call buyers, put buyers, shorts, and they're gonna run us just like this. Bang, 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 bang. As we roll down into CPI. Nothing's changed. We're on a 1 minute chart here, so it kind of looks more wild than it actually is.
That's simple. Since Apple Intelligence
looks more crazy.
Personal context, you'll see
nothing's changed.
Concepts related to your message.
Nothing fundamentally with the price actions changed.
and people from your messages thread. When selected, it uses appearances from photos to add you or one of them to the image you're creating.
Yeah, JP left saying I have 3 kids. They get pictures for every sport. Say 4 times per year. It's $150 each time for the pics to the company. The AI stuff might save me $600 a year in pics.
With an intuitive experience to create totally original images and so many ways to express what you want, the Image Playground...
Yeah, I talked about GME earlier this morning.
A whole lot more.
We reviewed GME. I'm looking for a retest below of the monthly and weekly trigger. I do not want to see price reject those triggers at all, but I think it's happening faster than I expected. I was like, yeah, maybe 1 week, 3 weeks. It's blasting down right now. I haven't looked at it in the last half an hour.
Play around with different concepts and make something to share.
Apple getting
other apps
rolled right now in the background.
For developers, they can integrate the new Image Playground experience in their app too, with a new API. With the Image Playground experience and Genmoji,
GME right now, it's fine.
Right where you need.
It's fine. It's perfectly fine. GME, I think I have a
capability.
Well, it depends on the day, but if it was today, it'd be like $20, $20.50 if it was actually today. 23 is good. We're close. We're close.
Fantastic.
I'd own it at $20. Absolutely.
Like a brand new tool in the Notes app that we call Image Wand. Image Wand can transform a rough sketch into...
Does that factor in for June 21st?
Right in your tool palette.
See the cross of the weekly trigger in the next 1 to 3 weeks to the upside.
You can circle your rough sketch.
The move higher can happen before that with the weekly closes each week.
In your note. Image Wand uses on-device intelligence to analyze...
I'm assuming here that a short wants to get underneath 20.5.
Oh, it's
That's the attempt here would be to get underneath it.
Empty space.
And turn the stonk negative.
Suggests the ideal image to go with your note. It has never been easier to make your notes more visual and engaging. Apple Intelligence also helps us make the most out of our ever-growing photo libraries. First,
you've closed the gap here on GME as well, which is good to see.
We got the perfect shot and realized later it wasn't quite perfect. Now, the new cleanup tool will identify distracting objects in the background so you can make them disappear without accidentally changing your subject. Plus, searching for photos and videos is much more convenient because you can now use natural language phrases. So you can search for really specific things, like Maya skateboarding in a tie-dye shirt.
That's kind of cool.
Katie with stickers on her face.
This is all AI shit, right?
Videos is also more powerful, with the ability to find a particular moment in the middle of a video clip. So you can go right to the relevant segment when you search for that video of Maria cartwheeling on the grass.
That's kind of cool.
Apple Intelligence also makes it so much more delightful to create a memory movie. Today, when you want to use your photos and videos to create a movie yourself,
whoever said that about telling the truth,
take hours of work. You have to search through tons.
Whoever's just saying about telling the truth, this guy's saying that too right now. He's basically saying,
and hunt for the.
Can you imagine what AI is going to think our lives are actually like versus
it is super
the lives we compose
about the story you want to see? Just type a description, and it can interpret that.
Whoever said that earlier, I'm with you on that.
Water
would have to be through surveillance, wouldn't it? I know that Amazon does that. Amazon Alexa listens to everything.
And then it
everything
with unique chapters that are based on themes identified from your photos and arranges them into a movie.
Not just your input. It's constantly listening all the time, all the time.
A wonderful memory.
It would have to be that, right?
Practicing on the dock.
You would need, if you were going to do great AI, you would want to know
and finish
what people
the price
put forward as who they are, and then versus what they actually are in their real life.
Like all of Apple Intelligence, these updates to photos are
privacy.
So
you should see my advertising.
Not shared with Apple.
Like it's a mix of Spanish.
With endless possibilities.
I kid you not, Spanish ads.
Fun trying out different ideas.
Because I spent a lot of time in the Southwest.
And now, back to Craig.
I spent a lot of time in Detroit, so I get a lot of advertising directed towards African Americans.
and meet you where you
And then a retired old man. I got to somehow I'm like, I got AARP and stuff. Like it's very fucked up what who it thinks we are.
Transcribe audio to capture detailed notes while staying present.
I'm like a 65-year-old wealthy rich old man.
Intelligence generates
it thinks I needs diapers right now too because I like say things like shit my pants. I kid you not.
Intelligence powered summaries are also coming to the
it thinks I'm an African American from Detroit and it thinks I'm a Latino from
automatically
from New Mexico.
Apple Intelligence is available for free.
Nice. Another little squeeze in here, grinding out the spoos right now. With that beautiful grinding action going on. Bam, 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 bam.
Every day.
Woo!
Still,
Spy, you dirty dog.
Tools available
just grinding right now.
That draw on broad world knowledge or offer specialized domain expertise. We want you to be able to use these external models without having.
It really is like that. Doesn't know what I've got this
right.
So I keep like
and we're starting out with the.
I keep different personas
and market leader
on my devices in different houses and stuff. So it's kind of fucking funny to like
first
who it thinks I am or who it thinks we are.
You can tap into ChatGPT's expertise when it might be helpful for you. For example, if you need menu ideas for an elaborate meal to make for friends using some freshly caught fish and ingredients from your garden, you can just ask Siri. Siri determines that ChatGPT might have good ideas for this. Ask your permission to share your question.
Oh yeah, totally.
That's the answer directly.
You are winning when it doesn't get who you are.
You can also include
you are winning.
Questions. If you want some advice on decorating, you can take a picture and ask.
You definitely are winning.
Would go well on this deck. Siri confirms if it's okay to share your photo with ChatGPT and brings back relevant suggestions. It's a seamless integration.
Actually, take
photos. You can also
take my license photo.
Presentation.
So it doesn't look like me.
Into the
hairstyle, everything, all of it.
With Compose. You can create content with ChatGPT for whatever you're writing about. Suppose you want to create a custom bedtime story for your 6-year-old who loves butterflies and solving riddles. Put in your initial idea and send it to ChatGPT to get something back she'll love. Compose.
This was the target right here. I turned it green, but
to generate
make it yellow again.
A wide variety of styles to illustrate your bedtime story. You'll be able to access ChatGPT for free.
We're below it.
Creating an account. Your requests and information will not be logged. And for ChatGPT subscribers, you'll be able to connect your account and access paid features right within our experiences. Of course, you're in control over when ChatGPT is used and will be asked before any of your information is shared. ChatGPT integration will be coming to iOS 18, iPadOS 18, and macOS Sequoia later this year.
2:30 at 9 in the afternoon. We're almost at the end of the day with Apple. Apple's bleeding into the bell right now.
And how they can integrate the experiences powered by Apple Intelligence into their apps. We've updated our SDKs with new APIs and frameworks. For example, developers can add the image.
This overall seems fine to me.
Lines of code.
The takeaways that I'm getting from this is that I do like, I'll say this, on an overall basis, I'm happy with what Apple's doing. It's good to see. They are focusing on their core products and AI. It seems to me also, though, like they are...
Plus, we're building many more.
They just had a conference in Shanghai about AI safety. There's a push by these tech companies. There's a general push right now from AI companies or investment in AI to get you on board and I on board with this next step.
Across our operating system.
On the surface, this seems fine.
Starting with these categories.
I don't know who's going to come out later and question all of this.
Easy for developers to adopt. Using new app intents, an app like Darkroom.
There's likely
the apply filter intent.
There's a bunch of sides to this. Like
cinematic preset to
you're going to get the honeymoon phase from companies.
Of the updates.
These companies want the honeymoon phase. They want you to buy into this. They want you to agree to it and basically give it away for free. We know that, right? That's a fact. It's part of it. And this is that. This to me reminds me. This conference reminds me of a. Hey, let's make a deal. We want to do this. We want you to buy into it, You're going to get asked that from other companies as well.
For developers,
everything is fine and safe and dandy, and there's no risk to you.
Rest of us. Personal intelligence you can rely on at work.
Then there is there risk to you? Which, of course, there is. High likelihood of something really bad happening at some point. Do I know what that is? I have no idea what it is, how it happens, but usually it happens.
In beta as part of
Usually it happens, then we get regulation, right? Regulation is, there's never regulation in the beginning of anything. The regulation comes over time, right? When we invented the vehicle, the Model T, there was some other vehicle before that, but basically when we had the Model T everywhere, there were people in horse and buggy, and people walked on the street. Lots of people walking on the street. We made laws to force people from walking on the street. People were getting hit by cars. There were incidents that took place, accidents, all kinds of stuff, right? There was no safety with vehicles.
And now?
And they don't want safety. Apple's not going to want safety. You use the blueprint of any new technology. Max it out as long as we can. Find out its... find out when does it break something, and then we'll regulate it then, or leave that regulation up to bodies larger than us. So this all looks like the buy-in from you.
Uniquely Apple way, we think Apple Intelligence is going to be indispensable to the products that already play such an integral role in our lives. We have a big week ahead for developers. It kicks off this afternoon with a platform State of the Union. We also have over 100...
And this is the last speech. They're going to have the last major speech.
With Apple engineers. All of this content is available online for free for developers. We're excited to provide developers with the amazing new OS platforms and technologies we announced today.
It looks on the surface great. Not like this all looks good. I can see people buying into this and saying, "Yeah, we're on board. Let's do it. Fuck yeah. Woohoo."
Let's have a great WWDC.
So until something breaks or something goes wrong, this looks better than Vision Pro, I'll tell you that. Or at least the buy-in to it. The Vision Pro might have been more of a cart before the horse moment. But their presentation, yeah, they're buying the fuck out of Uber right now. They don't want anything to do with new lows on Uber. This is an alt counts, but I see them going up. Uber, I'm bullish on. Apple's being bought into their clothes right now. It seems fine to me. I think there is risk, like serious risk, and I don't know when that happens. When we wipe out all the bank accounts, we wipe out the stock market information or something. I'm sure there's got to be a company out there that's even that probably is offline collecting all of that data just for the right moment. To be like, surprise, I've got it all. So anyways, it's 2:44 in the afternoon, kind of a no-go day, up and down, bouncing around. I'm not seeing too much. Looks like they're waiting for this event to get out of the way for Apple. We've got some blood on Tesla today. Looks like a dip can be bought in this close. Looks just like price being pushed down, and that's more of what I expect into Wednesday. Not necessarily bearish here overall, but looking for a push down into FOMC on Wednesday. It seems like they're trying to push price down, and it's not working, right? You can see it here. Let's take a look at the triggers really quick. Let me just clean all of this up. So why does this look so messy right now? So they've tried to push this thing down a bunch of times, right? They pushed it down to 532. They pushed it down to 531.25. You got a new high back over here on Friday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon at 536.92. And no matter every time these sellers try to come in, sell it down, nothing is working here, right? Gamma is strong at 530, isn't it? So you need an event to send this thing down, and as time passes, the daily trigger keeps coming higher and higher and higher. It's kind of leaving the question, how low can you actually go? Can you get to 526 on Wednesday? Can you even get that high? The market looks very supportive here. Whenever you see this kind of stuff, this action like this, when you're seeing no new lows, right? You got a low here, but you got no new low here, no new low here. They couldn't do it in pre-market. I mean, you had the setup here, right? This is a prime setup for a seller. Couldn't get a new low. So if you can't get the new low, where do you go? You go up to the prior high, which is up here, right? You get what I'm saying? Like, you can see it from just this morning right here. Let me show it to you really quick. You can see it right here. I think that's the low right there. Yeah, right there. I think that's the low right there. And they didn't catch a new low this morning in the pre-market. You need that shit. You got to get the new low. If you don't get that new low, when you break underneath the hourly trigger, if you're a seller, when we change direction on trend, you catch the low down here, and you need the new low. You literally need that new low. We'll come back up and sell, but you need that tick. You didn't get the tick right here. You didn't get the tick right here, so they send it right back up again. And that's what we're doing right now. And they're likely going to be wanting to test this prior high up here. And you got the new high right here, too. You can see it right here. New high right here. Right? That's all bullish for an upside attack into tomorrow. They're going to try to test this 536.90 and go even higher into tomorrow. So I'm going to give it to the bulls here for right now. Even saying that, though, to me, it's just liquidity to go lower. Now, you can't be, if you're a bear, hold on a second here. Here is 6 p.m. No, 4 p.m., excuse me. There's 4 p.m. close right here. This seems natural right here that you trade this 536.90. And all due to this right here. No new low on the downside in pre-market. Couldn't get it done. So otherwise, ping pong, ping pong, ping pong. Let's see. Let's draw a little expectation. Because I had us going down today. On Friday, I had us going up here today. But I'm watching it going, yeah, they're probably going to make an attempt to sell it down to the depths of hell and trap you in here. And this right here, man, this is not good. This is not good right here. This showing that the way is higher and not lower. So let's take a peek here and see what we got. Let's see if we can catch that one there. Go right up there into the close. Hold on here. Yeah, they beat all that down there, so this is a 1 hour basis. Buyers are moving higher. You can see them. They're here. Now they're right here. Into tomorrow, 536.90, and then a move down, or whatever this is. Give it to the Bulls, something like that. Move that in tomorrow. Where's 9 a.m.? Tuesday, 4 p.m.? 4 a.m. Man, I still don't like it. I still don't like it. Like all this ping ponging in here, it's all just like I still don't like it. I don't like any of this crap. I think it still rolls into Wednesday. Range bound. There's people in the chat saying we're going to break out and higher. I don't see it. I see the daily trigger helping you get up there. I see it. I just don't see it now. I just don't like. I see it. Like I see it there. Like I see it, but not until we get that FOMC shit. Yeah, I think I'm right here. I'm still on the down move. I really am. I could be really wrong in this. I still think that the move is down. The real trade is right here. This is a tough call. I'm still on that downside move, and I don't know what that downside move is. 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess you could call that. That could be a 1 or 2, 3, 4. This is a tough call. Upside target 536.90 with a failure just below it. I don't know if it's today or tomorrow. It seems logical to me to at least attempt this. We're going to go back down for one more pump to get over the 536.90. That gets sold to the depths of hell. We see 526 at least or lower. This looks like destruction in here. I bet some of you are making money, but this looks like garbage trading to me. It really does. I'm not a fan of this trading. I'm not really. I feel like you can wake up tomorrow and we're down here somewhere. You just wake up tomorrow and it's like, oh yeah, okay, we're going down now. They stepped in and just started selling hard and heavy. Nonsense like that. Now, there's a claim that tomorrow at 1 p.m., we've got an auction, a 10-year, I believe. 1 p.m. So what? Take this out here, maybe? Get your bloodbath? You get your 1 p.m. bloodbath. They don't care if it's good or bad. And what you get underneath there? That would make some sense, I guess. Grind it up. Boom. Usually it's like 12 o'clock in the afternoon, like right there. I'll give you this. If you're a bull, this is really good to see. If you're a bull, this is showing some fucking strength. You need some bad fucking news to get down there. Bad news. Buyers are still here right now. That's the fly in the ointment. There's still demand. They don't give a fuck. Higher, 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 higher. But I'll tell you what, the rest of it's saying lower. The rest of it's just looking for a shoe to drop. You just wake up and it's like, oh, fuck, this is where the real buy is, down here. And this is where I'm a buyer, down here. So I'm not buying this shit. I can't. I'm not buying it right now. This is a good dip buy right here. So I'm looking for something similar to this. Pretty similar to this right here. And there can be something made. I mean, there can be an argument made, right? We already did that, Cap. You got your dip buy. We're going to moon. There can be an argument. I can't say there isn't an argument for this. I can't say that there's not an argument for that. I can't deny it. These buyers here are resilient. Look at them. You need an event to drop this bad boy down. This is where I want to be a buyer, somewhere in here. I love being the buyer down here, so you know, I don't know what to say to you. I'd rather be patient. I'd rather be patient for that dip buy or miss the trade. I think I'd rather miss the trade than be wrong and get torched in here. That's always fucking what happens. I mean, my instinct tells me we're going to moon from right where we are into Wednesday. That's what my instinct tells me. My fucking brain is telling me you're about to give away 20, 30 grand or something stupid. I know how this goes. I've been here. I've been here too long to be like, everything looks great right now. It's like screaming by me. It really is. It's like, dude, just do it. Just like go all in right here. We're going to the moon. And I'm like, nah, I fucking know what this is. It's a fucking trap. I'm going to wake up in the fucking morning and we're down fucking 30, 40 points, 50 points. Fucking hair's on fire. Get stupid questions like, oh my God, what happened, Cap? Nobody saw that coming. I'm like my little rat brain did. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. That 5% bullshit. I wake up and I'm just like, fuck. I should have just sat on my fucking hands and waited a few more days. Whenever I'm in that FOMO mood, I'm like, nah, I'm good. So I'm sticking with me at least, downside. There's a trap in here hiding. I can smell it. It's like right fucking there. I can smell it. It stinks. There's some kind of a fucking bloodbath coming. Call it like Old Trader. Old Trader musty feet or something. Too good to be true. Yeah, well, you know, over the weekend I did a market brief on Sunday, and I'm getting mixed. So right now I'm getting mixed data. So like part of the data that I'm reading right now is saying we're going to grind up all through June and July. It's just up, 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 up. But then I'm getting other data that's like the market breadth is like, dude, we're selling out from underneath you and you don't even see it. And not necessarily that we're going to be down all summer or down into October, but we're setting up for like a wake up and we're down fucking big time. So, so this weekend I went over everything. I went through all of it, and I'm like, every fucking thing I got, and I'm like, I see the up move. I see the up move in the end of July or in the end of June. I see the up move. I see 55.60. I see it clear as day. It's not that we don't go there. It just seems like there's other data saying, "Oh, we're gonna go there, buddy, but we're gonna slam down one day this week or next." And I don't know when that is. So, so I'm erring on the side of caution. I'm erring on the side of caution here. I don't know if it's to protect you guys or protect me or data is usually clear. The data is usually like start selling, start buying, start selling, start buying. Where the data is right now is like it's clear that we're going higher, but there's also some real danger underneath the surface. So I don't know what to say to that. There's like danger under the surface. There's vol control that's dangerous. It's like a recipe for. It's a recipe that's paralyzing me, and because I know that if we wake up and we're down significantly, it's going to move fast and hard. And I'd rather be on the reactive trade of that to the downside. Be able to react to that, have cash available, buy that dip, and move up quickly. That's what it looks like to me. It looks like we're set up for it. So I could be wrong here. We just go higher and just melt up into the end of June and just keep melting. But there's something in there in the background it's just like keeps hitting me in my head. It's like, no, dude. Something's going to fucking happen. You're going to wake up tomorrow morning, fucking market's going to be down fucking 30, 40, 50 points, rip down a little bit farther, and then that's the dip buy. No, that's so the dividend event, the dividend trade is a trade that takes place over a half an hour period, a little bit longer. Right around 2 p.m, the market should look like it's going higher, should plunge. Right around 3:30 in the afternoon, you buy the fuck out of that plunge. It's kind of similar to it, though. It's kind of similar to it. And conceptually, it's kind of similar to where we are right now. Like everything looks fine. We're going to go higher. Everything looks great. Go long. And then it plunges. Similar to that trade over a larger period of time. I feel the same way about it right now. It's pretty similar to that trade. So I'm sitting on my hands. Don't want a taste of that cake. It's not a bad cake. Tastes good. I just like when the cake tastes like shit. The shittier the cake tastes, the better payout it usually is. Yeah, it's like 3:36 in the afternoon. You guys remember that trade, right? So we were live streaming that. Last live stream of that trade was about 2 p.m, and the market looked like it was going to fucking moon. And I said, don't buy that, put that check back of the hourly trigger. I think it's going to blast down to hell. And it did. It we slammed into it, and they rolled us down, and we bled out like a fuck ton of points. Just bled down like relentless selling. And then like right at 3:30, we went long, and it was stupid. It printed like 3,000 or 5,000% on 0 dates. It was an insane trade. And then you dump it into Friday again. Like Friday gets dumped again. They dump the shares. They convert the calls. They buy all these calls up, right? Come into the close. They capture the dividend. And then they fucking dump the shares on the market the following fucking day. It's terrible. It's a filthy fucking trade. Filthy, filthy trade. Take away they fucking literally take away all the calls you sold. And then give you back the shares afterwards. Hey, fuck you. Thank you for your shares for the dividend. It's a pretty filthy trade. Don't be selling calls. Don't be selling calls into the dividend for a SPY. Do not do it. If you think you're going to capture your dividend, you're not going to capture that if you are selling calls against your underlying. They're going to take them away from you. You're going to get robbed. Or not guaranteed, but it's happened frequently the past year and a half. Not a year and a half. Past year. Not calendar. Part of 2023 and 2024. No, you should be using triggers on futures. On futures. I tend to think that the daytime triggers matter during daytime on like SPY and stuff. You might want to keep a second chart open. And then I think the nighttime futures chart matters more. You could leave both up, though. I would probably do that. Although I do like futures levels better than I like SPY levels. Uber holding up right now. There's a lot of news coming out this morning that looks like the news is meant to buy a dip, not necessarily bearish. So I'm seeing some really wonky things. Apple announces partnership with OpenAI integrating ChatGPT. That's coming out from Apple WWC. There's some discussion if older units will accommodate all of this stuff with ChatGPT or not. The integration with Siri. Seeing some comments that's the best Apple keynote in a long while. I agree with that statement. Someone made a statement publicly saying best Apple keynote in a long while. I agree with that. There's a tonal shift. For me at least, in Apple and their direction. They've succeeded in that. A lot, like they switched to services. They've had a lot of keynote addresses that were like fearful about you out there, the poors. If you could afford an iPhone or not, they were going to rein back in development. Then they came out with the Apple visor bullshit. No one took to that. And they're getting back into something that seems tangible for Apple. Apple Intelligence on iPhone 15 Pro or later only. Another headline I'm reading. Oh, i15 or 15 Pros, iPads with Apple Silicon chips only. 15 Pro, M1 for Mac and iPad. Some disagreement on where some of this AI stuff's going to be workable or not. So yeah, so your iPhone 14 isn't going to work, it looks like. You're going to have to upgrade. Got to upgrade if you want it. That's good. More sales. They got Apple fucking shorted to they've shorted Apple to. They are pissed about Apple. Apple is shorted it's like it's number 2 shorted stock right now. Somebody's angry about Apple. Gotta find out when they cover. I'd say it's a win for Apple. I'd say overall it's good. I'd say like this reminds me of old Apple. I I personally want to see Apple have a car. I do. I'm on the car for Apple. I've always been on the car for Apple. I want to see like a Vanagon or something. I think the Apple crowd would scoop it right up. I think they needed that. Looks like they're not going to do that. Like they're going to focus on AI. This focusing on AI seems better than the car. It shines better than the car. This seems like the Vision Pro seemed like it was the cart before the horse. Focusing on the AI seems like the right path for AI. If you're looking at the Vision or you're looking at the car, this seems like the better vision, or not vision, but move forward for Apple in the future. As long as everything goes fine, as long as it's bought into by people. It seems like people will upgrade their systems due to this AI stuff. That's good to see. So this could result in good sales. It seems like a better proposition to say to people, do you want the Apple Vision or do you want a new phone? And if you're like, oh, yeah, I'll take the fucking phone, or I took the goggles and I sent them back, but I'll love a new phone. It seems simple and easy for an Apple user to say yes to that. Upgrade their devices, upgrade their iPads, upgrade their computers. Yeah, it seems, I mean, whether you like it or not, right? That's the truth is that the Apple nerds will buy that shit up like nobody's business, right? Not so much the goggles, but the phone they will, the iPad they will, and the fucking computer they will. I guarantee my daughters come and say something to me at some point. It'll be a status thing too, right? Everybody's got their iPhones. Do you have the 15 or not? You don't even know about ChatGPT, bro. You ain't got the 15. Right? That's what I would think. So I'm going to go, this is a win for Apple. This is a win for Apple. Well, they were in development for it, right? They had a deal with Foxconn to build the cars, and then Foxconn leaked it. And, you know, Apple hates leaking of them building cars. What I heard about Apple was they were abandoning the car project at this point, and they want to force integration and make deals with other car companies. So rather than make the car, you sign deals and you integrate, and you become the I don't know, the brain of the car. I would think that's what they would want. I have an order in right now. I still don't have a fill on it, so I've got an order in for S-Dow calls. I'm gonna probably push my date out too. I've got the 28th, I think, in for those. I have to probably push it out. Probably gonna change it. Tesla bleeding off. Let's take a peek around the net. We've got Dixie rolling down right now. IWM coming back up, trying to trade its second target to the upside of 202.30 right now. SPX strong. I mean, you can't deny this. I'm going to tell you guys something right here, right? This 53.50 is going to become support here. Well, it's already squeezing. It's already fucking squeezing up there. Like this call wall up here is turning into support. 53.50. Turning into support. Real support's lower. It's at 5,300. But all this consolidation in here in 53.50 is saying upside is the way. Upside is the way. You've got some resistance at the prior high, and then 5,400 is the target to the upside. Right up here. There's not much stopping price from getting up there to 5,400 on SPY. So, you know, if you're a bull and you're like, fuck you, Cap, we're going higher. I see what you're talking about. You're building a base You're building a base on top of Everest at 5350 to go higher. And here I am looking for down here. I'm like, yeah, just come on down here. Come on down to my cheap call lot. Don't leave me behind. But you are pounding out 5350 becoming support. 5350 becoming support. Upside targets, two of them. 5375 and 5400 on SPOOs. Even with this roll right here, they're going to try to squeeze these fuckers out. Guaranteed. They're looking to squeeze them out. Looking to squeeze them out. You need an event right now. You can see it. You can see it right here. You need an event. There's no event sending us lower. Hourly velocity climbing higher as well into 5350. Whew. Squeeze them. Where was this one sold on? They almost pinged that top one up here. You can see it right here. They almost caught it. Just shy of it. They viciously sold that, I think. I would even get to it yet. Didn't even get to it. You got this one right here. Tagged that one already. That was the big one. New high on this one. So this one's good. Got the new high. You got the new high right there. Should have a nice squeeze here coming up. Another good squeeze. Should have another one. Caught the new high on this last one here. This one corresponds to that one, so you're good to go. Might even just expect to move higher here. You're already set. You're already. You got 1, 2, 3. You can see it right there, right? There's your 1, 2, 3. There's your 3 right there. But this next one should be explosive. This next one should rip. At least to right here. That's all I've got for WWC or DC. No news tomorrow until 1 p.m. We get a 10-year auction at 1. And then on Wednesday, we get the Fed meeting, which right now doesn't seem like too many people are scared of this Fed meeting. Price action's telling a different story. It's telling you that we might get the dovish Fed or an expectation of the dovish Fed into the meeting on Wednesday, the not the hawkish Fed chair. There are some pretty big voices out there talking about how the Fed should not be hawkish right now. That's closer than ever to the end of its tightening cycle for now. For now, in quotes. I think once you get my thought would be that once we get the election out of the way, that there'll be almost a bond vigilante moment where they'll demand fiscal responsibility. I don't see it right now, but I do see it down the road in 2025. 2026 after the election hangover. Next target to the upside, 536.23, 536.38. And ultimately a target of 536.90. And then a break above that 536 down the road. Makes you wonder if if the date is already known, some an insider already knows that we're going to get the dove fed. Now looking like it, Poke. You got nice base down here on Gamma. This all looks sexy, man. Failure to get a new low this morning. At least go back up here and trade the previous high. At a minimum, trade this previous high up here, brother. Failure to get a new low in the morning here. That's saying it got the new low. Nope. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, you didn't get the new low here either. Yep. No new low, even on SPX. No new low on SPX, so the move is higher. No new low in the SPX either, Poke the Juice Box. So they're going to want to go up here and test that prior high. Yeah, Cash Carry. The Cash Carry piques my interest because he's like Uber Hawk, right? And he was introducing the conversation that people think they want a recession, but in reality, they don't. Not a part of the Fed's mandate either, right? Fed's mandate is not. Fed's mandate is robust employment. We don't have robust participation in any way, shape, or form right now. And the damage that's been done elsewhere, all the stuff that retail sales is showing, all the stuff in ISM manufacturing, all that other data is saying that the Fed's work is almost complete. Inflation is as well. So, like, looking at that other stuff, I'm like, man, talking about raising rates again, to what end? The impact and effects are already being felt elsewhere in the economy. The only reason you would raise rates at this point would be to destroy employment. So I find it hard to believe that they're trying to raise rates right now at this moment. I think they should in the future. I think once employment's participation is up there, you do ram home more rate hikes. So I don't necessarily see the end of rates. I think we live with rates. I think backing off of rates until we get employment numbers up even more participation, that we could take the hit of more hikes. Failure to get a new high just then. This should have went all the way to 536.42. Not good. Not bueno. No bueno. You're looking for this to happen. For this to go up. Go up right there. Didn't happen. So failure. Send it back down again. Fuck. Brutal price action. Brutal price action over here. Brutal. Garbage price action. Are you guys trading this shit with zero dates? This looks like you'd be getting fucking destroyed in zero dates right now. All this price action looks gnarly to me. Yeah, I would. Raising rates would threaten it. And leaving rates where they are introduce stagflation. Where we are right now introduces stagflation. I think they need to cut. I do. And I don't know that they cut this time, but I think you're going to get the conversation. Or let me rephrase it. I'm going to go with what Kashkari said. I'm seriously going to go with what Kashkari said. I think Kashkari was on the not quite testing the waters maybe with Jerome's conversation switching to hey, we're gonna have a fireside chat with young people. Main Street conversation where they're going to attempt, in my view, to tell you that you can live with a little bit of inflation. You can live with letting it run a little bit hot, and that you'd prefer that over stagflation or recession. You think that's the poison that you want. I hope that's what's said. Because if it's not said, I think we got a problem. We got a problem. Failure right here to get the new high. Taking one more stab at it right now. Caught the new high back here in this last up right here. Got that nice high right there. Failure on that next attempt. I am interested. Let me ask you guys a question out there. So for FOMC, do you think, just say, will Jerome be hawkish, dovish, data dependent? You can even write a rate hike or rate cut if you think that's going to happen. You can do dovish, hawkish, data dependent. And if you want, after whatever you write in the chat, you can write 0.25 or 25 BPS, minus 25 BPS, whatever it is. Now you're all on the surprise cut. I think this is your best chance at one. If you're going to get a surprise cut, this is your last chance for the summer. You're going to get a surprise cut. This is your last chance. I'll give you that. I think it's almost guaranteed that they introduce the discussion to try to tell you that it's okay to let the economy run hot. At minimum, I think you're getting that conversation. An introduction to a rate cut, I would call it. Just that should spur the market higher. He doesn't. And he's point blank said, I'm not. Well, I don't know about that. He does not surprise. And he's made it known that he's non-adversarial. But when you piss him off, he does become adversarial. We saw that recently twice. When they called him out on the election being bought. With the Fed, he came out on one. He came out like on the next Fed meeting, and he fucking slammed the market intentionally. Due to that, as he was screaming into the microphone about how he wasn't bought and paid for. I remember that. That was recent. That was 2 decisions ago, I think. And then he fucked with Timorous the last time, a second time. Timorous was wrong twice in a row. Versus expectations. So Jerome can get spicy. Especially if Jerome is questioned by what he perceives to be his peers out there, he gets kind of stinky. There's a bunch of stuff about Jerome, the idiosyncrasies, like Jerome doesn't like being put under pressure. You can see that when he's under pressure. You can see that sometimes he over-explains. when he pulls out the iPads and shit. You're just like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? You don't have to do that. You don't know any of this, that. We can all get that data ourselves on the fucking Fed site. We don't need you to look at that fucking 10-year chart where you think the fucking market's going in 10 years. That shit is bullshit, too. So he does listen to the market. He is out there listening. What else? I think you get that Kashkari thing. Kashkari's burned me in the past, too. I've been burned by him and his statements. I don't know why I pay attention to him, but I think they're going to try to at least sell that to you. Like, you're just at this Apple event. I think you're going to go to that Fed meeting, and they're going to push on you an idea of we don't want to over-tighten. That doesn't mean we're not going to continue to tighten. We think right now it's more, we're open to up and down in rates. Not necessarily tighten, and then cut. They have said in the past that those days are over too. They've said the days of the Fed, it's like QT, QE, QT, QE. They have made that case that they're not about that anymore. It matters if you buy it or not. The gamble there is, do you actually buy that they're only going to do one rate cut and they're going to increase in the future? Or do you get scared and panic, sell everything because he broke something? That's a big part of that. Do you believe that he hasn't broken anything? That's the reason for him to just say data dependent, no increase, no decrease. They might be afraid, or they've run the fucking Sims to see if you'd believe that or eat that or not. The jobs numbers, misleading in which way? They are misleading. I just don't know which way you mean. I've made discussion about that known for weeks on end now. You mean the quality of the job? That's part of it. It's not the major part. It's not the major part. It's a part of it, but not as glaring as other parts of it. The workforce participation rate is a major fucking problem. And I mean glaring. And I don't know why it's not talked about. I got something for you guys. Here, I got something for you guys. I want you to watch this tonight, okay? Do me a solid. I want you to watch this so that you can understand where I'm coming from, because I've brought this up to you in the past about employment. I've talked to you about male participation rate. I know that you want to be, I understand the want to be, I don't want to say woke. It's not a good thing it's not a, it has its place, but for data, it doesn't. Okay? For data specifically to the economy, it doesn't have its place. So I'm going to have you watch this program, but I want you to, and this is an older program too, I want you to watch this because it matters even right now. So this is an older program. It's more glaring now than it's ever been. So I'm going to post this link to you. Especially if you're a Democrat, try to put the politics blinders on listening to this. The reason I say that is because these guys are likely conservatives, and they're giving a lot right now, which they wouldn't do politically. They're saying a lot or admitting to a lot that they wouldn't say politically. And this is this conversation that's had is put your politics aside and just listen to this stuff. The science is important. Yeah, I got to tell you that. The true science, if you speak to a scientist, an engineer in a closed room, they're going to say certain things to you like, hey, I'm as Democrat as they come. But there's some data we have to look at and not deny. And so employment right now is we're at a very weird place with employment where These participation rates are going lower and lower and lower and lower. And we're at this point now where employment is improving. It's improving. Everything looks good. And so there's an argument, well, we're not going to cut, or we're not going to cut, and we should raise rates. But if you look over time where we are, we really need employment participation to go up a lot more. Be in a little bit more safe zone. And this is going back to 1950, 1940. It's a very dangerous metric right now for our economy. And I know that they're aware of this stuff. We've done damage elsewhere in our economy by raising rates, but right now you're talking about potential to force us into an unemployment rate that's close to the Depression. It's really sensitive. I don't know if it's sensitive maybe to say it's sensitive right now, but you wouldn't want to slap down good wage growth and employment numbers stuff right now. It's very fragile, dude. It really is. Employment is so fragile right now. It's so fucking fragile. We need more people working, better jobs, better pay. And they've tried everything. They've screamed at you, right? Get a job, soy boy. We're taking away your work from home. You name it, right? They've tried everything. These companies have tried everything to get you guys to go back to work, and you're not. You're at historical lows. Like, and these are lows. They're like what 80-year lows in workforce participation. Some of it can be assigned to other stuff, but it's very dangerous. And you might be bringing up like the quality of work, which I agree with. Quality of work is a problem. Did I post that link for you guys? I think I did. Try to bookmark that discussion. That discussion's old. And then look at the most recent employment data that I've shown to you guys. Workforce participation rates. It's only gotten worse. Well, it's improving right now. It's improving right now, but it's at that point where just like that thing I showed you. It's like bad. Came back up. This is the COVID low. Like right here is the COVID low. And like we're just like at this place where you're telling me you really want to fucking, your mandate is robust employment. You really want to fucking send this down? I don't believe that. You're like trying to it's like actively trying to go back to COVID just a few years ago. There's no need or want to go back to unemployment from that period or experience a new low in unemployment. So I think we're closer. I think we're closer to a cut. And they're going to try at minimum to tell you that it's okay to live with higher prices. Told you that years ago, right? I told you 2 years ago. You're gonna eat that shit pile eventually. They're gonna force it on you. Told you that, right? It was like you're gonna deal with inflation. You're gonna deal with the high cost of shit, and then one day they're gonna start feeding it to you. They're gonna spoon out. You're gonna be like, you're gonna accept it now. Get yourself a better job. Get yourself a better wage. That's what they're gonna tell you. They're gonna try to pass it off on you. Recessions are not the best way to do it. They are one of the available ways to do it. They're not the best ways, though. There's better, or they think MMT thinks there's better ways to do it. They basically need you to sign off on it. They need you to accept higher inflation, right? They need you to eat the shit pill. and believe the promise that you're going to get a window of catching up in 5 or 10 or 20 years. Right now, you're not buying that. Right now, if you listen to anyone out there right now, they're just like, fuck you, I want a depression. I mean, there's real anger out there. Justifiably so. I can't say that it's not justifiably so. Like, I can't deny it. If you're like Bill or Bob on Main Street or John on Main Street, you're just like, fuck you, I don't care. Send it to the depths of hell. Torch all these fucking fatties on Wall Street. Seems like Trump's doing that too, right? Trump did this weekend. Trump was saying some stuff, and I was like, "The fuck's this guy saying?" I was like, "This guy's out of his fucking mind." This guy was like trying to like win over Democrats. Did you guys see that shit? I gotta find that shit. I was like, "This is all bizarro shit he's talking about." He's talking about some bizarre ass shit. Oh, dude, some really bizarre stuff. What was some of the highlights for me? I'm trying to think of some of the highlights, some of the insane batshit shit that came out of his mouth. I think it started on Thursday, Friday, and then it ended last night. I think it ended with if you're a tipped employee, you'll never pay taxes on it again. That's a good one. That's a good one. The EV stuff was bizarre as fuck. That was a bad one, though, for getting the libs to vote for you. And then he had one more over this weekend that was really bizarre. He was trying to, what do you call when you do this? When you, they do the, I made a comment about this a couple weeks ago. That I was like, I like my Nazis to wear Nazi flags and my Confederates to wear the Confederate flag. I don't like them. I don't like them. What do you call it? What's when you when you like hijack an idea. So it's like it's kind of like the OK symbol. You can't do the OK symbol now because it's been fucking hijacked. Can't say certain words anymore because the meanings are now changed. And he was hijacking some of these words last Thursday and Friday. Yeah, co-opting. He was doing it on Thursday, Friday, and I was like, what the fuck is he doing? Exactly. You can't even use a Pepe anymore, right? Can't use like things you can't use because it's been co-opted. And he was doing a shit ton of co-opting this weekend, and I was like, oh, fuck, here we go. Yeah, it's grifting. It's straight grifting. But he was co-opting a bunch of stuff that takes agency away from the meaning of that stuff. We see it right now with fascism. You can see it. Co-opting of the American flag is bizarre. I saw some video this weekend of some protests in D.C. They were fucking around with a park ranger. But then also I didn't see any peace flags. I didn't see any American flags. I saw a lot of Palestinian flags. That's dangerous if you're a protester. You're letting it's dangerous. Not that I'm anti protesting for Palestine. It's that you should be picking up a flag like peace or like when you look back at like Vietnam and the protests in Vietnam had nothing to do with the Vietnamese people. It had to do with sending Americans right to war to die for a bullshit war. So like how you catch people's feelings and theses and thoughts in their brains is when you're making it almost altruistic. You need to make it altruistic. Right now, we hijack stuff. Poison. There's so much poison going on everywhere. The intent of it is not always in the best interests of your or I don't call it mantra. It's hard to explain. It's hard to explain. It hurts your cause. You become a useful idiot. It's hard to, I don't want to say that, but that's what you become, as a useful idiot. This goes both sides too. You can't, like, you don't know. It's hard to explain. I don't want to say it on the air, on the air. You'd gain more traction. You gain more traction. It's kind of like protesting in the street. Like, you block traffic, somebody's trying to go to work at 7-Eleven. You don't stop that person from going to work. You don't stop the person going to the hospital. You don't stop the fire truck trying to fight the fire. You can protest. I'm down with it. I'm good with it. I'm even down with disruptive protesting. Normally, though, you disrupt things that are being enjoyed by powerful and wealthy people, not necessarily the working person. I believe in disruption too. But then what you do is you co-opt the American flag and say, we don't do this as Americans. We shouldn't partake of this as an American. Does that make sense? And you get someone out there going, well, I'm an American. I don't want to be that guy, right? Make sense? Instead, you get like fucking Nazis and fucking Confederates running around saying, this is who the USA is. Shouldn't allow those people. Force them to wear the fucking Confederate flag and the Nazi flag for who they are. To show who they actually are. Yeah, you do disrupt. It's what you disrupt, though, is important. What are you disrupting is important. And are you voting, too? That's another thing that pissed me off this weekend in Europe. I was like, who's going to vote? Are you voting by the internet, or are you voting by actually voting? That happened with the Bernie Bros, right? Bernie Bros were all kinds of... remember Bernie Bros? You guys remember that stuff? Bernie Bros like, we want this, we want that, we want this. Come time to go to the polls, they didn't show up. Right? It's like just a talking point. It's like internet cred. That doesn't really mean anything or make any real change. I'm on summer vacation. I'm going to go protest. It doesn't really fly. I think it happens on both sides. I think that there's active, more glaring than ever in history. We have active influencing of our politics from outside entities, outside nations, and also corporations. Corporations love it too. It's sad to say. Power and money love it. Power and money love it. Still an expectation that we trade higher into tomorrow. The bulls claiming that they have it here. We are losing a little bit of steam here into the close, but, until 1 p.m. tomorrow. Why is that going up? Till 1 p.m. tomorrow? Do I have that wrong? Tuesday. Yeah, I might have. It's just not tracking on this computer. Tuesday, 1 p.m. We have more vol coming in. Expect your next vol event 1 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. It's a bizarre. I think we live in the most bizarre time frame. I feel like we're living in this like really weird world. Like everything is so bizarre to me. It's like the most bizarre time frame I've ever. It's got to do with the internet. It has to. Without a doubt, it has to do with the internet. It's like the internet is fucked up. Then you got a contingent of crazy people, too, that should be locked up. Hiding behind, we don't know who everybody is, too. There's, like, all kinds of, like, problems today. We need some kind of real ID on the internets. Know who we're talking to. We need some of that. I think basically I want to know your country of origin your sex, your age. That'd be a start. Sex, age, nation of origin would be a good start. I don't need to know your name or anything. Just male, female, or even them. I don't care. Whatever you identify as works for me. Yeah, I don't know. I just want to, or maybe what your birth at. I just want to know who I'm talking to. The perspective of who I'm talking to, which is fine too, as long as I just know the perspective. Not anti other perspectives. I just want to know who it is. Yeah, are you 14 years old telling me that? Are you a 14-year-old male? And you're telling me that the best movie ever made was Commando? At least I'll give you a pass on that one and be like, yeah, I get it. I don't want to argue with a bunch of 14-year-olds pushing Commando as the best movie of all time. I'll just won't even enter the conversation. Get to the chopper. Well, at least you know who you're talking to. It's a very simple way, right? Right now, you don't know if you're in a room full of 14-year-old boys or if you're in a room full of adults mixed in with kids, or, it's pretty fairly simple to see. And there are better ones, too. I mean, there are some other ones. Like one place you can see where it's glaring is our movies. On our movies, right, you can kind of tell that most of the people that speak there, like they're people that are like they're regulars. It's all industry people. Like I'm a production assistant. So as soon as this movie's coming out, literally in the bottom of the barrel, production assistant. And when my movie comes out that I worked on and I fucking fetched coffee, I'm just going to go in there and pump this movie up because I feel so proud for it. I want to know if that fucking guy, who that person is. Was that person fetching coffee in this movie? Am I in a room full of fucking pumpers and fucking astroturfers? And why? Oh, this is a 20-year-old that lives in Studio City in a in a studio apartment. I'm arguing with him whether this movie is good or not. I bet he worked in the show or in the movie. I love John Candy. He's a great actor. Yeah, that's why I know I'm talking to. I think, and it's important to know who you're talking to. You catch a lot of it on. That's why in like locals, if you have a local subreddit, like I don't know, wherever you're from, insert place. If you're from like I don't know, pick a place. If you're from, you fucking pick it, dude. You're from Boise, Idaho. If I come into your subreddit for Boise, I could easily ask you 2 or 3 questions and find out if you've lived here, have never lived here. It wouldn't take long. It doesn't take long, right? You ever notice it in local subreddits is when you notice it. Someone will come in and ask a question. People will be like, what the fuck is this guy asking? This guy's not from here. You're like, who the fuck is that guy? That doesn't work here, bro. I know I did, right? My oldest just got back from Chicago. She was there this weekend. She loved it. She goes all the time. Spends a lot of time in Chi-Town. I was going to ask her to go to I was going to have her go get some beer from DCP. She was with some adults, but she didn't have the time. I was going to have her get a couple cases of beer from DCP. So next time in Chicago, next time she's there, we're going to get some of DCP's beer and drink the fuck out of it on the show. He just won an award for it. Grinding. How can we not run cities better than they're being run right now? I don't know. It's hard. We just had a guy so Detroit's gone through a lot of shit, right? Detroit's gone through a ton of shit. We have something called the Detroit Riverfront Conservancy. And the fucking CFO fucking stole millions of dollars from this conservancy. And this isn't a place, this is like a part of our town, part of our county where they want to destroy they don't want to save a boathouse for crew and rowing clubs. We're trying to clean up waste from our river conservancy. And we've got some fucking clown stealing $150 million. Who knows what he stole? Sweetheart deals, shit that reminds me of prior mayors that we had in this town. And it's like, how in the fuck do these people do this stuff? And it still happens. Dude, that is the swamp, man. County government is a fucking swamp. And everybody's in on it, too. Even when you think everybody's on the up and up. It comes out that it's the county doing it. The city might not be doing it, but the county is. Is the county terrible in Chicago or the city? Or is it both? Detroit specifically, we have real problems still. We have problems in our schools, our school leadership, and we have problems in our county. We've got cronyism. We got all kinds of stupid shit. I haven't even looked. That means I've got them then. I haven't even looked. I'm not even on my my platform right now. Squeezing up into the close right now. Expectation of a trade to 536.40, 536.90 into tomorrow at 1 p.m. Could get one more pullback and then an all-time high in that time period between now and 1 p.m. tomorrow. Bulls in full control right now. They are not giving anything away to sellers here. They are grinding sellers. Every opportunity sellers have had to get new lows, they can't seem to hang on. That Gamma trade is huge right now. Gamma, name of the day right now, holding this market up unless you get some kind of bad news. They're going to grind us higher and higher and higher and higher. SPOOs right now trading 535.52 on the closing bell here. We've got 1 minute left. They're still trying to squeeze it up and over into tomorrow. This would not shock me to happen between now and 6 p.m. to trade this 536.40. Even before the close, they're doing it right now, trying to grind us up higher and higher and higher and higher. So I can get this over for you here. Make sure you watch that video that I've got for you so that you can look at that from the perspective of whatever the Fed says on Wednesday. Woo! I want you to watch that video that I posted because I want you to have the concept of that in the back of your head when you listen to what the Fed speak is and what they have to say about that topic. God damn. 536.90 target. Roll down then all-time highs. Woof. God damn. Bears. Got to be full raging right now if you're a bear. There ain't no way that you're not raging at this point. What do they call that when they're edging the bears today? Bears being edged to no end. No love, no joy for sellers. Market squeezing higher and higher and higher. They need an event. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30. Look forward to my brief from tonight. I'm going to probably tonight I'm going to give you two directions. I'm going to give you the count to go down, which is expected, but they just keep squeezing every time you guys can't get that downside move. They're going to squeeze that shit out of you. So for right now, expectations that you do get squoze to 536.40 and then a rejection of 536.92, but coming back straight up to get that all-time high. The onus right now. Bulls in control. Bulls still in control